How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent 200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah.
But
Please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
What's up, everyone? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Okay, Trendlin, I have it pulled up. We'll take a look at it. Okay, thank you for rejoining the channel, Trendlin. I appreciate you, Trendlin. Hey, Bite Oracle. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me to get off Whatnot. I actually wasn't on Whatnot. I actually wasn't even on Whatnot. I wasn't even, you know what I was doing? I was eating. I was eating. I am late because, hang on. I was eating this unruly keto concoction, which involves basically taking some cheese and melting it and with some pepperoni on top, and then you make it into a wrap-like formation, and then you put a Caesar salad in the middle of it. And this is a perfect keto meal. There's not a single fuck-off carb in this meal. No carbs, no sugar. You basically have pepperoni pizza combined with the Caesar salad. But the thing of it is it's really big and it's unruly. And I only eat like a quarter of it because it's really big. But it's like this is a challenge to eat. Okay, that's why I was late. I was finagling the pepperoni, no carb pizza, chicken. There's not even chicken in this. Just Caesar salad wrap. Okay. God, okay, assholes. Okay, you got a problem with that? But I do think this was a joke. I did to Bite Oracle's credit. I do think it was a joke. Reagan took it seriously and timed him out. But I do hope that Bite Oracle is still here. We appreciate, listen. I know that people are protective of me. I know that sometimes people who've been in my community for a long time, they don't like seeing people make jokes at my expense because we've had to deal with a lot of shit in this community. For people who are new, you don't know the struggle that we have had to go through for the past 5 years. You don't know. You guys don't know. If you're new here, or if you haven't been following along with the ups and downs of the past 5 years, we've gone through some struggle in this community. And so I understand why people who have been around longer might be a bit protective of me, and they're like, we don't like seeing that shit in the chat. And I appreciate that. But like, you know what? People are allowed to make jokes at my expense within reason. Within reason, okay? Let's not go too far, assholes. All right. But like we're not talking like if someone's just being a pain in the ass because this is the internet and this is what they do, I'm not worried about that. Everyone's allowed to have a good time. Listen, I make jokes at your guys' expense all the fucking time. If we're being honest about it, I make jokes at your expenses all the time. So you guys are allowed to make jokes at my expense. That's okay. It's just like at some point it crosses the line, and that's when we have to bring the hammer down on that shit. Yeah, well, anyway. Speaking of trouble we've had on the internet, this is just we're actually not doing communism today. We're doing drama content today. We're not. Yo, Fosnots W, Fosnots. Thank you for the 10 gifted channel memberships. Really appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Actually, why don't we just start a membership tally? I'm not going to be asking for people for donations today, but we might as well start a membership tally. We've already got 11 channel memberships today. So let's keep track of how many channel memberships get given out on the stream. But listen, it's Friday. On Fridays, we do lighter content. We do more drama content. We're going to be watching the Quartering documentary. I will talk about that in a second. Because listen, guys, this is a work hard, play hard channel. And we cover the radical revolutionary far left like 5 days a week. We covered them on Monday. We covered them on Tuesday. We covered them on Wednesday. We covered them yesterday. We will be covering them again tomorrow for Socialism Saturday. That's like 5 days of socialism. On Sundays, I usually take the day off. But on Fridays, we all relax. Yep, Friday fuckery. That's really what we should call it. But, YouTube probably wouldn't like that as much. Friday fuckery. Friday is a day off. It is a day for us to let down our hair. It is a day for us to engage in some of the lighter content of the internet because if we're being honest about it, the internet sucks. Okay? The internet fucking sucks. And I hate being a public person on the internet. And I wish this had never fucking happened, but it did. And we can't take it back now, so we just got to roll with it. And when you're in a situation that sucks, that is not really what you envisioned your life turning out as at all. I never envisioned being 45 years old and being a professional streamer on the internet covering the radical revolutionary far left in America. This was not part of my life plan at all in any way, but the universe had different ideas, and so we have to roll with it. And when you're in these types of situations, you have to make the best of it. You have to say, you know what, even though the internet sucks, and even though most people on the internet are toxic assholes, the internet can also be really, really, really entertaining. And I didn't say 40. Don't fucking age me a year. I obviously am 29. Obviously, I'm 29. Don't fucking age me an additional year. What? Who? Exactly. Yeah. W's old sub coming in with 10 gifted channel memberships. Love you, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 gifted channel memberships. We love you, old sub. Look at that. Already up to 20 channel memberships today. I haven't even started the stream. So we are doing fun content today. But before we get into the quartering content as people are filing in, can I just give you guys a little update? And this will, again, this is one of those things that might only be relevant for people who have followed the full drama path of my experience on the internet. I'm going to explain why. This will be really quick, and then we'll get into the good stuff. Reagan is our raging pit bull and goddess. Yes, she is. Yeah. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Okay. So for those of you who are new, there was a period from about 2021 until well into 2023. There was a good solid 2-year period of my life on the internet where I didn't have Cynthia in my life. 10 gifted channel memberships. W's to Cynthia in the chat. We love you, Cynthia. Thank you. From about 2021 through basically all of 2023 and maybe even a little bit longer, but that was pretty much the worst of it. There was about a 2-year period of my life in which I was gang stalked every single day of my life by a group of people that were trying to get me to kill myself. This is actually a real thing that happened. I've done videos on this. I did videos on it at the time. No one believed me it was that bad, but it was that bad. And so that was the darkest period of my life. They actually did bully me into a pretty deep state of depression. They spread all these defamatory lies about me all over the internet. There were so many people that were spreading the shit that they put out. It was impossible to contend with. And they were doing this at a time when I was trying to build my platform, which made it really fucking difficult because they were sabotaging literally every single thing that I did and spreading all these horrible lies about me. So all of a sudden, people who could have actually helped my work believed all this horrible bullshit about me that wasn't even true, and no one would listen, and it really fucking sucks. Then I got really depressed, and I actually got very close to doing what they wanted me to do, but I didn't. And then at some point, I had built enough of a community where it didn't really matter anymore. And at some point, I went through the storm of all that bullshit, and I came out on the other side of it. And we've only been going up and getting better ever since then. And my work has been getting more exposure. And I'm pretty sure I'm pretty much like the undisputed queen of the internet in my topic area. Now there's no one that even comes close to doing what I'm doing. And there are other people that are very good at other things. I'm not saying like my work is like the only stuff that matters on the internet. I am saying that in my specific area on the far left in America, there's no one who knows more than me, and everyone fucking knows it. And even if they don't want to admit it, they fucking know it because they refuse to debate me. Anyway. This gang stalking effort was led by someone named Kieran, who I met in 2021. He became obsessed with me. He wanted me to leave my husband for him. I told him no. And when I told him no, he had a narcissistic break right in front of me on a Zoom call. I saw this happen on video. And then he was the one leading this gang stalking effort for the next 2 fucking years every day of my life to try to get me to kill myself. People think I'm exaggerating when I say he was trying to get me to kill myself. This was all happening 5 years ago. I want people to keep this in mind. Except that not long ago, not long ago. When was this? April 9th. So about a month ago. I'm doing this stream about the quartering of all things. And I hadn't heard from Kieran in like years at this point, because he kind of he got a lot of attention from stalking me for years. He got a lot of attention from people who hated me and were using the bullshit lies that Kieran was putting out on the internet to defame me and slander me. So the most successful thing this asshole's ever done in his life is defame and slander me to lead a gang stalking effort to try to get me to kill myself. Well, I kind of overcame all this by 2024, and then I just kind of kept getting better and better and better at what I was doing. Kieran kind of disappeared off the face of the map. And I always kind of kept an eye out because I never knew if he was going to come back or not, but he kind of just disappeared and we stopped hearing from him. He privated his Twitter account. I think the reason he privated his Twitter account was because he wasn't getting any attention anymore, and he was trying to position himself as some sort of like AI expert or something, and he was trying to scam people based on that, and it just wasn't working. It wasn't getting any play, so I think he privated his Twitter account because it looked foolish at a certain point. It just looked fucking foolish. Well, about a month ago, Kieran starts super chatting in to one of the streams I did about the quartering. And when he super chatted in, he admitted that his goal with the gang stalking was to get me to kill myself. He admitted it in the chat, because when he super chatted in, I just started explaining to people in the audience, oh, this is this person and this is what they did to me. And he said in the chat, you couldn't even finish the job. Your husband looks like a troll. And then one of the people who had gotten dragged into this at some point, his name is Christian Watson. He didn't know what he was getting dragged into when he first started working with Kieran. But Christian later came to me and privately told me that Kieran told him directly that he was trying to get me to kill myself. Christian finally, after Kieran admitted it a month ago, Christian came out and confirmed, yes, this is what he was trying to do. This backstory is important to understand this, okay? This backstory is important to understand. Again, I'm not going to go into all the history and details. You can find another relatively recent video of me talking about this. You can find videos on my channel of all the other stuff that happened back when it happened. But I really want people to understand that back then, and Chrissy Mayer was involved in this, by the way. Chrissy Mayer was involved in the gang stalking. The quartering was involved in the gang stalking, because Chrissy Mayer and the quartering are friends with Carrie Smith, who is one of the people that was working directly with Kieran, and I documented all this bullshit at the time. All of the fuckers on the internet that I hate were involved in literally trying to get me to kill myself. That's how fucked the internet is. But I just kept doing my own thing and building my own community. And finally, yeah, James Lindsay was involved in it too. James Lindsay was, because they're all friends. It's all the same clique of people. They're all friends with each other. They all know each other. They all help each other with all of their little fucking internet vendettas. Well, I bring this up because back then, the story was I was the one who was obsessed with Kieran, and I was just so desperate to leave my husband for him, which was never the fucking truth. By the way, they also tried to get my husband to divorce me. That was another very pleasurable thing that I had to go through. Yup, Benjamin Boyce was involved in this as well. You want to know why? Because Kieran befriended Benjamin Boyce. So Benjamin Boyce was involved in this, and that was a massive bad judgment on his part. But you know what? People make mistakes. Perhaps he'll be a real man someday and own up to his mistakes on that one, but I kind of doubt it. So the story back then was I was just completely obsessed with him, and I was stalking him, and I was doing all this stuff. None of this was ever true, by the way. It was all the things he was doing to me. Well, fast forward 5 years. And I don't even really care what that stupid British motherfucker is doing these days. But he certainly cares about me. If you don't know who we're talking about, don't worry about it. We're getting to the quartering stuff in a sec. But he certainly cares about me. Now, people were confused. They were like, when he started super chatting into my show here, people were like, how did you know it was him? Well, the reason I knew it was him is he was super chatting in under multiple accounts, and the third one actually had a picture of him. The second way I knew it was him was just because of things that he was saying that referenced back to private conversations he and I had back then that were just it was like the narcissist was seeking attention. Like, it was so obvious to me it was actually him. But people might still doubt. They might still doubt, was that actually him, Karlyn, or are you just making this shit up? Okay, well, let's look. Do you guys remember a couple days ago when we were stalking the poetry painter, the fat ass who stalks me? And when I use the term stalking lightly, I have to keep an eye on this fat bitch because she says so much crazy shit about me that I have to keep an eye on it. So we noticed something different about like fat stalker shut-in poetry painter. She was retweeting this new Twitter account. And this new Twitter account had just been created, and it has 0 following and 0 followers. And if we go to this new Twitter account, you'll see that literally all the posts are about me. It's just an anonymous Twitter account that just got created, and all the posts are about me. Well, I gotta give Mizakan a solid on this one because Mizakan started looking into it, and now I'm gonna point out what Mizakan showed, but I do want to show you some of the things this person was saying. So what they're doing with this anonymous Twitter account is they're trying to get the attention of the people who were gang stalking me 5 years ago. Okay, so this is still continuing 5 fucking years later. So this person opened this account and started just replying to Poetry Painter. I don't believe she's truly racist. I think she says edgy stuff like this so it aligns with her pretentious far-right fascist rebrand. Yeah, I'm thinking about a rebrand. Yeah, totally. I also think she does it to pander to groypers, which impress that Amalek white supremacist guy of whom she has a schoolgirl crush on. Well, guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. Who doesn't have a fucking crush on Amalek, if we're being honest about it? He's devastatingly handsome. He's insanely smart and insightful. Why wouldn't I have a crush on Amalek? I don't see the fucking problem here. The account continues. I don't know if you watch her streams, but in turn, her sheep-like audience pretend to be racist in the chat to impress her, especially that Hans Figgleworth guy and average person. Hans Figgleworth, especially, his jokes about black people are so unfunny and forced. I mean, for the record, average person is Asian, and Hans is a black Latinx trans woman. I can confirm. I've seen pictures of Hans. Hans DM'd me pictures. Black, Latinx, trans woman. So I don't know what this account is talking about, saying that average person who is literally fucking Asian is racist, or that Hans is racist when Hans is a black Latinx trans person. But whatever, they makes stuff up all the time. Let's scroll up in their replies. Oh, they're watching my streams. They're recording my streams, watching me obsessively. More dreams from her stream. Average person and his faux disgust for black people to impress his far-right fascist cult leader. Mind you, if Karlyn said tomorrow that racism is for low IQ magatards, her cultists wouldn't even utter a negative word about black people. I don't know that that's true, but okay. Okay, yep, W. Hans mentioned. Yep. You're black and Jewish, Melinda? Holy shit. Holy shit. This person keeps watching me obsessively and recording me, sending this to all the people who are gang stalking me, tagging Carrie Smith, who was working with Kieran on gang stalking me. Karlyn's obsession with Carrie Smith knows no bounds. Around 2 hours, 5 minutes in her latest socialist stream, she pulled up a blog Carrie wrote in 2004, in which Carrie said that gay people should have special rights that straight people don't have. She then proceeded to show her chat Carrie's ex timeline and accuse her of being a fake Christian and stalking Joel Webbin. Yep, both those things are true. Carrie is indeed a fake Christian, and Carrie is indeed stalking Joel Webbin. So we keep going up. This person keeps recording me. Stream from the other day. One of Karlyn's minions found a blog you wrote over 20 years ago. He's replying to Carrie now. He's trying to get Carrie's attention. Karlyn then went to speak about you allegedly moving to Joel Webbin's city or something to stalk him and that you're a fake Christian. Below is just part of it. So he's trying to get the other people involved to gang stalk me again, which is not really working for him, but okay. We keep scrolling up in his replies. Mind you, earlier on that stream, about 2 hours, 17 minutes, this obsessed motherfucker is literally watching everything that I stream and taking notes. She gave a long, very heartfelt message about people shouldn't shit on fat people and fat people should love themselves and are not invalid because of their weight. If only her and her cult abided by their own words. Well, I'm sorry. Poetry Painter is disgustingly fat and she's a stalker obsessed bitch. And so I will say whatever the fuck I want about that fat, ginormously fat, morbidly obese fucking whale of a human being. And I will not feel bad about it at all. Very sorry, but that's how I feel about it. Now we've got Poetry Painter writing an article about how trying to claim I'm obsessed with big tech when in fact, like, okay, whatever. I'm not even going to address that right now. By the way, the subject of Karlyn's latest e-thirsting is Owen Schroyer. I also do indeed have a schoolgirl. I have a schoolgirl crush on Amalek. I have a schoolgirl crush on Owen Schroyer. I have a schoolgirl crush on Adam Green. I have a schoolgirl crush on Harrison Smith. Who else do I have a schoolgirl crush on? I don't even know. But can anyone blame me? Can anyone fucking blame me? All four of those men are brilliant and they're handsome and they're smart and they're PPP. Yup, I now have a schoolgirl crush on PPP. After last night's episode of the Kino Casino, I absolutely have a schoolgirl crush on PPP. Yeah, 100%. Smart, funny, brilliant. Maybe not as good looking as Owen Schroyer and all the rest of them, but you know what? Listen, personality goes a long way. Personality goes a long way. Listen, Nick Fuentes is way too young for me to have a schoolgirl crush on. There have to be limits at some point. I see Nick more like a little brother. I think Nick is very good looking. Nick is like really grown into his body. He is very good looking. He's going to make a young Catholic virgin very, very happy someday. And I hope that he finds a great housewife that wants to cook him food just like his mom does and all that stuff. But Nick is too young for me. I view Nick as more of like a little brother type character. Not like the Groypers are little brothers. The Groypers, there's a line that I just can't go any younger than that. But Nick is a very, very handsome young man, but he's also like a little brother. Okay, we gotta be real. We gotta be real here. The subject of Karlyn's latest e-thirsting is Owen Schroyer. How long will it be before she DMs him behind her husband's back? And then, I have DM'd Owen Schroyer, and he's answered. Not about anything personal, just about like coming on the show. Wasn't even that big a deal. Then unleashes a smear campaign in true Darvo fashion when her adulterous advances are unrequited, a la the 3 or so other men she had done this to. Okay. And then they keep talking about me. She is truly an interesting person. In fact, the only reason I am on a burner is because she sicks her comrades like pit bulls on anyone who dare criticize or point out her unhinged cognitive dissident behavior. Okay. More obsession with me. Here's more obsession with me just the other day, blah, 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 blah. Karlyn, what point are you making? What point are you making with all this? How is this related to this Kieran person? Well, for people unfamiliar with the situation, Kieran is not American. Kieran lives in England, where he lives with his mother because he doesn't have a fucking job, because he is a lazy ass motherfucker who is not competent or capable of taking care of himself. And so when Mizakan did a little investigatory clicking with this account, he found something very, very interesting. Let's click on the joined 2020. Oh, we don't have to click on it, but we can. Account based in the United States because Kieran has a VPN. Where was the account created? United Kingdom, App Store. So, I'm just pointing out that after years of harassment and abuse, where people were telling me I was obsessed with this person, I was doing this, that, and the other thing, things that were never happening, I find it to be a bit coincidental that this brand new account that's engaging in all the same stalking behaviors, trying desperately to get my attention, trying desperately to get the gang stalking to resume again, happens to be connected through the United Kingdom App Store. So if anyone doubted that the person in the video back here was actually Kieran, he also, by the way, showed up on the stream yesterday in the super chats. If anyone, you know what? It's funny. It is actually illegal. And yet when I called the police several times in the town that he lives in to try to get them to put a stop to this shit, they didn't do anything about it. Do you want to know why? Because Kieran had called them prior to me, and Kieran had made up some fake report about me saying I was stalking him, and he filed that with the police in his town, so that when I called them, they said, oh, no, we're not going to help you. It was this is the type of shit that I had to deal with for years and years and years and years and years. Bro, no. You're gonna get a timeout. Like, I don't want to hear about you annoying people in the chat. Sorry. So I'm just saying that apparently this loser fucking narcissist who lives in the United Kingdom, who has nothing else in his sad, pathetic life but to be obsessed over me and stalking me, I think it's now pretty fucking clear what's going on and has always been going on. And so the moral of the story here is, guys, if you see any crazy people making crazy videos or doing crazy things about me, can we just ignore them and not give them any fucking air? Obviously, we're not going to be taking this person seriously. Obviously, I am in a very different situation today than I was 5 years ago when all this shit started. I'm older. I'm wiser. I know how this shit works. I'm much more successful. I'm much more financially secure than I was back then. And there's really nothing that he can fucking do to stop me. And now I have the best fucking community on the internet. And this is what he's really trying to get at. This is not about getting to me. I really hope people understand this. This is not about getting to me. He's trying to get to the people who support me. So apparently this is like, he just needs some attention. He's flailing away on the fucking internet. And we're going to do our very best to ignore it. And if he does something that requires being addressed, I will address it then. Okay? So don't be surprised if we see him pop up again. But I just want to say, more than a little bit vindicated on this one. More than a little bit vindicated. I am more than a little bit vindicated on this question. I'm more than he's pissed off that I have an awesome community that's supporting me, and he has nothing. He has absolutely nothing in his life. And so he's trying to attack the support I have because he's a narcissist. He's a narcissist. He's a narcissist. Why do I look so different? Why do you think? Why do you think? Like, what do you think happened? It's almost as if every single time I told you assholes I could lose weight quickly whenever I wanted to, I was being serious. I stopped eating carbs and sugar. That's what happened. Yeah, suffer, Kieran. Suffer, Kieran. We don't give a fuck. You needle dick motherfucker. Thank you, average person. We appreciate you. All right. With that out of the way, welcome to Happy Hour, guys. Welcome to Happy Hour. We are going to be watching the quartering today. We had a Kino Casino quartering stream last night, and it was pretty great. And I love that Chrissy Mayer is now getting dragged into this. I love that they're going after Melanie Mack and all those things. Now, Trendlin did send in a video that Trendlin wants us to watch, and I do actually want to watch this video. Yeah, suffer, Kieran. Suffer, you asshole. Trendolyn said, thank you, Deets. Trendolyn did send me in this video that she wants to watch about the part 3 of the Quarterings Coffee Company. And I do actually want to watch this, Trendolyn. I do actually want to watch this. But, oh, hang on. Is that person still saying something? Hang on. Oh, no, loser. No. I just stopped eating carbs and sugar. That's what happened. God, these fucking losers on the internet who, like, you forgot your love of Andrew Wilson. Oh yeah, I don't think I have a schoolgirl crush on Andrew Wilson. It's more like, I don't even know. That's more of a rivalry than it is a schoolgirl crush. I definitely don't feel the warm fuzzies for Andrew Wilson. I'll tell you that, Trendolyn. Oh, Chrissy Mayer wasn't on the show. Oh no, it's all falling apart. So Trendolyn does want to watch this video. I do actually want to watch this. I just don't want to watch it at the beginning, okay? We've got Trendolyn, we have almost a 4-hour. Okay, I'm very sorry. You've now demonstrated you're far too stupid to be in my chat. I'm gonna put you in a timeout for 5 minutes. If you come back and you continue this stupidity, we're just gonna permanently ban you. We're just gonna deport you from the chat. Listen, guys, if you're new here, this is not a free speech chat. I am the queen fascist bitch of this YouTube channel. If you are killing my zen-like state or trying to be a toxic douche in the chat, that's just not gonna work out well. We have 2 rules. Number 1, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because you're in my house, but you will not insult me. You will not insult other people in the chat. We're creating a nice environment for everyone to be in here so we can all have fun and chill the fuck out on the internet together. Rule number 2, no fucking whining. I'm not your mother. I don't want to hear it. I don't care about your feelings. Yeah. Andrew couldn't even open a pickle jar, okay? Couldn't even open a pickle jar. Friday Night Tights covered this a couple hours ago. Chrissy's career might seriously be over. It should be over. Chrissy Mayer is not funny. 1 in the chat if you think that Chrissy Mayer is funny. 2 in the chat if you think that Chrissy Mayer is not funny. Let me know. My contention is that Chrissy Mayer has never been funny and never should have gotten attention in the first place because Chrissy Mayer is not fucking funny. If you disagree with me, let me know. 1 in the chat if you think Chrissy Mayer is funny. 2 in the chat if you think she is not funny. I can't wait to see her excuse. It was so cringe. It was so fucking bad. It was so bad. It was so bad. But I love it because Chrissy Mayer is a toxic whore. And I think it's time for Chrissy Mayer to get the pain that she has inflicted on many other people, including me, so she can go fuck herself. And I'm going to laugh every single fucking time this bitch gets it on the internet. And her husband, too. Her husband is such a fucking retard. Not even funny. Anyway, there is almost a 4-hour documentary about the 2 decades of grifting that the Quartering has done. And I don't know. I'm a little afraid to watch this. I'm a little afraid at the length of it. It's 4 hours, which means it'll take us about 8.5 to watch. But I'm down for the challenge. Okay? I'm down for the challenge. 1 in the chat if you're ready to watch the 3.5+ hour documentary on the Quartering. 2 if you're not ready yet and you think this is a bad idea and we should watch something else. We're all in this together, guys. We are a community of people. We're in this together. We have to get through this together. Okay? This is our obligation to the internet. We have to know what's going on. And then Trendolyn, if we feel like it, we will watch the part 3 investigation. But we may save that for another day. And I'm not saying I don't want to watch it. So Trendolyn, you're not even going to fucking be here. Trendolyn fucking sends in a video and then is like, peace out, I'm leaving. See you guys later. Trendolyn, we'll watch it another day, I promise. I do actually want to watch it. I just don't know if we're going to get to it today, okay? We're going to need... I'll provide you with some commentary. Yep, Trendolyn has betrayed us. Trendolyn has fucking betrayed us. We do eat 4 hours for lunch, Cynthia. You're right. We do that. We do that. Okay, guys, again, if you're new here, Let's keep the mood light on the channel. We're having a good time. We are just chilling out on a Friday on the internet. If you're drinking something fun, let us know what you're drinking. If you're smoking something fun, let us know that too. All I have right now is a cup of coffee with protein creamer. That's all I have for the moment, but that very well could change. And we are going to just chill the fuck out and watch this documentary and be snarky about it and enjoy the suffering of Jeremy, retard from the quartering. There's no one that deserves this shit more on the internet than he does. I'm excited about it. You guys are excited about it. Mount that like button for me. If you would be so kind, mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend the stream to more people. Per usual, there is a shocking disparity between the number of people watching right now and the number of people who've mounted the like button. Rumble, just so you know, I can see you guys as well. Appreciate all of my Rumble viewers, even if I can't display your chat on the screen. I do see the chat in the pop-up, so I'm watching what you guys are saying as well. And if you guys say something funny or clever, then I will display it on the screen or talk about it or things like that. So we're all having fun here, guys. Chill the fuck out. This is the internet. Let's have a good time. Happy Friday.
In the political commentary space, there are few as detested and as untrustworthy as Jeremy Hambley. He is Schrodinger's grifter, wealthy when there is doubt about his net worth, yet poor when fundraising through the guise of desperation.
$80,000 in equipment. I've got $300,000 almost floating right now in debt. I'm saying I make well over $1 million a year just on coffee.
Jeremy has an extensive history of fundraising for every facet of his business, but also a history of videos displaying his over $10,000 RC track with custom baseball mixed dirt, his $10,000 in trading card packs, which he opens live, and his saltwater fish tank devoid of living fish, but not of aggressive monetization.
Here is the fish view.
I just want it noted that when I show you guys luxury things, they're either high-end knockoffs from China that I got for a couple $100, or like it's not even. It's like it's a bag I got on the fucking resale market. I don't want people ever giving me shit about my spending habits again. I never bought a real fucking Rolex. I never bought a $10,000 RC fucking track from my backyard. I never bought a $50,000 saltwater tank. The most I bought was like something like this, like a fucking Philip Plain watch for a couple $100. Like, this is like the extent of my fucking gratuitous spending, and people give me shit about this all the time. I did buy Labubus. I did buy a whole bunch of Labubus just to get the demon Labubu, just to get the glitterized Labubu. I did spend probably about $150 on these fucking Labubus just to get the right one with the glitterized that looks like a demon possessed baby. That was an investment though. That was an investment. That was an investment, you assholes. The most expensive thing you own is a $250 NHL jersey. Well, that's gotta be a pretty nice jersey.
Funeral fund.
Coverage of Jeremy's spending habits is often coupled with stories of his struggles with irritable bowel syndrome and his penchant for urinating around his home.
When you have no mortgage on your beautiful home, you can pee in it wherever you want.
Oh no.
And the fact that
oh no. See, guys, I can always spot a retard. My retard spotting skills are honed. Hey, BJ, I make significantly more money than the quartering pretty much every single day of the week. And it's not even close. Does anyone want to donate some super chats and channel memberships like right now? Literally right now? Bro, do you want to know why I don't blow money on expensive shit? Because there's no fucking reason to. There's no fucking reason to. There's no reason to have a $55,000 fucking saltwater tank. There's no fucking reason to spend $15,000 on a Rolex when you can just get a high-end knockoff from China for like a couple $100. We got 5 channel memberships from Nick W. Nick. We appreciate you. There's no reason to spend $10,000 on a Chanel purse when I can just buy a high-end knockoff from China for a couple $100. That's exactly the same fucking thing. Deets W, thank you for the channel memberships. Yo! I just made more in one fucking gift than the quartering is made all fucking week. Old sub. Massive W's. Payday Queen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I don't make money? I don't make money? No one cares? Oh no, permanently banned from the channel. Bye. Bye. Cynthia! It was 10 W's, Cynthia! W's, everyone. Holy shit, you guys fucking rule! I have the best audience on the internet. Safa! Safa haters! I gotta get a triangle. I gotta get a triangle and a gong. Massive W, guys. Holy fucking shit. How many? We're up to 95 new channel memberships? Holy shit. I wasn't even expecting to have a good money day. I was just like, we're gonna chill on the internet and watch some content. Yo. Best community on the internet. I love you guys. I appreciate you. And I promise I will not go and buy really expensive shit with all your money. I might buy some high-end knockoffs from China. I'm not going to go buy the real shit, though. Don't worry about it.
I think this is some kind of own. Is weird. It's never something I denied.
The combined decline of viewership, revenue, and respect
Cowbell?
for him
Cowbell's a
have
good idea.
induced more offers.
Yo! Hans! The black Latinx trans woman is represented. W's, Hans. Thank you so much for those super chats. Or not super chats, channel memberships. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Welcome to the shit, we're up to 116 new members now. Holy shit. YouTube can't even keep up. YouTube literally can't even keep up with all the new channel members. That's crazy. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best. Yeah, and thank you to the retard that we just deported from the channel for inspiring such gifts. Rye the guy, BJ Skills, aka the Quarterings burner account. Well, who's winning now, Jeremy? Who's winning now? Suffer, you fat bitch.
Furthering his decline, an increased interest in his history which he desires to conceal. So who is Jeremy Hambley? What truly motivates him? And why does he have over 10 channels spread across his nearly 2 decades on YouTube? An important part of grifting is to sell with confidence or with purpose, not in the belief of the product, but for the sake of personal gain. Jeremy Hambley in the 2000s discovered that he was seemingly good at 2 things: computer repair through his employment at a computer repair shop and persuasion.
This is a type of skill that I had realized working fixing computers, that I was good with people. I was good with sales. I was good with relationships. I was really good at relating to people.
Jeremy, in enrolling in management computer systems courses at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, discovered he was not good at 2 things. Just one.
It was really just hardcore coding, which I'm awful at.
Jeremy struggled with his programming classes, often skipping classes to instead stay at home and
I
drink.
think I did too, Ben.
In a single
I think
semester,
I did too.
he was placed under scholastic probation as his grade point average dipped below what the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater was willing to accept. Jeremy, through a tribunal, was given a chance to explain why he should be allowed to return to the college.
I decided to go into my tribunal and say, like, look, I'm changing my major. I think I'd be really good in marketing, and here are the many reasons why. I also said, I'm having problems with my girlfriend and being away from home, because I knew how to play on people's heartstrings, you know?
Jeremy's emotional plea worked. He returned to the school to study marketing. Jeremy was refining his craft, claiming that he excelled in his marketing courses, eventually graduating with a Bachelor in Arts and Marketing in 2005 and a Master's of Business Administration and Marketing in 2007. It was this same year that Jeremy created his first YouTube channel, combining his college degrees and his experience with computers.
The first video in our series, From the Eyes of a Computer Tech.
Be Your Own IT was a channel primarily made to convince viewers to visit Jeremy's website, beyourownit.com. In both areas, Jeremy heavily promoted his personal computer repair courses, laptop repair courses, and even a guide on how to start a computer repair business. Eventually, he would sell the physical tools needed for computer repair. Among the hundreds of videos encompassing guides, general information on computer components, and advice, few would be archived. The videos that were would haunt Jeremy for decades.
At the office this week, we had a situation where one of the techs came across some pictures on a customer's computer that were of the child pornography variety. I don't really know there's any tack way to put that. The point of this video is just to remind people that, you know, as techs, we read your emails, so to speak. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it happens. So if you have things that you don't want computer techs to see, you know, maybe change the folder name when you take it in if you can.
While some would see this video as informative in how computer techs have access to users' personal information, others would eventually view this as Jeremy, per his specific example, advising predators on how not to get caught. For the time being, this video was buried under popular tutorial videos of questionable quality. Jeremy soon moved on from this channel, not from disinterest, but rather the interest of who Jeremy claims was a venture capitalist, or VC.
Some VC guy bought that channel from me, and I think I got $160,000. So I got a big check. This was when I was 22 years old, 23 years old.
Side note, it is impossible for Jeremy to sell that YouTube channel at the age of 22 or 23. With his year of birth being 1983, it would place the transaction in 2005 or 2006, a year or two before his channel was even created. Regardless, Jeremy's claim does seem to hold some merit. As early as 2011, there were different hosts on the Be Your Own IT channel. With this potential transaction, the possible selling of the Be Your Own IT channel, something changed with Jeremy's outlook on YouTube. Suddenly, channel growth could translate directly to revenue. The grift, as it were, was not entirely in the selling of products through his personal websites. It could now also be to sell a channel and the website coupled to it. This could explain RC Nightmare, a channel established August 27, 2010. As Be Your Own IT drew from Jeremy's experience with computers, RC Nightmare drew from Jeremy and his best friend Brandon's enthusiasm for RC cars, specifically higher-end, customizable remote control vehicles, some with the ability to surpass 100 miles per hour. Jeremy and Brandon began by uploading videos focusing on unboxing cars and tutorial videos on how to optimize or install components. Brandon was adept in the verbal and physical breakdown of the vehicles. From the aerodynamics to even the thermodynamics, Brandon speedily named off components and even their composition. Jeremy, however, often spoke of personal anecdotes and the superficial qualities of the vehicles, sometimes even struggling to remove the vehicle from its cardboard platform.
This time I'm actually a little bit better prepared to get this thing out of here. So I won't do my fat guy struggles bit, albeit I know that's a crowd pleaser. Well, maybe you will see. Maybe you'll get a little taste here.
Brandon's videos of this sort often outperformed Jeremy's. Regardless, there was not as much demand for information on remote control vehicles as there was computer repair. Naturally, this was an issue. Without significant traffic, Jeremy could not grow his accompanying website rcnightmare.com, making it both difficult to sell.
Hang on, what is the average person saying here? Fun fact, there's a genetic disorder that affects only males called Klinefelter syndrome, and Jeremy checks some of the observed symptoms of it. Of course, nothing definitive. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I don't know anything about that, but what do you guys think in the chat?
And more difficult to bring advertisers on too. While Jeremy did utilize his tested strategy of nearly daily uploads, he also found a new way to boost both his channel's growth and his website's growth, even if it was artificial.
Every 250 subscribers we get on YouTube, we're going to give away a truck, up to 10 trucks. If we get all the subscribers in the next week, we'll give them all away this week. All that we ask is that you subscribe to our YouTube channel, come over to our forum, have at least 10 posts in the forum. Now, these can be questions, comments, or answers, and reply to one blog post. That's it.
This strategy appeared to have worked. Jeremy announced a winner on November 16, 2010, and a different set of winners in January 2011. 117 participants amounts to over 1,000 forum posts. Just 1 month later, Jeremy made another RC-related channel, focusing on RC discussion with both Brandon and Jeremy present. And in June, Jeremy promised free t-shirts to any—
Well, that's one I hadn't heard before. You're smoking Fed with Joe Webbin and Emily Save America. Bro, that's not a room I would want to be in, but I wish you the very best of luck there.
User that reaches 100 posts on the RC Nightmare forum. These are likely the same t-shirts that could be purchased on the website. Separately, and still in June, Jeremy was running yet another giveaway. Rather than focusing on forum posts, the condition to win was based on referrals, either to RC Nightmare or Friend of RC. Not included was the third channel in the expanding network, under RC Flight School, covering remote control planes. Following this pattern, the RC Skipper channel was created on July 1st, covering remote control boats. These channels, relative to RC Nightmare, saw very little growth, possibly due to their lack of uploads. Though RC Nightmare would see some monetization through advertisements and an online marketplace the following year, Jeremy evidently grew weary of solely focusing on RC vehicles. This explains the existence of score10bucks.com, a website run by Jeremy. It is also tied to this Twitter account under his name, Jeremy Hambley. As for the website, Jeremy appears to have been drop shipping select DVDs. Quote, here's what we're doing with our advertising budget. Instead of building tons of websites to promote these DVD releases or buying up ad space, we spend our budget on $10 gift cards to a major online retailer. Everyone likes free money, and getting $10 for buying a DVD is essentially getting a DVD for free. Unquote. This website, apparent from the lack of updates, was abandoned the same month it was erected. Jeremy, unrelenting, created yet another website known as Marketing Sheriff.
Okay, as someone who owns way more websites than I should, I don't fault a person for trying a lot of different shit and seeing what works. I think that, and again, you guys know I'm not on the quartering side. I hope this is going somewhere, but like, I don't necessarily think the case that he had a lot of different websites with a lot of different projects is the I don't think it's the smoking gun is all I'm saying. What I'm seeing here, because I do try to be objective when I watch this stuff, regardless of whether or not I like a person, I try to be objective when I watch this stuff and to just like call a spade a spade. What I'm seeing here is a guy that was trying to figure out what was going to make him a lot of money. And he tried this and that didn't work. And he tried this and that didn't work. So does it support the grifter accusation? Maybe, I guess. But I also think sometimes you just need to try a lot of shit and then you figure out what's going to work best for you.
As with Be Your Own IT and RC Nightmare, this website had a forum, accompanying tutorial.
And I guess what I'm saying to like bring it back to like a larger picture is that, listen, I've had like so many different types of careers. I worked in higher education, then I worked in consulting, then I was an organizational psychologist. I've worked in marketing. I've worked in social media. I know how to do all this shit. I've written books. I've written books about fucking mindfulness in the workplace back from when I was doing corporate consulting. So it's like, I own a fuck ton of different websites. I have a bunch of different projects. Not that some of them don't always get the attention they deserve, quite frankly. I guess I'm saying that like trying a bunch of different shit and figuring out what worked for me was actually an integral part of what landed me where I am today. And I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today if I hadn't tried a whole bunch of different shit. Every aspect of my experience contributed to what I'm doing today. It's like a perfect storm. And I guess I don't want people to be discouraged from trying a lot of different shit. And when something's not working, you cut and you go to the other thing. Or when you're not happy in your career, you switch and you go do something else. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, you could make the argument that like, oh, he was looking for the best thing to grift on. Maybe true, but doesn't everyone want to be successful in this world? Doesn't everyone want to make money? Doesn't everyone want to be happy with what they're doing? I hate it. You're seeing the career coach in me come out now because that's what I did when I was doing industrial organizational psychology. I hate seeing people hold themselves back, and I hate seeing people restrict themselves and think, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm only supposed to do this. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's your life. Create your own path. If you want to switch gears and go do something else, switch gears and go do something else, bro. Give it a try. Who cares?
Goes through the Marketing Sheriff YouTube channel and offered one-on-one consulting. Quote, Marketing Sheriff also hosts high-level online marketing video lessons, elite contract negotiations, and members-only forums of experts to get your questions answered right away. The Deputy Program is a group of the world's top-performing online marketing, design, contract negotiation, and all things business-oriented. Unquote. According to Jeremy, Marketing Sheriff, in focusing on servicing higher-end clients, would be his main revenue stream. Similarly successful was MTG Headquarters, a channel based on the popular trading card game Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
I mean, listen, this is an example that you don't have to be the smartest person in the world. You don't have to be the most talented person in the world. If you just persevere and show up consistently, you will succeed eventually. But you have to persevere and get through the shit and then just show up consistently. Whether you like the quartering or whether you didn't, he was showing up consistently and pumping out video after video after video after video every single day. I used to do videos like that. It's harder than you think it is. I know people think that it's just like you're just reading an article on the screen and commenting on it. It's not quite that easy because you have to put on the performance for the video to be effective. You have to find the topics, you have to research them. There's a whole bunch of shit that goes along with it, okay? But like, he pushed through, and that's one of the reasons that even though he's really fucking stupid and not that smart and not that funny and not that talented and definitely not that insightful, he just was the one that showed up every day, and that's what led to his success.
Jeremy and Brandon here from MTG headquarters. That's
up?
for Magic the Gathering.
How's it going? While Brandon would make appearances on MTG headquarters, this channel was largely run by Jeremy. Rather than focusing on the strategic elements of the game, Jeremy centered his content on unboxing card sets. There were still more channels to be made, such as Team RCN and RCS Spotlight. Both of these channels were soon abandoned, as was the fate for all of Jeremy's RC-related channels. As in early 2013, Brandon had moved, making frequent uploads unfeasible and decreasing Jeremy's passion for the channels.
This will be the last time I explain it. Brandon didn't leave. He got a job. And his job took him to Kentucky, and I'm very happy for him.
The RC videos soon paused across the board. Jeremy claims to have sold an RC channel, but is unspecific with which one.
You know, and then I started a channel about RC cars, and I sold that.
None of the aforementioned channels have seen any uploads outside of Brandon or Jeremy. Perhaps he means he sold a website. Only that too would be devoid of updates for years to come.
Well, no, I don't think he is wrong, Bot. I agree with what he's saying. Jeremy of the Quartering is very successful and now very wealthy. Well, maybe a little less wealthy than he wants us to think, but he's made, like, one thing that can't be denied is he's making a ton of money. I agree, or he has in the past made a ton of money. How many critics of the Quartering are full of excuses, truckloads of coulda, woulda, shoulda? I don't fucking disagree with you, dude. I don't actually disagree with you. And I can say that and also say that I think Jeremy from the Quartering is a fucking retard. I think he's a retard. I think he's not smart. He's not funny. He got very lucky. But where I will also say is that sometimes luck is made by the people who show up consistently over and over and over and over and over again. So, yeah, he made a lot of money. But because he's not very smart and he's not funny and he's not insightful and he's kind of a toxic asshole, he is now experiencing a monumental downfall. And it's a downfall of his own making.
Even the bottom of the website's homepage displays Brandon and Jeremy as
He
the
didn't know
owners.
when to stop.
Whatever the
It's
case,
like-
the RC channels and website remain largely inactive. Jeremy's focus instead was placed on his Magic the Gathering channel and his vlog/self-improvement channel, Me vs. Me. The latter was established under two goals: to lose weight from a starting point of 346 pounds and to drink less. Jeremy abandoned this channel and possibly his goals in just 3 months.
No
It was here
way.
in
I didn't know he did
2013,
that.
with nearly all former projects abandoned, he finally found the success he desperately sought. In making videos opening booster packs to obtain high-value cards, by September 2013, MTG headquarters reached 25,000 subscribers, making it Jeremy's fastest-growing channel. Like his prior channels, he also created an accompanying website and focused on nearly daily uploads and giveaways.
Gonna do a giveaway coming up. Stay tuned. So I'm gonna do a little bit of giveaway. Let's get right to it. And that's why I'm doing a giveaway right now too.
The Quartering should literally just go do Whatnot. He should literally just go sell cards on Whatnot. He should literally just sell all of his memorabilia on Whatnot. I'm not kidding. Like, there are very, very successful people who make so much money on Whatnot opening fucking sports cards and talking about sports memorabilia. Like there are obscenely wealthy people who just sit there on Whatnot and do that for like 17 hours at a time. And I don't understand why people watch it, but thousands of people watch this. And while they're watching, they buy shit and they spend money. And you guys get to talk about shit you like together. It's like, he would probably be so much happier if he just quit all this YouTube bullshit and he went to go sell his gaming shit on Whatnot and made a whole show about opening cards and memorabilia and all that bullshit. I just gave, free job advice, Jeremy. You're welcome.
I've been trying to give these away, which are the event decks. Jeremy here from MTG headquarters doing another sicko giveaway. I mean, obviously I kept the rares, so yeah, you know, I gotta support the channel somehow.
These giveaways still required users to subscribe to MTG headquarters or the new set of trading card related channels. These did not perform nearly as well as his MTG channel. It could be because of his lack of knowledge of the other trading card games. In this video alone, he misnames one of the most iconic first-generation Pokemon several times.
Reverse Hollow Charmander, the Reverse Hollow Charmander, and a Reverse Hollow Charmander in the same pack. That happened in a different pack, too.
Though it is possible that Jeremy has grown several channels for the sake of selling them, in a late 2013 blog, he states it is because he is lonely. This channel could be a distraction to fill the absence of the friendship Brandon provided.
I do YouTube for the community. That's the only reason I do it. I don't do it because I want to make money. Believe me, it's a money pit. I don't do it, I do it to connect with people. I don't this isn't as like pathetic as it sounds, but like I don't have friends that, well, I have very few friends really in general, and that's not because I wasn't popular, not because it's just life happens, and when you get older, you just don't connect with the same people you used to.
While Jeremy's loneliness is there, as he would later describe it in detail, the motivation to grow his channel was also likely monetary. Whatever the case, no matter how large his channel would get, he would always desire more. Even with MTG headquarters at 54,000 subscribers, his largest channel ever, it was still not enough.
How do we get to 100,000? How do we continue to fulfill the mission statement that is basically to grow the game and grow such an amazing community? And you guys have been truly awesome. So I've opened a store on the website, but what I'm decided to do here is actually use a service that you probably heard about called Patreon. I'm going to use it to do amazing things. I've got so many things planned for the website. I'm not going to keep any of it. 100% of it's going to go right back into the site.
Jeremy claims he would use the Patreon money to incorporate applications into the MTG headquarters website, and to have 5 dedicated writers for it.
I know it's God, I hate e-begging. It's annoying, but I just think this is a great way for us to work together to just keep the MTG community getting better and better and better, and get up and take notice, and really put together some awesome tools on mtgheadquarters.com, which is essentially everybody's website.
Jeremy, now 7 years into creating videos on YouTube, began to refine his approach, where he began simply asking for users to subscribe, and it evolved with giveaways. He was now incorporating purpose and community into his calls to action. Yet there was still room for improvement. His Patreon, as per the Wayback Machine, would not even reach the second milestone. And though Jeremy vowed to grow the MTG community, his efforts and finances were not entirely there. As in late 2014, he created another channel unrelated to Magic the Gathering, trading cards, remote control vehicles, or even tech support.
Hey there, I'm Jeremy, and you've come to that part of YouTube where you might be wondering how the heck you got here. Together, with my beautiful wife and our best friend Brandon, we're about as obsessed with the arcade as anyone, specifically claw machines. So obsessed, in fact, that we've already bought 4 different machines and have them in our houses.
Clawstruck was Jeremy and Brandon's newest channel. Although Brandon had moved away, Jeremy was dead set on moving near him.
Time had passed, and I kicked around the idea of moving to Louisville, and I've decided that I'm going to do that, and I'm looking for a home there, and it's going to have a big yard, one that I can put RC track in.
For the time being, in early 2015, Jeremy set his sights on yet another project. Not a website or YouTube channel, but an application he named GameFinder. The word finder is missing an E in the same style of Grindr, the location-based LGBTQ dating app. Likewise, GameFinder was an app for its users to find one another. The criteria were the games users sought to play in person. Jeremy managed to raise $30,000 for the app's development on Kickstarter, and it released just 3 months later.
This isn't a dead application whose owner is cashing in. In fact, the next pro is, in addition to being free, GameFinder currently is without any ads or even an upgrade cost.
That was the professor from the channel Tolarian Community College. Like Jeremy, the professor runs a Magic the Gathering-based channel. This is someone that Jeremy met at a convention earlier in the year. The professor was one of the creators Jeremy got along with. The same could not be said about Wedge from the Mana Source, a creator that canceled a meeting of fans and creators because Jeremy was to be in attendance. All this is explained in this video from Darium CCG. So even with Jeremy being somewhat infamous in the Magic community, channels like Tolarian Community College were willing to be fair when assessing Game Finder. While the professor praised the app's lack of advertisements or predatory monetization, his complaints echoed the major issues users had with the app, describing it as simplistic and lacking in features. While Jeremy was aware of these complaints and sought to add more social elements to the app's main plight, according to Jeremy, was that it never hit critical mass. It was never able to reach a wider audience on launch day, meaning users would download the app to find few people online. Jeremy claims the app also had budgeting issues, such as spending too much on rewards for Kickstarter backers and too much on the development cost of the app, claiming to have spent $10,000 to
I don't know what the oranges are for. I have no fucking idea. Can someone please explain what the fucking oranges are for? I don't know. I've been ignoring this question every time someone asks it in the chat because I don't know. Can someone please explain? Someone here has to know what the fucking oranges are for. No one knows. That's the gag. No one fucking knows what the oranges are for. Wait. The orange is a meme because Jeremy's YouTube shorts are just stolen content. What does that have to do with an orange? He made a 30-second clip ripping other people's content, and one was about orange, is where he said, I wonder what the oranges are for. Oh, it means stolen content? Okay. I'll take your guys' word for it. That sounds appropriate.
$20,000 more of his own money to market it. If what Jeremy says is true, then MTG headquarters would be more to him than a device for monetary gain. If anything, Jeremy was building a sort of reliance on YouTube. There was something about seeing his channel grow that would excite him. That gave him purpose. This could explain the ever-increasing giveaways, and why he has yet to sell this channel. If growing the channel gives him purpose, then what happens when the growth slows? When the video's earnings begin to drop? The answer is this sort of video.
Earnings are lower now than they were a year and a half or even 2 years ago, I think, for at least for my channel. And I know if you watch guys like Brian or Wedge talk about it, it's the same thing. True for them and true for all YouTubers. Everything on this shelf is going to be given away to patrons. Each month, I'm going to host several giveaways where any patron will just, win it from, even if you back for $1, you're eligible. I never started this channel with the expectation of making money. I think opening several $5,000 beta starter decks will tell you that.
Whenever Jeremy's channel begins to lose traction, he does whatever it takes to keep it growing. He increases the amount of giveaways, pleads with his audience, all while claiming that this is not for him. It is for his viewers. This early 2016 vlog on MTG headquarters is key to understanding his potential true motive.
Hang on. Okay, so the oranges, thank you, Blue Collar, specifically refers to one video on women somewhere in Asia was using lots of oranges and other ingredients to make fruit punch or some other drink. Okay, so it's like one of the videos he stole. Okay. I think one of the stolen videos showed a lady cooking something in the jungle and her walk was lined with like 50 oranges. Okay, we solved the mystery. Great job, team.
I never had any stress or anxiety, nothing until I was like in my mid-20s, and bam, panic attacks every night. I know it's a combination of my brain chemistry and things I do, not getting enough sleep, drinking too much caffeine. If I drink too much alcohol too many days in a row, I'm at like a higher risk for it.
That was a video of Jeremy describing his anxiety issues, something that began in his 20s, something that he has been unable to shake. Earlier in the same video, Jeremy explains how, approximately 30 times a day, he reaches into his pocket to make sure his Xanax is still there in case he has a panic attack. Coincidentally, the rate at which he's been getting these has seemingly increased since his channel's growth has slowed. Jeremy specifically cites how he's already had 2 panic attacks within the week he made the video. What is being established is a vicious cycle that would bind Jeremy the more he fit into it. The more he would try to maintain endless growth, the more it would crush him.
For the past year, I've been running myself ragged, trying to run a business as well as YouTube full time. And while it's been worth every long night, it's unlikely I can continue this pace much longer. I'm just so tired all the time. Now, you may have heard of me talk about my Patreon for several months now. The truth is, the support I'm receiving on my Patreon is literally the only reason I can spend the amount of time I do now on these YouTube videos. What I so desperately want now is the chance to take my channel to the next level.
In this video, released April 2016, it appears Jeremy was reading a pre-written sales pitch, asking his audience to increase their support on his Patreon, allowing Jeremy to reduce the time spent on his clients from marketing to sheriff, claiming it is for better or more diverse content on MTG headquarters. While Jeremy did make good on diversifying his content with the increase of collaborations, interviews with Magic the Gathering artists, and even PowerPoint presentation guides, none of these videos could trump his simple, effortless card opening videos. As much as Jeremy desired to change and improve into something superior, he could not find any footholds, and was slipping into a breakdown.
Now, I wish I'd done a lot of things differently. I wish I was friendlier with other Magic YouTube channels. I wish YouTube ad revenue wasn't less now than it was a year ago. But I can't change any of that, really.
It was just a month later, in May 2016, that Jeremy went on his infamous Twitter rant, spurred by this panel.
Women are playing Magic and we're here to stay and there are only going to be more of us. And that's kind of the conversation I want to have now, instead of just looking at us as something that is weird and to be studied.
This panel was streamed and uploaded in video form. It is titled Women in Magic Panel, and sits at only 22,000 views. It is not at all a video of major significance and is of 4 female judges discussing their experience in the Magic community, from the sexual harassment they received to wanting women in Magic to be treated as a norm in the Magic community. Louis Scott Vargas, a streamer, quoted a different Magic creator who posted the link to the video on Twitter, noting how disappointing the comments were in response to the video. Jeremy, under his MTG headquarters account, responds by stating that they should not be so thin-skinned. Yet another creator joins the conversation, emphasizing how people should be less crappy to each other. Jeremy responds, quote, "I simply choose to not be offended by what anonymous commenters say. That's a lot more obtainable," unquote.
Wow.
The conversation then moves into gender and skin color. Jeremy stating it is entirely irrelevant to Magic players, and how his penis does not in fact make him stronger. This kicked off a new set of tweets, not directed at any individual creator, rather the Magic community in general. Quote, "So many mindless betas in the MTG community. Come on, sheep. Demand proof, statistics. You know, actual evidence. Attention, sheep. Formulate your own opinions. Being wrong is simply better than parroting popular opinion. Apparently presenting a logical alternative to playing a victim means you hate women. I should have known better, lol. Going back to real world. This era of feminism gets lost in spending more time shaming actual conversation. I love women. They are every bit are equal," unquote. Jeremy would delete these tweets soon after posting. This would not stop them from being archived and immediately posted again on Twitter. This user takes note of his specific tweet in response to a comment about planeswalkers needing their own bathroom. Jeremy adding that they should send their urine into the aether. This was viewed as a commentary about the controversy of trans people requesting to use the bathroom of their gender identity. Jeremy responds to this screenshot with, quote, "Things turn toxic, so I clean them up. But yeah, you're right. Planeswalkers should use their own bathroom in the aether, kid," unquote.
I mean, this is what was going through my mind. You guys think that joke is transphobic? You think that joke makes me a monster? Let me show you what a monster is.
According to Jeremy, the pushback from his comments encouraged him to double down and act more aggressive, even if his intent was not an honest commentary. Even though Jeremy frames it this way, he would first attempt to regain the favor of the community with an apology on Reddit. Quote, "I want everyone to feel included in MTG. You can't really control how people react to certain things, and certainly Twitter is not a great place to have a complex discussion on gender issues. Everything I said after my original few tweets was at best insensitive and at worst outright wrong. Again, I am sorry," unquote. This post has exactly 100 comments and 0 upvotes. The comments cite Jeremy's passion and specificity behind the deleted tweets and are distrusting of his apology. Some are even noting how often Jeremy is editing the Reddit post. To this specific comment, Jeremy responds, quote, "Yeah, it wasn't reading right. I am not good at writing, so that's why I do videos. I am just trying to apologize and the comments keep saying it's not good enough," unquote. Jeremy would address his tweets in video form.
Drama over. Don't be a dick. I thought, I guess maybe I had to say that, but from what I'm seeing is you all just basically know that,
It took about a month and a half for Jeremy to begin right where he left off. On Twitter, he changed his display name to MTG Shitlord HQ, derisively called Wedge the Hamburglar. On his personal account, stated Wedge is a cancer, has zero original ideas, and steals others' content, and tweeted even more, stating, quote, "Alpha personalities are the ones making all the money in MTG. Talk to any vendor. They are capitalizing on your beta-ness. The MTG community is not ready for truth. Cucks and white knights drive the entirety of the narrative. Wizards, discrimination is guaranteed if you have a conservative mindset. Community discrimination also guaranteed. I mean, look at their community team. Every one of them is a leftist. Don't be a beta lotus, folks. Be an alpha." Unquote. Jeremy changed his display name again the following week, this time to make magic dank again, and tweeted, quote, "Straight truth, the reason you can't trust me is easy. I don't need your money like other top MTG channels. Simple as that. Here is the thing about my fellow shitlords. We have real numbers. Some would like to believe everyone who plays MTG is a snowflake. Nope." Unquote. In August, continuing this escalation, Jeremy announced that he had blocked many people on Twitter. Back to his personal account, Jeremy posted pictures of his guns in response to riots happening in his area. Finally, Jeremy, on his MTG headquarters account, states there are no good-looking females or males with personality, and that the vast majority of MTG YouTubers have subpar production quality and are boring. On the Magic TCG Reddit, users commented on Jeremy's ongoing rants. One former creator blames Jeremy for why he stopped making videos, specifically due to how Jeremy's low-effort pack openings flooded YouTube, potentially burying their higher-effort content. Other commenters shared the sentiment and denounced Jeremy, deeming his content as low-effort garbage that is composed of opening packs of Magic cards. The following month, on September 8th, Jeremy released a...
This is just a reality of the internet. I do very intellectual, high IQ content most days. We do very high effort, deep dives into the far left. If you've ever sat through one of my socialism streams where I'm teaching you as we're watching the far left, you understand what I'm saying. It is just a reality of the internet that low IQ, low effort content will always and forever outperform the high IQ, high effort content with very rare exception, because most people are stupid. Most people, especially when they're on YouTube, they want low IQ, low effort content, because if someone doesn't put a lot of effort into the content, that means they don't have to put a lot of effort into consuming the content. It's to veg the fuck out. It's to watch things that entertain them. Maybe they literally just want to watch a guy open 100 fucking packs of cards of Magic the Gathering. I don't know. People do also. I literally watch shopping shows on my phone all day, not because I'm buying everything, but because I just like seeing this. I just like seeing it. It's interesting. It's like, oh, that's cool. Oh, I didn't know that existed. Oh, I never even thought about that. It's just like, I watch weird shit. You watch weird shit. We all watch weird shit. And it's those rare moments where we actually have to turn our brains on and like use them to watch the high effort content, because that's just the way the world works. And it sucks, but that's like, life isn't fair, man. Not everyone gets a pony.
28-minute video addressing his ongoing controversy, saying that he needs to clear his name while claiming Reddit is a hate fest. Displeased in how Reddit mods are not policing comment sections enough, causing what he calls witch hunts directed at him. In this video, Jeremy states he takes no issue with trans or gay people, or any similar equality for that matter. Jeremy appears to be trying to de-escalate the tension between him and the Magic the Gathering community. And it worked, or so he thought. On September 9th, Jeremy posted 2 videos containing spoilers for an upcoming Magic the Gathering release. This is information from a PR firm working under Wizards of the Coast. The creators of Magic the Gathering often delivered to select content creators as a way to excite their audiences for upcoming cards. These videos performed terribly compared to Jeremy's pack opening videos. But the significance of this was not that it was meant to garner viewership. Rather, it appeared that Wizards of the Coast was extending an olive branch to Jeremy following his de-escalation. It was only when the spoilers were allegedly posted to Reddit that Jeremy, and to that extent, the Magic community, was notified the spoilers sent to Jeremy was done so by mistake. While the original post does not appear to be archived, this Redditor quoted the Magic the Gathering employee on the matter. Quote, "We don't reward the behavior this channel exhibits. When we preview sets, we provide a handful of cards to our PR agency to use with outlets who aren't part of our core audience. When one of these outlets passed on using these cards, they reassign the cards to this outlet without doing research and also without checking with us first. We would not have greenlit his receiving of these cards had they asked." Unquote.
Here I was, feeling like a total moron to think that Wizards had just extended the olive branch and everything was going to be good.
Jeremy in this video compares that statement as an endorsement to witch hunt him, simultaneously claiming that Wizards of the Coast are listening to an extremely small minority of 30 or 40 people, while also stating that he is receiving a massive amount of hate. The one boon with this controversy is that Jeremy had a newfound angle to solicit donations, one that could weaponize culture and anger, a combination that would bring him much strife, but also considerable wealth.
You can speak with your wallet and take the plunge and back us on Patreon. The more backers we get on Patreon, the louder voice we can have, the more interesting things we can do. Wizards won't fly me out to PAX. We'll go to see them at PAX. That Patreon gets big enough, I'll fly to every major event and I'll stand there and do coverage for you. And I'll try to keep it real 100%.
This was the beginning of Jeremy's capitalization of outrage. In the following years, Jeremy would master his craft. Meanwhile, with the understanding that he was not welcome in the Magic community, Jeremy revived Pokemon headquarters while still posting to MTG headquarters. The video announcing his return sits at less than 1,000 views. Jeremy posted on his Pokemon channel from late 2016 to early 2017. The channel failed to gain any momentum, with its videos far underperforming compared to videos found on MTG headquarters. It was here that Jeremy resigned himself as a pack opening channel with the occasional commentary video. The latter type of video was often on the topic or tangential to his.
I didn't know any of this history. I didn't even know who the quartering was until 2020 because I wasn't involved in any of this stuff until 2020. Like this is I was so confused about why he started opening cards like more recently. I was like, where the fuck did that come from? Like, is this a new thing? I had no idea that this is what he did before all the other stuff took off. I had no idea.
His infamy.
If you would have told me that there's a man more universally hated in the Magic YouTube community than me, I would have told you, you're crazy.
On June 5th, 2017, two things happened. Jeremy posted his final claw machine related video on Clawstruck and live streamed while drunk. While he often tweeted at or commented on other creators in the MTG community, there was one that he targeted unprovoked.
I apologize.
This was cosplayer Kristen Sprinkle.
Serial virtue signaler and crying for Patreon dollars cosplayer Cia Sprinkle Run posted yesterday. Allow messages to my Facebook page again. Question my life choices immediately. Posting out, came for cosplay inspiration and left only with an erection. In all seriousness, though, I love your work. Okay.
Jeremy was commenting on Sprinkle's post and the comments found within. A post about receiving unwanted comments.
Here we go. Victor Puente, cuckold. You know this dude's a cuck. Oh, yes, she's just under constant anonymous direct message assault. Like, she is literally triggered. Here goes cuckold number Nicholas again. It makes me sad that you have to be. It makes me sadder that I'm not even surprised. Me, despairing over social norms. If you're going to creep, at least have some decent grammar. I'd agree with that. Obviously, Sprinkle is a pro cosplayer. You know she's a professional cosplayer by the fact that she has to solicit Patreon dollars.
I didn't leave. You guys didn't need to see me chew. Okay, you didn't need to see that.
To get loser beta.
Someone's going to take a screenshot
to give her money. I mean, it is like an all-you-can-cuck buffet on this thread. Oh, I'm sorry, Sprinkle. Let's look at your cosplay, your art, where some poor 14-year-old kid was unfortunately made an erection comment about you, and fuck him for being such a degenerate. I mean, what is sexual about this? Nothing, right? Oh no, totally nothing sexual about this. Oh yeah, here you go, Sprinkle. Another totally non-sexual picture where the Pokeball happens to be right on your fucking bush. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, you're wearing a bodysuit. Yeah, nothing sexual about that. Oh, here you go, wearing basically a bra. Yep, nope, nothing hot about that. Here we go again, more basically 75% nude, nothing sexual there. Oh yeah, look at a bodysuit.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm
I mean,
not the-
I agree with Sith over on Rumble. Sith is saying Jeremy wasn't on the wrong side of this. Listen, if you guys could gain an audience and make a metric ton of money by ranting about shit you don't like on the internet, wouldn't anyone do that? Can we really fault him here? If he happens to be in the right place at the right time, he happens to get caught up in this shitstorm. He maybe didn't intend it that way, but that's the way it worked out. He got caught up in this shitstorm, right place, right time. And all of a sudden you're telling me he can make all sorts of friends on the internet and make a fuck ton of money on the internet just by making videos ranting about shit that he doesn't like and commiserating with other people who don't like the same things. It's like, I think any of us would do this. I myself have made money in this way, making videos on the internet. In fact, can't we say that's probably my entire career right now? Literally all I do on the internet is rant and rave about shit I don't like. And then people who also agree with me and they're like, yeah, they donate channel memberships, and because they're happy that I'm saying it because they feel validated. And it's just like, don't we literally, doesn't every single person making content on the internet make money this way? I can't fault him for this. He was on the right side of it. He was saying things that need to be said. Today, your rant would be about Pisces men. That is always an appropriate thing to rant about. Always and forever appropriate. So, you know what? W, Jeremy, on this one specific thing. L on many other things. W on this.
I'm going to sexualize you. I mean, fuck me if I'm going to say that I wish there was a little slot down here, for me to, for us to pleasure each other. Because that's not what your intent is.
Jeremy ended up directing his audience towards Sprinkle's Twitter.
I do, and
if not his
I do
comments,
also do
then
this.
this is indisputable evidence of targeted harassment.
Please, everyone on the internet, come and support CS Sprinkle Run on Twitter and let her know how totally unattractive and unsexual she looks and how few Patreon dollars you're going to give her. And maybe she will avoid these digital rapes.
This was not the only time Jeremy commented on Sprinkle or her appearance. In this tweet, Jeremy refers to Sprinkle as a man.
Yeah,
This Twitter user claims that Jeremy, in a deleted
the super chat. Thank you, Rottweiler. Appreciate you. He only became a political grifter because Sargon propped him up during Gamergate. Before that, he was a nobody. He wouldn't have taken off his corner. I only knew about him because of Sargon. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a common story that I've heard from a lot of people. Thank you, Rottweiler.
The video directed at Sprinkle stated, quote, "She's a dog, a 3 out of 10. I'd still do her," unquote. These comments all came back when in November 2017, Sprinkle stated that Jeremy, through MTG headquarters, has made her life hell this whole year. She followed this tweet by announcing that she was ostensibly leaving the Magic community, also citing that she was going through a horrible breakup. Jeremy was immediately blamed for Sprinkle's departure. One day later, Jeremy published 2 videos. The first could be found on his newest channel, The Quartering, a channel that hosted commentary videos mostly commenting on the Magic community.
It really depends on what sign you are. It's not different people are right for me than they are right for you. So it just depends on what sign you are.
Media similar to it. The second was MTG headquarters. These videos bring attention to the ongoing campaign to get him banned from Magic the Gathering, a campaign whose supporters were galvanized with the departure of Sprinkle. Commenters and creators alike were calling on Wizards of the Coast to take action, pointing out Jeremy's comments. Yet there was one often missed. A video in where Jeremy does not target a specific creator, cosplayer, or commentator. Rather, Mark Rosewater, the head designer for Magic the Gathering.
I ran a similar scientific poll, and I even asked everyone to tell the truth. I said, "Hey, quick poll. How many of you did Mark Rosewater touch inappropriately? Parentheses, tell the truth, internet. Since internet polls are scientific fact, consider this your trial, Mark Rosewater." Now, I know he has me muted. That's fine.
Jeremy created a poll insinuating that Mark Rosewater was a predator
He only had
even
200
after Mark
votes.
had blocked him. This was Jeremy's attempt to discredit Twitter polls and also his response to Mark Rosewater citing a Twitter poll as evidence. Suffice to say, Jeremy had time and time
Well,
again made himself known
The
to
reason that Pisces men are annoying is that internally, no offense, Pisces men, they're women. That's why they're annoying. Pisces men are annoying because inside, they're actually women.
senior employees at Wizards of the Coast. On November 26, 2017, the professor uploaded a video attempting to speak to the MTG community and reach Jeremy. He calls for de-escalation.
I am in reality a trained psychologist. I know how to do this stuff. Just because I'm a bitch on the internet, don't get it twisted. I do actually know. Listen, guys, I think it's important to stay detached about things. Like, I will drag Jeremy every single day for the rest of my life and be perfectly happy with it, but I'm going to drag him over shit he's actually done that's wrong. Jeremy's done a lot of shit that a lot of other people on the internet have done. You can't fault him for wanting to be successful. You can't fault him for wanting to make money. You can fault him for getting other people canceled. You can fault him for profiting off of like smears and defamations and just countless fucking videos where he's harping on the same thing and then dragging other people for making videos about it. It's like there are many valid criticisms of him to make. We don't have to be unfair in our criticism, though, and I think it only adds credibility to the argument when you can say, listen, I'm not saying every single thing he does is awful, but like 80% of it is awful, and so let's have a conversation about the actual 80%.
Members to stop harassing Jeremy and for Jeremy to stop his own campaign, even though he knows how unlikely that is. This video was far more comprehensive than any other video commenting on the ongoing scandal. Most importantly, it contained a great deal of evidence that Jeremy was persistent in harassing his online targets.
Jeremy, just being fair here, just being reasonable here, do you think that when someone such as myself, and this is just one example, makes a reply to someone that says, oh, you lost a follower over Nazi punching joke, but you gained a modern follower, seems like you traded up, to make an entire video saying I advocate political violence? I received so many comments about Nazis and the Holocaust and my being one and what I'm doing. And, most of my family who died in concentration camps.
The professor's video saw mixed reception. While it was touted for the amount of evidence against Jeremy, some creators took issue with the professor's presentation and the alleged scope of 2 years that Sprinkle was harassed by Jeremy when there only existed months, not years, of evidence of harassment online.
It seems to me like the way you're presenting yourself just now and the way that you've made this video, you've kind of tried to make it look as if you're coming from an area of good faith when it's kind of obvious that you're just trying your hardest to virtue signal for what you feel is the righteous side.
That was creator Count Dinkula, a creator that would later start a podcast with Jeremy. He encourages his audience to research this for themselves. Advice that will go well to Jeremy's own response to the professor's video, not found on MTG headquarters, but on the quartering. Jeremy's video opened with the professor's minor comment about Nazi comments.
Did you just evoke concentration camps to strengthen your video about mean tweets?
Jeremy failed to engage with the overarching arguments that Jeremy is disruptive and that he encourages unwelcome comments. Instead, Jeremy chooses to comment on the professor's superficial qualities.
I want to point out, look at how disheveled he looks.
It's just the same fucking pattern over and over and over again with these people. They can't make any intellectual arguments. They can't comment on what's actually being said. It's just comments about looks and comments about things that don't. It's the same fucking pattern over and over and over again.
He has kind of a lazy face. His hair's all awry. This is on purpose, okay?
This goes on for about 2 minutes. Jeremy fails to state anything of substance. It is then that Jeremy claims that the professor's video was so well researched that it must have been a collaborative effort. Jeremy then presents this theory as fact and states it as proof that there is a secret collaborative movement to smear him. Jeremy then reframes the professor's overarching argument, claiming that there is no evidence that he harassed creators like Sprinkle. Instead, there is only evidence that he is a quote-unquote asshole. To go even further, Jeremy claims he is the target of wide-scale harassment, and that Sprinkle failed to provide any evidence herself that she was harassed online by Jeremy, discounting any evidence directed towards her because she was not the one who sourced it.
The difference between this cosplayer and me, of course, is I actually showed the hundreds of messages I received. I showed the actual threats. I showed people sending me the names of my parents and their address.
Jeremy, to discredit the professor and those against him, continued to claim there was no evidence against him, also insinuating he did not delete anything.
There's evidence, but he must have deleted it. Or in this case, the professor insists I did.
While Jeremy does delete evidence, as was made clear as far as a year ago during his first major scandal, allegedly, the live stream where Jeremy fantasized about a slot in Sprinkle's morph suit and directed his audience to her Twitter page was taken down by YouTube under a community guideline strike, making it difficult to source larger portions of it. It also did not help that many of his Twitter accounts were recently banned. And while Jeremy questioned the professor or Sprinkle receiving harassment or unwanted attention, he provides evidence of such a thing, but only against him, citing the negative effects the professor's video had on his channel.
I have never blamed the professor for the barrage of hate that came my way after he made this video. 1,000 people unsubscribed from Unsleeved Media after he did this video.
Jeremy goes as far as to insinuate that Sprinkle is responsible for the harassment he is now receiving.
At Christine Sprinkle, who I think most humans would be infuriated at. She posted a dangerously false tweet. Let the hate mob ascend on me for going on 2 weeks now, and has done nothing to correct the situation.
Though Jeremy claimed that the professor is a manipulator and failed to bring a shred of evidence forward, Jeremy, in his video response, skips all the evidence presented. Notice how in Jeremy's reaction, the video inexplicably jumps. This is because Jeremy skipped from 4 minutes 24 seconds to 6 minutes 55 seconds, over 2 minutes of voice clips, portions of his removed livestream, and more than 10 tweets directed at Sprinkle or cosplayers in general. Jeremy does not acknowledge this jump, and it was not the last time he would edit around evidence. This next jump is even more egregious. Jeremy pauses the professor's video at 7 minutes 25 seconds. 1 more second and he would have displayed the evidence against him that he claims does not exist. For the next 7 minutes, the professor shows countless tweets and video clips, all of which Jeremy skips, again not acknowledging that he did so, and picking up his reaction at 5 minutes and 1 second of a 20-minute video. Jeremy closes this video by insinuating the professor is similar to Adolf Hitler.
Someone who is willing, as I said, to literally evoke the Holocaust on their petty crusade to silence and ban someone whose ideas they disagree with, someone whose ideas they don't have to interact with. Nobody's forcing him to watch my videos. Nobody's forcing him to read my tweets.
Not the Holocaust, guys. No!
You know, Professor, you actually sound a lot like somebody from history that your family might be familiar with.
Jeremy pressed on that there was no strong evidence proving that he had harassed anyone throughout this period, even selling a shirt in that theme, which he allegedly donated the profits of.
Show me the receipts. You know what? I printed a t-shirt today that I think I'm going to link in this video, and I'm going to donate all the proceeds to whatever the most reputable, like.
Oh, how the tables have turned, Jeremy. Oh, how the tables have turned.
Men's shelter is in the area. So make sure you get your shirt with
Oh,
a fan-drawn face of me saying, "Let's show me the receipts."
Jeremy did get the receipts. On December 7, 2017, he received an email from Wizards of the Coast notifying him that he received a lifetime ban.
What does this mean? Well, I can't play in any pre-releases. I can't play in any sanctioned events. I can't play online. In fact, they actually confiscated my entire Magic Online collection.
Jeremy claimed he recouped the cost of his digital collection via PayPal chargebacks.
That's crazy.
As for the video announcing his ban, there is something seemingly sinister at play. At 10 minutes and 20 seconds, Jeremy begins going through the evidence Wizards of the Coast sent him, then informed their choice to ban him. Notice, at the bottom left side of the screen, it is clearly stated that there are 12 attachments. Attachment 1 is a tweet where he calls Wedge the Hamburglar. Attachment 2 is presumably a joke about trolling a friend. Attachment 3 is a tweet about trolling that same person and the professor. Attachment 4 appears to be another joke about wearing a shirt with the famous internet cartoon frog Pepe to trigger people. Attachment 5 is what appears to be another joke that includes Pepe. Attachment 6 looks to be a joke about concentration camps. Attachment 7 is Jeremy alluding to a Magic player having a quote-unquote pedo smile. Attachment 8 is Jeremy in response to an accusation where he encourages R-wording individuals, responds by saying he would not even R-word the poster. Then this is attachment 9 of 12.
I love the ladies of Magic, but dudes who bring their girlfriends to stand over their shoulder every game are annoying as fuck. Teach them to play or go home. What's wrong with that? Am I not allowed to have an opinion? Am I not allowed to have an opinion? I mean, this is the evidence, okay?
Jeremy plainly rants about this being the only evidence Wizards of the Coast presented against him. The screen then fades into his face cam. He failed to show whatever those last 3 attachments were. On the topic of deception is this screenshot of Jeremy defending himself in the third person, presumably failing to log into an alternate account to defend himself. It appears Jeremy is not being entirely honest to his community, and Jeremy has a possible motivation to be dishonest.
You should subscribe to it so that I can send it to Polygon and tell them thanks for the press and all the new subscribers. Then you can just quietly unsubscribe if you don't like the content. So many of you are like sharing these videos. People are I'm seeing them on Facebook. People are signing up on Patreon. Like, this is crazy. How can I help? Well, I would love to be able to cover more of these games. I have a Patreon where if you want to, say, throw a few bucks, that would go a long way. I have a one-time donation link to the war chest.
The
That
war
would help.
chest.
All I can do right now is I set up a war chest on PayPal where people, if they choose to, please believe me that you don't have to. This is like literally the worst time to be shilling for this kind of stuff. But it goes without saying that money is power. And I can make the promise to all of you that any money there or people that decide to back on Patreon, so many of you have already, and I'm so thankful for that, 100% of that money goes back into the channels.
Jeremy's promoting of his Patreon was for naught, because come February 2018, it would be banned because, quote, you recently doxed members of your online community, unquote. This could have resulted from Jeremy's new crusade against pedophiles in the Magic the Gathering community, specifically judges, mostly all former judges, that were convicted but not on the banned list next to Jeremy. Though Jeremy failed to find a large number of active judges that were predators, his attention to the matter did appear to influence an update on Wizards of the Coast terms and conditions that force stores to run background checks on their staff and those who they engage with that interact with the public, meaning judges. Though Jeremy was not credited for influencing this change, it was celebrated amongst the Magic community, a community that, due to his ban, Jeremy was drifting away amicably from, as in this video he claimed that he made contact with Sprinkle and the two apologized to each other. Jeremy then renamed MTG headquarters to Unsleep Media in an attempt to pivot to covering the card game genre as a whole. His recent scandal introduced him to a cast of new allies and helped him refine a lucrative genre of video that he had been making for the wrong audience. The same type of video that created enemies in the magic community was going to usher in Jeremy's largest and longest running channel.
And all these people grew up to be the same fuckers in middle school that were like, well, if you don't subscribe to the popular idea, maybe Pogs at the time or starter jackets, I don't know, I'm old, then you're not cool. Or if you were poor, you weren't cool. Or if there's a whole variety of things that would make you outcast. But now when they get older, they get a little power on Twitter. They can find more people that it's like the blob. And then they become this massive thing of groupthink and toxicity that's trying to push everyone out who disagrees and then just absorb more people into their ideology. What I want to do, hopefully, with this channel is to push these conversations forward. Obviously, I don't want any bullshit SJW book. As always, SJW is always lies. SJW lesbian space gem. Garrett, SJW red-haired, blue-haired Mohawk guy. General SJW buzzwords. Lol cow, milking the feminist lol cow down. Classic SJW stuff. BuzzFeed hates men. Feminist agenda persons, feminist propaganda. Everyone needs to stop getting triggered. I'm not a fan of Brie Larson. Maybe it's because Brie Larson.
I know, I gotta make an order for slime, honestly.
Your favorite, Brie Larson. Brie Larson is going to help you. And that Brie Larson. Just you and me. All female, mega diverse MCU film directed by Brie Larson. Do it.
Just posting, my 5th Brie Larson video in 30 days.
Oh,
things like that.
I'm already known as the guy who made 1,000 videos about Brie Larson. The action has got to be live. It's got to be in the moment. I also have to admit that I really dislike Brie Larson.
Though Jeremy may be capable of having a nuanced discussion, for the vast majority of his videos, he certainly does not display it. In his past, his incuriousness and inability to formulate a cohesive argument has forced him, time after time, to make videos reliant on emotion or sensationalism to draw an audience. This is why Brandon's technical breakdowns in their RC channel often outperform Jeremy's. It is also why Jeremy was relegated to opening packs of cars in a game known for its complexity and strategy, areas explored and dominated by his contemporaries. When forced to create meaningless content, the only variable Jeremy can control is content frequency. Card opening videos were easily replicable. It created competition that Jeremy admitted he could not compete with.
Guys like Open Boosters came along and kind of slayed the beast in terms of...
So I just made an order for slime from Slime Obsidian for the first time in probably 2 years. But the reason I'm doing it is Slime Obsidian is shutting down. People are talking about slime in the chat. Slime Obsidian is shutting down after this month. So I just ordered a bunch of slimes. Just the ones that I liked. Because we're not gonna be able to get Slime Obsidian anymore after this month. So it's very sad, but I haven't had an order. I haven't been into slime for well over a year now, but gotta go out with a bang. Come on. We're gonna do slime again, at least temporarily.
Ultra rare vintage product openings.
Yeah, Slime
This
Obsidian
is not the
was
only
great.
time Jeremy was outperformed by other channels.
And also there were a bunch of claw machine channels. Here's some deep lore. They were faking their wins. It's hard to compete winning a plush, a Bart Simpson plush when these, 15-year-old kids are faking winning Xboxes and this and that. So everyone lost faith.
Jeremy is limited to producing sensational videos. He is deceitful and or manipulates footage to favor him, and he uploads frequently and typically on the same day the video was recorded. Jeremy is a perfect fit for a political commentary channel, but political commentary narrowed to only culture, and again narrowed only to pop culture.
I will. I got a
For
bunch of
Jeremy,
them,
the
so.
era of selling channels had passed. Now it was the era of selling outrage. If this was all that Jeremy did, he could be very successful. Only he has two major flaws. There is a part of him that demands respect online. This same part of him also seeks fellowship online. These two elements drive the opposite of the desired result.
Thank you for your purchase. Sargon of Akkad would like to personally thank you for your purchase of 1 vial of his semen. This is a lot.
Gross.
Do you think I don't know if you use it to season or what, but here goes nothing.
Oh.
can't say I've ever tasted anything like that before.
Oh.
It's almost like when you have Cinnamon Toast Crunch and you have just the
I
cinnamon
know
and
that's
milk
not
at
real,
the
but
bottom
that's
of
still
the bowl.
fucking gross. I don't
That
want
was
to
a
think about
video
that. What the
titled
fuck?
Sargon of Akkad's Semen Taste Test. Sargon of Akkad is a creator that makes similar videos to Jeremy. He is someone that Jeremy greatly admired. Admired enough to make this strange, sarcastic video because Coach Red Pill, a creator in the same space as Jeremy, commented about such a thing.
Coach Red Pill asked me, actually stated, really, keep sucking on Sargon's dick, boy. V says that Sargon's cum tastes awfully good. So does it?
Jeremy is not one to save face or cut his losses. This exchange was the first domino. It would bring more confrontation, and that confrontation would have Jeremy reveal otherwise private information. On May 21st, 2018, Jeremy and Coach Red Pill confronted each other on a live stream.
I'll
How
go
many children do
education,
you have?
education.
How
I'll
many-
go
how many
house
children
to
do
house
you have?
with you. I'll go wife to wife with you. I'll go bank
Okay.
account to bank account with you. Anyone,
Oh, I don't think you want to go there. Okay, sure.
I will.
How many children?
I will.
How many children?
0.
Okay, I've got 4 by 3 different women.
Okay, so you're a shitty dad. Congratulations.
Jeremy and Coach Red Pill also compared their subscriber count. Most importantly, the two compared their estimated net worth.
How many figures?
On that net, probably low sevens.
Okay.
At 35.
At 35. Okay, good.
Jeremy claimed to be a millionaire. This would not be the last time he would flaunt his wealth, but it was the first time and perhaps the only time that Jeremy provided information on his net worth. This otherwise worthless information is dangerous when put alongside any would-be desperate plea for financial assistance. For the moment, it would drown under a sea of noise. For the present, it was mid-2018 that Jeremy was hitting a stride in spotlighting social justice warriors, or SJWs, a derisive umbrella term used to describe indignant, unruly adults. Jeremy was able to recenter the frustration pop culture enthusiasts felt in their hobbies, such as comic books, towards these SJWs. While Jeremy failed to move the conversation, if anything made tensions worse, he was successful in growing the quartering, going from 1.5 million views a month to 7 million by August, then to over 10 million views a month nearing the end of 2018. During this time, Jeremy started the podcast channel The Incredible Salt Mine with 2 other creators. Stories told in these episodes would haunt him far into the future. This specific story only made possible due to a chat member donating $500.
Somebody just fucking donated $500. I have to tell the story about how I shit my pants now.
Oh, you do.
Once upon a time, I believe I was probably 32, 33, maybe 34.
So hang on. What was that? A couple of years ago. How old are you?
Yeah. I'm 36.
Okay. All right.
So
This
yeah,
is
it was
recent.
vivid.
Go on.
The memory is vivid. We're at Walmart. We had just eaten, my wife and I. We had just eaten at Qdoba.
Why would you tell
and
this
like,
story?
You know, when you're gonna have I would say watery shit, you can
Oh,
kind of tell like your
gross.
stomach kind of gurgles and
Gross.
you know it's gonna be bad. Well, we're grocery shopping, and it starts to hit me. I'm like, oh, I gotta shit. We're in the front of the store by the vegetables. The bathrooms are way in the back or in the front of the store, like on the other side, looking for avocados. And then it's like, oh shit, it's time. And my mind immediately goes in like slow motion where I'm doing the calculation. I realized at this moment that there's a real possibility I might shit my pants because it was just like fucking happening. I start thinking, well, if it happens, I don't want it to be up front by all the checkouts where everybody sees me. So I decide to take the longer route to the back because I know I can kind of duck through like the clothing and like the automobile section. People aren't going to see me in case the inevitable happens. I hit the shoe section, which you guys haven't been at Walmart, but the shoe section, you're about halfway. You can see the bathrooms. The second I see the bathrooms, I get like shit radar. And I'm like, okay, it's happening now. I'm starting to think, okay, if I have to shit in the store, where is the best place to shit in a Walmart? Because I'm not going to make it. I knew for a fact I wasn't going to make it. So I cut down the shoe aisle because nobody shops for shoes at Walmart. And then I've resigned myself
the entire fucking thought process
to shitting my pants in a Walmart at this point. I'm thinking, okay, so my wife's gonna have to find me like some sweatpants or something. I'm going to shit my pants. It's happening. And at that moment, a little came out, started running down my leg. And I like, oh my God, you know what? I'd rather than like kneel and accept my fate, I'm fucking going for it. So I hit the back wall. I'm on the home stretch. With each step, a little more is coming out. And it's running down my leg now to where it's like at my sock. I'm covered in shit. And I'm running like clenched butt. And I get into the bathroom.
Were you leaving a trail?
This is fucking horrifying.
Yeah, there was a little bit. There was a little bit on the ground.
Horrifying.
There are a couple spots. Yeah. And so I get into the bathroom. I open the bathroom door, and thanks to my quick thinking, I'm already taking my pants off because I'm thinking, all right, well, my underwear, it's over. The underwear, those aren't coming home with me. But if I can save my pants, because I'm 6'5", 6'6", and a big dude. I'm not finding pants on the rack at the store. So I'm like, I got to save my pants. So I burst into the bathroom. My pants are already half off. Shit's coming out of down my leg. There's a fucking dude at the urinal. And he whips his head around and said, dude, I'm shitting myself. Sorry. And there's shit all over the floor.
Why did he need to know that?
Yeah, I was taking my pants off. I thought he should know. That it wasn't like...
Dude, I'm shitting myself. Sorry.
Yeah. And at this point, it's just over. It's over. I get into the stall. Thank God no one was there. Otherwise, I was going to sit on the trash can. And what's left just exits by no choice of my own. It's the rest of it. Now I'm looking down. My pants are in the middle of the Walmart bathroom with several spots of shit. There's shit all over the floor in the bathroom.
Man. Come on.
Did the guy just scurry out, or is he?
No, dude. This guy is a fucking hero. Okay, he's a cotton top black dude. I don't know if he worked there or what the deal was, but he fucking barricaded the door for me. He's like, I got you, dude.
What a fucking hero.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, I got you, man. He's like, no one's coming in. So then I begin the long cleaning process of having to take a 6'5", 300-pound man taking a bath in a Walmart sink because I had shit all over me. And at no point, by the way, does my wife turn one way, somebody picking out avocados. 30 minutes later, she gets a text from me. I shit myself. She had no idea. She had fucking no idea where I went. She thought I was like mad and I left. It was like, because, obviously I'm like, look, I got to handle this. When you're covered in your own fecal matter.
She's just following the trail of shit like fucking Hansel and Gretel.
She had no idea where I even went. By the time I get cleaned up, I'm like, oh, I should probably tell my wife, what's going on. And I had like 30 missed calls, 20, 30 missed calls from her. She had no fucking idea. By the time I get back to my wife, she's fucking pissed because she had to do all the grocery shopping by herself. I'm like, but I shit myself. And she's like, well, you're not driving in my car. So she because there was obviously still poop spots on my pants. They were fine, but there was some splatter.
Though the streamed podcast where Jeremy told his story only got 30,000
over,
views,
Cynthia.
retellings of the story would get
We made it,
considerably
Cynthia.
more viewership. On the topic of viewership, Jeremy began uploading 2 videos a day and began his crusade against celebrity Brie Larson, the actress who played Captain Marvel in Captain Marvel, a movie based on the Marvel comics. Jeremy covered the release of Captain Marvel while commenting on Brie Larson's own controversial comments. In his career, he's made 270 videos on the topic of or mentioning Brie Larson. Jeremy made so much money covering her that he dedicated a new shed to her.
Every night before I go to bed, too. Just a little ritual. Appreciate you. Just want her here, too.
Appreciate you.
Jeremy covered other evolving stories, such as the exploitation of Stan Lee and the fall of Anita Sarkeesian. Yet neither of these were as lucrative as his coverage of Brie Larson. As with any of his other videos, Jeremy often poorly summarized articles, sometimes missing key information that made the point of his video moot.
Well, I mean, this is a very fair question. I mean, we might have some different viewers today than we normally have, but let's do a poll of the audience. One in the chat, if you would prefer to listen to socialists discussing overthrowing the government. 2 in the chat, if you would prefer to listen to the Quartering talk about shitting his pants. 1, if you want to listen to socialists talking about overthrowing the government. 2, if you vote Quartering shitting his pants. No, well, at least the 2s are honest. You got to give them that. At least the 2s are honest about it.
For example, there is this video uploaded in 2021. The headline partly reads, "On-screen killer Michael Myers is branded homophobic for murdering a gay couple in new film." But horror fans argue it is a sign of equality. This is an article about several tweets.
I would think that this is ironic satire, but it's not.
Quote, the Twitter user later added, "If it wasn't already clear enough, this tweet was a joke, so please stop attacking me," unquote. Not only is this in the article Jeremy is reading, it is on screen while he is contradicting it. It does not end there.
I got so many people outright stating very obviously fake, false information, so easily researchable, and then stating it so emotionally as fact that it made me think these people are actually insane.
As profitable as it was for Jeremy to monetize nonsense outrage and antagonize others on YouTube or Twitter, back in 2018, some posts would have lasting consequences that outweighed any monetary gain or support. On June 30th, 2018, in response to Matt Fantastic alleging someone was being predatory, Jeremy, as he did with Mark Rosewater, claimed, quote, "Someone once told me Matt Fantastic did some horrible things with young boys. He should pay for what he did. Listen and believe me," unquote.
This is the window he punched in after not being able to continue to punch me. Here's some witnesses. Hey, did that guy just ask my name and then start assaulting me?
Yeah, he said, "Hey, are you Jeremy Hambley?" And you said, "Yeah," and he goes, "Fuck you," and reached over and started punching you in the head.
I don't know if you saw the YouTube footage, but just got here to Gen Con 2018, was hanging out with basically Gen Con royalty.
On August 2nd, 2018, Jeremy was assaulted at a bar near Gen Con, a convention he was attending. Jeremy explains the assailant asked him to verify who he was before striking him repeatedly on the back of his head, then fled before the police could be called. Jeremy also alleges that the bar initially refused to call the police.
Look at this shirt. Fucking ripped my shirt. Wait, hold on. Ripped all the buttons off my shirt. Fucking, my arm is bleeding from.
Oh, come on.
Let me put it this way. Can you see that?
My arm is bleeding.
That's just from me trying to pull away from this guy. He probably thinks he's so fucking woke. He's gonna go tell his buddies how cool he was, right? For attacking somebody when they weren't even looking.
Quote, "I'm keeping a lower profile, but I'm straight chilling and doing fine. Telling stories about me online is what it is. No charges. I haven't fled the con/state. I'm drinking beers, playing games, and doing business with my friends," unquote. Matt Fantastic, the assailant who was identified the same day of the attack, ended this post with #PunchNazis. On the 4th, Jeremy commented on the widespread coverage of his assault, remarking on the support he was receiving and vowing to pursue legal action. And though he initially wanted to prematurely leave Gen Con in fear of another assault, he made the decision to remain for his previously appropriated time. With videos of support pouring in, Jeremy on August 9th created a GoFundMe for the purpose of suing Matt Fantastic. The fundraiser undershot its goal of $40,000 by $6,000. Still, Jeremy went forward with it. In the midst of filing, Jeremy received an email from the Gen Con company, informing him that he and Matt Fantastic were banned from attending future events. A decision influenced by the possibility of further retaliation at Jeremy at upcoming conventions. The results of the lawsuit, to some, would be similarly disappointing. Rather than reaching judgment, Jeremy and Matt settled. Matt's apology in video form appears to be a condition for this settlement.
Hi, this is Matt Loader. Some of you know me as Matt Fantastic. Just prior to Gen Con 2018, I let my anger get the best of me and physically confronted Jeremy Hambly outside a bar in Indianapolis over statements he made about me previously. I unequivocally take responsibility for my actions that evening, which were wrong, and apologize to Jeremy for my thoughtless conduct.
Matt looked gleeful in his apology, something that was not lost on those reacting to Jeremy's video. Quote, Matt is basically smirking at the beginning of his apology. He clearly doesn't think this is a serious situation even after losing. Since we will never know the terms of the settlement, I suspect from his smugness that he was not made to pay out much of anything, probably not even the cost of Jeremy's lawyers, since Jeremy only said, quote-unquote, remaining funds would be donated, unquote. This was just the first of Jeremy's fundraising efforts, started in 2018 to reach an unsatisfying conclusion. The second was a fundraiser for Exclusively Games, a video game, tabletop, and arcade game media website campaigning as a space devoid of politics. Quote-unquote, all games, no politics. Though Jeremy had experience managing websites across several channels with little overhead, this changed in 2014 when his Patreon asked for $5,000 per month for a full staff of presumably 4 to 5 writers and an application development team. This changed again in late 2018 when Jeremy claimed running website now cost $30,000 for 3 months. He also stated in the fundraising that he pre-funded the graphic design of the website, the HTML coding of the website, the V-Bulletin software, and the website's forum. The $10,000 a month was to pay for articles, editors, mods, social media managers, ongoing graphic design, merch creation,
You don't need that many people to run a fucking website. I'm sorry, that's just not real.
and server protection. The funding concluded with $159,443 raised. The website appears to have launched early 2019 to little fanfare. This is quantifiable because the articles have a view counter underneath them. While some would get as high as 8.5 thousand, others would slump to 400 views, a fraction of the viewership Jeremy was receiving on his main channel. Additionally, the website did not seem stringent in its policy to keep politics out. For example, there is this article covering Roblox reversing PewDiePie's ban on the platform. The article cited this image as the explanation for his ban, naming specifically a redirecting of unsafe and inappropriate sites/channels, alongside inappropriate behavior, though this reasoning was dubious as the ban was reversed, and it specifically arose through an erroneous flagging system. The article cites the reasoning for the initial ban as a quote-unquote political decision, while failing to expand on how it was politically motivated. Though most of the commenters do not question the writing, this user does. Quote, isn't that political? I thought this site should be free of this kind of stuff, unquote. A different user responds, quote, type text here. Ellipses. Not really. An influencer was banned from an online video game. Was it for 2 political reasons? Maybe, but it's still interesting to know. And the writer isn't giving his opinion on the ban either, unquote. Exclusively Games also had a YouTube channel where reviews could be found not adhering to the policy of no politics while claiming to be doing such a thing.
The reason it's called Exclusively Games is that its writers do not inject political agendas into their articles, which has become, sadly, as many of you know, all too common in the gaming industry today, especially in games media. So that's what it means. It means no political agendas. It does not mean no opinions about anything.
For the most part, fairly inoffensively done. The game doesn't get political. There's no girl power or anti-male kind of attitude to the game, which originally worried me.
By June 2019, the website was failing. The top articles were only getting hundreds of views. The same could not be said for the quartering. Jeremy could be seen celebrating the growth on his channel in this video posted July 1st.
My sponsors don't care at all about the fact that, you know, about how many subscribers I have. They care. The only reason they reach out to me is because of my average daily views. That is why, you know, even though many of my videos get 100 to 200,000 views, which is awesome, I'm still getting bombarded with offers. I could probably do ads every few days. Hey, dude, I don't have much money, but I'm almost like, oh my God, I just wish I could refund that. I don't want people to stretch themselves to tip me. That's why I work my day job. That's why I'll never quit my day job. It keeps me grounded, and it keeps me in a situation where I don't have to worry about somebody who's just got a few bucks in their bank account tipping me. That just makes me feel gross. 6 months ago, the community rose up and worked together
Listen,
to
can
bring.
I be blunt? Can I be blunt? This has always been one of my issues with Jeremy from the Quartering. If you are asking for money, it doesn't have to come with a long-winded speech about how you really hate asking for money and you wish you didn't have to do this. And I know that, like, it doesn't have to come with justification. If you are providing value to people, then people on the internet want to fund you to continue to provide value to them. Like, that's the way it goes. And over time, hopefully, you find enough people that appreciate the value that you are offering to them through your content, whether that be entertainment or education or just a place to commiserate with people who hate the same thing you do. You are providing them enough value that they want to see that thing keep going because they like it. And so then they send in super chats and they join your Substack and they send in 116 channel memberships on a single stream without even trying that hard, and probably more before this stream is over, Jeremy. And the thing of it is you just create a platform and you say, here's what I'm doing. And guys, I need your help to do it. Here's how you can help me if you feel like it. And then the people who want you to be successful will happily donate to that thing because they're spending hours and hours of their time with you every single week, and they like you and they like the environment that you're creating, and they don't want it to go away. It doesn't, like, I don't feel bad when people donate money. I do sometimes when it's like Cynthia, an old sub, and some of these people that give so many channel memberships. I feel a little bit guilty when people donate like a lot, and it's just like, it's so overwhelming, and I'm appreciative and I'm humbled by it. But it's like, I don't feel guilty about asking because that's just the reality of life. Either I'm going to get funded by some fucking political organization, or I'm going to be funded by doing ad reads, which I really don't want to do ever. Or my audience is going to step up to the plate and say, we know this is valuable. We like this community. We want to keep participating in this community. We need Karlyn to run this community because she's the one that fucking built it. And we are going to contribute in this way. And when people can't afford to financially do so, they can contribute in other ways, like sharing the content, making clips, volunteering for shit that's free to do. Like, there's any number of ways that people can contribute, but like, people want to help you when they appreciate what you're doing. And so I think, like, just by this is a very long-winded speech to say, like, Jeremy fucking knows he's grifting. Because it's like, when you need to justify it, oh, I hate doing this, like, no, either people want to support you or they don't. And if you don't feel worthy of the support, there's probably a fucking reason for it, Jeremy. You're grifting and you know it.
To fruition. 6 months ago, the community got together and brought to life exclusivelygames.com.
Quote, Exclusively Games July fundraiser. The website's monthly operating cost for an editor, news desk, and to pay the writers is approximately $10,000. I'm seeking to cover 6 months of content. 100% of funding goes into the content. I, Jeremy, have not taken a dime and will continue to draw no revenue for myself. Unquote. This received $53,000, raising the total fund raised for the website to over $200,000. A fundraiser that came during Jeremy's best performing month so far, maintaining 20 million views a month, helped by his upload rate of 2 videos a day. This likely influenced Jeremy's decision to officially leave Unsleep Media, formerly known as MTG headquarters. Jeremy applied himself to the not only embracing its growth, but also its trouble with demonetization.
You know, it's not like 2/3 of my videos end up getting hit with the yellow check mark only after reviewing. By the way, I have over 1,000 videos. To give you an idea about machine learning, I have over 1,000 videos, and maybe 2 of them were confirmed after manual review that they weren't appropriate for advertisers.
Jeremy's frequent uploads were making it difficult to appeal the videos that were flagged as unsuitable for advertising. There was worse to come. YouTube, in taking more control of its algorithm, was reducing the effectiveness of subscriptions. Previously, being subscribed to a channel meant a notification was sent to the subscriber. This was changed and now required users to select a secondary option, the subscriber bell, to now be notified.
Hey, did you cover this? did you cover how Riot Games had this lawsuit settlement the other night? Yeah, I did a video 3 freaking days ago, but YouTube doesn't care. YouTube is not only not notifying you, but they're actively hiding the garbage.
This seems a little performative to me. This seems just slightly performative to me, Jeremy.
I don't care. There's some smaller channels out there who think it's funny when people out there are struggling and frustrated, and I get it. I've been there. It's okay. Make your content. But the fact of the matter is, this is exactly why I will never commit to making content full time, because the YouTube system is completely, unequivocally, undeniably broken.
Jeremy was also having problems with YouTube's claim system, a system often abused.
YouTube is still allowing them to leave claims on YouTubers' videos. This has been going on for years, and they don't do anything about it. I'm sick of this shit. You have no idea.
Listen, guys, at least when I'm pissed off about something, you know I'm actually pissed off about it. Even if I'm pissed off about something stupid that doesn't really matter, you at least know I'm authentic in my anger about it. This is the worst fucking acting I've ever seen in my life. This is like, let's cash in on being outraged on the internet against all the people who are oppressing us. It's so fucking inauthentic. I don't know how people can't see through this.
Yeah, what it's like to put a 2, 3, 4 videos a day and then have some dickhole claim your video and say, well, 10% of people will only fight this claim. I guess we'll just milk money off people who are clearly in fair use. And you know what, Marvel, you're part of this too.
Jeremy was indeed uploading 3 to 4 videos a day. He had, in just a year, gone from uploading daily to twice a day to now double that. Within this sea of uploads, starting in 2020, Jeremy began to have some unique opinions.
But he said in an interview with The Independent that he was so bored of talking about the film. Instead, he turned the discussion towards his views on Mr. Weinstein's alleged victims and that adults who made choices, and why he's tired as a white man for being blamed for everything that's wrong with the world. Perhaps just the ramblings of a man who is too old to care anymore, but nonetheless, there's a lot of truth in what he says. Now, there are how many victims in Harvey's life, and I feel sympathy for them, but Hollywood is full of very ambitious people who are adults, and they make choices. If you read between the lines here, what he's saying is people knew what they were getting into when they serviced the man, and they either, for better or worse, got what they had hoped or didn't. But nonetheless, as adults, they made their own decision, and now they're looking to blame everybody else for that.
Harvey Weinstein is a former film producer, one convicted of R-word and sexual assault. Though Jeremy appears to be sympathetic towards Weinstein, he did not extend his sympathy to composer Michael Giacchino, who on February 18th, 2020, tweeted about King Kong coming back to theaters. In a reply, a user mentioned King Kong was Hitler's favorite film, to which Giacchino responded, "Fuck Hitler." Jeremy then quote-tweeted this, responding with, "And there we have it. Yikes." While it appears that Jeremy was taking offense to Giacchino's dislike of Adolf Hitler, Jeremy, after swift backlash, stated, quote, "The context is that it's another comics pro with stunning and brave takes like fuck Hitler. But you're not interested in that. That's why you didn't add me. You just wanted to try and smear me as a quote-unquote Nazi. Fucking clowns every time," unquote. Jeremy continued to attempt to correct his messaging. Quote, "The context is obvious in the thread that it's another comics pro arguing with fans and making stunning and brave statements like quote-unquote fuck bad things. You don't care about truth though, just perpetuating lunacy," unquote. Revisiting the original tweet shows that Giacchino was not at all arguing on the topic of comics. Actually, there is no mention of comics anywhere within the tweet exchange. Jeremy's strategy, whatever it may have been, to change how others viewed his intent did not work. Just 2 days after the Hitler tweet was posted, Jeremy on Twitter stated, quote, "Amazing how this fuck Hitler tweet has taken hold with people completely incapable of understanding my point, which was obvious to everyone that follows me. Hollywood types saying fuck Hitler for retweets is fucking stupid and cringe. It's about virtue signaling. If this was not what dude was doing, okay. My point still stands. In what world is this known? Now I got morons posting my address to Twitter replies. Wonder where they came from. You had to be a complete fucking idiot or liar to say I was quote-unquote defending Hitler. Like, I respect the hustle, but you'd have to be a fucking idiot to think anyone was unironically defending Hitler. I just can't imagine people are this stupid. They have to just be willfully misrepresenting the point, right? Unquote. Below, Jeremy linked to a video by D'Angelo Wallace that covers Jeremy's tweet. At the time Jeremy posted it, the video had 82,000 views. Present day, the video sits at nearly 2 million views. With Twitter further examining Jeremy, his views came into question. Specifically, these 4 recent images. The first one is Jeremy stating that though he considers himself to be pretty progressive, he believes transgender people have an advantage in sports. The second is in support of someone who is labeled a homophobe, going as far as to call them a hero. The third shows that he believes that some transgender people transition as a trend, and the fourth is an image of 2 men kissing that is captioned with Jeremy stating, quote, "If you want to raise awareness, you have to make people want to throw up in their mouths." Unquote. On March 12, 2020, Jeremy announced he deleted all of his tweets. This same day, Jeremy uploaded a video titled, "YouTube is destroying my channel and I have proof."
I just to be honest with you all, I've been very, very stressed over the past week or two, and I've tried to not let on to it, but I can't figure it out, and I need your help. Something is really weird with my YouTube channel. The videos that were supposed to send notifications, YouTube sends 3 notifications in one 24-hour period. The Review Tech USA video got well viewed. That's about my normal. My normal videos get between 100 and 150,000 views. The second video, which should have done really well, 50,000. The third video, which should have done really well, 59,000. I'm done antagonizing people on Twitter. I'm done with it because I just lose. Even though most of these idiots were just coming at me with flat out lies, I got embroiled in it and I gave them what they wanted and I lost course. I'm not going to do that anymore on Twitter, okay? I'm making very real changes.
According to Jeremy's Social Blade, this is the dip he was speaking of. A viewership decrease of 2 million, going from 14 million in February to 12 million in March.
My channel seems to be quarantined in some way that I haven't been able to detect yet, but is supported by all sorts of anecdotal evidence that I'm going to share with you to help share not just my videos, but other people's videos in this space. And I need you to give me feedback because YouTube is slowly killing us. They're slowly pushing out independent creators, which is what...
Let me explain how this works. If your audience does not consistently click on videos of you that is served to them on the homepage, on the YouTube homepage, YouTube is going to stop recommending you to those people. That's it. I do want to watch that at some point. I want to watch his documentary about Cuba. I also want to watch the interview he did with like Patrick Bet-David. I think that Nick Shirley is fucking awesome, just so people know. And I say this, I'm saying this because like I have a reputation for shitting on people all the time, but when I shit on people, it's rightly deserved. Nick Shirley is excellent at what he does. He really did put himself in quite a position going to Cuba like that, and I have a lot of respect for him. I do want to watch it at some point, just obviously not today, but I appreciate you letting me know.
Why I have a BitChute, which is why I have a library account. I'm a founding member on Library, okay? I'm a financial supporter of Library and BitChute because I know this is what's happening, but we still have to fight back.
But what I was going to say, and on the whole, like, YouTube is destroying my channel. Here's the thing. The way the YouTube algorithm works is when you start engaging with content from a specific creator, they are going to serve that creator on your homepage more. Hey, thanks, Charles, for upgrading your membership. I really do appreciate that, bro. That's fucking awesome. And so what happens is when people stop clicking on your content because maybe it's not in the news cycle or maybe they're just not interested in it anymore, YouTube stops serving them on the homepage. At some point, they also stop notifying them of your streams. If you want to see a specific creator, what you need to do is make sure that you are clicking on their content whenever it is served to you on the homepage. Even if it's just for like a couple seconds, you're telling the algorithm, this is interesting to me, or you save it to your watch later list or something like that. You have to tell YouTube what content you want. And so what happens when I suddenly sometimes get a lot of views because we're bringing in a lot of people with protest coverage. The left is really in the news cycle. Thank you, Matt, for becoming a member of the channel. I really appreciate you, bro. What happens is when my stuff is just in the news cycle, more people are interested in it. They're watching the protest coverage. They don't necessarily like doing the deep dives as much. Like, we get more viewers on the channel because it's being served on so many more homepages and people are just engaging with it because it's in the news cycle, it's top of mind, whatever. But if I ever disappear out of your homepage feed, you need to start clicking on the content because you have a responsibility to control your own YouTube algorithm. What Jeremy's basically telling us is that people were not clicking on his content consistently. And then he blames the YouTube algorithm for this, which, I don't know, man. Like, I can certainly tell when YouTube stops sending out notifications to my channel, but also at the same time, it's like, maybe the news cycle moved on, Jeremy. Maybe people just weren't interested in your content just then. Maybe people were not impressed with the content they did watch from you, and they stopped clicking on it on the homepage until the news cycle comes back around again. The news, like, YouTube is cyclical. When there's a lot of protesting going on, my views will be way the fuck up. When there's not as much protesting going on and we're just doing deep dives, then the views are going to go down. But you know who's going to be here during those times are the super fucking committed people that want to do this every day. Not everyone wants to follow my content every single day. And so we're always able to bring in new people when the news cycle's on our side. And that's fucking awesome. I love getting new people on the channel. But we also have to keep in mind that this is just cyclical. That's what it is. And he knows this is the thing. But he's not being honest about what's going on. And he's trying to exploit YouTube is hiding me from you. And and you have to help me and you have to give me more money. It's like, that's the way YouTube is, bro. It's just the way it is.
I'm sorry I don't have the energy, but I'm just frustrated and tired. Please help not just me, but other independent creators continue to exist here on YouTube and continue to push back against what is an obvious bias for mainstream media by YouTube.
Despite Jeremy's evidence that largely consisted of users not getting notifications for his uploads and petitioning for support on third-party platforms, his channel, per the Social Blade graph, jumped to 20 million views the following month, his best performing month ever. This same month, Jeremy announced on Unsleeved Media that he was returning to Magic, apologizing to Wizards of the Coast while also faking their apology to him. In this video in April, Jeremy claimed his return was not a ploy for financial gain. Well, instead, it was for when...
But there probably are people who want to see 5 videos a day from him. Like, the multiple video a day thing, which he blatantly copied from Tim Pool, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, him and Tim Pool were actually very intelligent about doing that. Putting out multiple... Tim was especially smart because you knew with Tim, you were going to get videos at a certain time. So people were anticipating, like, the 12 o'clock video, the 4 o'clock video, the 6 p.m. videos. Like, people were anticipating that. They were building it into their day. It's like breaking news. Like, what is Tim Pool covering at 4 p.m. or like whatever. That was really smart because, like I explained with the algorithm, it's like that meant they kept showing up on the homepage. And so it was actually a really smart thing to do. I should be doing more YouTube shorts. Also, because I'm getting a fuck ton of views on Instagram now for some reason. My content is like taking off on Instagram and Facebook of all fucking places. It's the weirdest thing. But I should be doing more of those short videos. I just should. I should probably be doing multiple short videos a day. And I would actually probably get more viewers on my live streams and get more audience if I was doing multiple shorts a day. I'm working my way up to it, okay? I'm working my way up to it. But, like, I know that, and he knew that too.
He needed to boost his mood.
I view this channel as like a cathartic outlet for me, a place for me to go and just relax and turn off my brain and open some product again.
Jeremy would leave and return to Unsleeved Media multiple times in the following years, making it a useful tool to track when he's feeling despondent. His channel, with its improved performance, should not have brought him undue stress. Exclusively Games was a different story. Quote, I really am struggling with keeping Exclusively Games running. The monthly nut is nearly $15,000 and website revenue is trash. It was a website in a time where websites are dying. Do I continue to crowdfund it, or or admit defeat, unquote. Exclusively Games had sunk to the point that articles on the site's front page were not only lacking any comments, but also their view counts were so low that they were presumably not displayed. As such, the website closed in mid-2020. Jeremy later claimed that the website exceeded its $200,000 fundraised amount at the beginning of the year.
I paid a severance to my video editors. I paid a severance to all the major writers, which I, of course, proved since then. A 1 month severance for some of the bigger salaried people. Why did I have to finally pull the plug? Well, I had been paying for everything out of pocket since basically January, which was almost $10,000 to $12,000 a month, depending on which months. How many articles we publish in a month.
The figure of $10,000 to $12,000 a month was different than the $15,000 Jeremy tweeted about. With 12 months of operation cost should have amounted to $120,000 to $144,000. On the website, QB Farms, verified poster and alleged friend of Jeremy claims that Jeremy was not being too dishonest, that he did pay out severance, and Jeremy was mostly hands-off when it came to the website, and it was mismanaged to hell by infamous commentator Ian Miles Chung. Quote, after I left, Ian was eventually fired for failing in his duties and scamming Jeremy. To my knowledge, the site never fully recovered. Things behind the scenes often seem to be messy or disorganized. As for how a site with 200 grand failed, well, Jeremy wasted a lot of funds. On the site, mind you. I won't share figures, but the design team got paid exceptionally well, as did IMC, among others. I think Jeremy just got in over his head and trusted the wrong people. I don't have access to all that. All I know is that Ian was paid, I believe, $2,500 to $5,000 or so per month. Unquote. Jeremy, at a later date, revealed that Ian Miles Chung lied to his face in claiming the website needed more support. Jeremy complied, and Ren, an additional quote-unquote employee, was hired. From what Jeremy gathers, Ren was an e-girl who Chung bought an iPhone for and was sending money to.
When I confronted him over it, he had a mental breakdown, a bawling breakdown on Skype for stealing not my money, but your money. The people had backed the project. It was $645. He would have gone right on stealing my money, stealing your money, had I not figured it out, okay?
To add to Jeremy's financial strain, he was dropped by sponsor Dollar Shave Club in June. When he did not receive a reply from the company, he assumed it was because of his content. This is something he made a video on, titled, "Sponsor Dropped Me for Not Being Woke. Goodbye, Dollar Shave Club." The following day, Jeremy tweeted, quote, after over a week, Dollar Shave Club replied on why they terminated my partnership after I uploaded a video about it. They claim that it is performance related and shared the data with me. The data supports their claim, unquote. Jeremy was not having a pleasant time on Twitter, to the point that on July 27, 2020, he announced he was leaving altogether.
I'm not a small channel anymore that really needs that video to go viral on Twitter to live. Right now, I'm concerned about being a better husband, better work-life balance, and removing the toxic elements that are causing my hair to fall out at an increasingly rapid rate.
How'd that go
on
for you,
Twitter, there
Jeremy?
was much celebration. 3 days later, Jeremy made a video doing two things. He showcased these tweets of celebration and was adamant about having multiple gay dads.
2,300 likes. A lot of people hated me on Twitter. Also, I have two dads. I'll have you know I have two dads. One of my dads is black and gay. Also has this dad. I don't know. Maybe he has three dads. Someone makes sense to me. Now, this is one of my dads. All right?
It took 5 days for the quartering to return to Twitter. Apparently not under Jeremy, but under his employee, Maggie. Then 3 days after that tweet, Jeremy was back tweeting as the quartering. Quote, yeah, I came back to Twitter. Are people not allowed to change their mind? Not very progressive. Unquote. This was tweeted on August 17th, 2020, the same day of one of Jeremy's most well-known live streams, much to his displeasure.
You never know. Maybe I'm going to pee in my trash can down here. I don't know.
Yeah, very true. Well,
My wife went out for pizza without me, and I'm angry about it.
Here we go.
So I'm going to win this round, and I'm going to pee. If I don't win this round, I'm going to pee in my own basement.
Jeremy, inebriated, scorned, and suffering from a lack of pizza, sought to take his revenge.
So he was just literally drinking this entire time, huh? So he was like just perpetually fucking drunk throughout all of this stuff going on. That's crazy, man. Listen, I used to drink on my Friday streams. I have no problem drinking on stream, but I would drink one day a week, and maybe I would have a beer on like Socialism Saturday or something. I have to give up beer now because I'm not having carbs or sugar until I am unrecognizably skinny. But like, I don't see anything wrong with like having drinks on a stream, especially if it's a happy hour stream, and like that's kind of like part of the shtick. But like when you're just perpetually drunk like all the time, that starts to get a little bit gross after a while.
The object of his derision would have to be the drain in his basement.
I gotta pee so bad. I want to lose so I can pee, but I don't want to lose. I have to pee so bad though. It's hard to describe how angry my bladder is. You guys don't know. It's gonna explode. My bladder's gonna blow. Get up! Get up! No!
I was gonna go pee on the floor.
I've literally never lost that round. I've never lost that round. I've never lost that round. Oh my God. I just peed in my basement. No, not in the kitty litter. Just in the drain. In the drain.
Though Jeremy deleted the livestream, Channel Virusanity uploaded a 5-minute supercut of the event. Jeremy commented on this video with, "Imagine thinking this is unknown." In the hundreds of comments responding to the quartering, there is only a single comment of support. Between the basement urination and the Twitter debacle, there could be an explanation for why the quartering was acting out in August. It could be this graph, showing his views slumped from 23 million in July to 13 million in August,
Oh, no.
a period that Jeremy claims his channel was dead.
We went through that whole month back in August where, like, I mean, it was dead. The channel was basically dead and gone for almost 3 weeks. And I think that was a direct result of a dip in my channel's activity and interactions and people liking the videos. And so now I've gone back to being a little more aggressive about that.
This was around the period that Jeremy was uploading 5 to 7 videos a day. As was with the last time he saw a dip in viewership, the following month he saw an increase in views. And the month after that, he saw an increase in mockery. On October 21st, 2020, the H3 podcast released Content Court, The Quartering, a nearly 2-hour-long video covering the quartering's history of blunders.
He is triggered about the redesign. He doesn't like that the new updated version of the character doesn't have big boobs anymore, essentially. And he also mentions that he wasn't a fan of the original, but he's extremely triggered by this new iteration.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
The title is Disgracing She-Ra.
That's right.
Disgracing She-Ra and Strong, Beautiful Heroes. I see he's achieved a almost 50% dislike ratio on this one, even from his own fans. So
Jeremy has a habit of accidentally owning himself on Twitter. You use the word cuck.
Your Honor, if I may interject and submit to the court. When we were looking at these, I've never laughed so hard in my life. I fell over in my chair.
Wife's out flying this morning, so I got up early to play some video games. Married life. My wife just asked why her lotion was down in my office, and she refuses to believe that it was for a bit in spite of video evidence.
Oh!
Yeah, dude.
This video also covered Jeremy's Hitler tweet, him peeing in his basement, his many videos on Brie Larson, and more. Jeremy, furious, responded on the same day of its upload on nearly every platform at his disposal.
He takes basically the same boring old, like, little 10 greatest hits from the far left, you know, the whole yikes, we're gonna take every joke extremely out of context. We're gonna look at really old videos.
Though Jeremy was displeased at Ethan Klein of H3H3 not providing extensive context, Jeremy himself would not even watch the content court before making this video, and proceeded to be deceptive about its contents.
Really, really low brow, low energy stuff. I really wasn't going to respond to it. But, you know, once he starts talking about my wife, like repeatedly, then I kind of have a problem. I barely even watch. I probably watched a grand total of 15 minutes of this. And it seemed like every little spot I picked, he was talking about my wife. My wife is somebody that remains offline, does not interact with anybody, and no, I don't believe she's fair game, you know, because he can't stop talking about my wife. I think he's probably jealous. I mean, my wife is a beautiful woman. She's, you know, funny and kind, and she hasn't been with Keemstar. It's sad how far Ethan Klein has fallen and how he's just basically, you know, he used to produce great content and now he just lazily regurgitates content he read, you know, about other content creators.
He just lazily regurgitates content he read, Jeremy. It's just too bad. He used to be really good at content, and then he just started reading other people's content, and it got really lame. Really, bro? Really? Hey, Naruto, thank you so much for the super chat. You're going to suffer, but you're going to be happy about it. Ron Weasley, probably. Maybe true, bro. Maybe true. Thank you so much.
Jeremy would make it seem as if Ethan Klein was making disparaging remarks about his wife. The top comment reflects this and celebrates Jeremy's own comment, insinuating that Ethan Klein's wife slept with another creator. In the content court video that Jeremy did not watch, Jeremy's wife is only brought up when Jeremy brings up his wife. From when he urinated in his basement, to his comments about her disbelief that he was not using her lotion to masturbate. On Twitter, Ethan asked Jeremy for a timestamp for where in the content court he insulted his wife. Jeremy instead responded with, quote, "Ethan, I appreciate the free promotion and your concern about my dick size, my sex life, and the lineage of my family. This video is defamatory and desperate. You and I both know if you were anyone else, this would be creator-on-creator harassment and a strike. You've fallen so far." Unquote. Jeremy on the Incredible Saltmine channel would admit to not watching this video once more.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it. Who the fuck? 2 hours.
It was in this stream that Jeremy clarified that, despite campaigning on Ethan and talking about his wife, he acknowledges that it was not any way disparaging.
My wife, at many times, not like in a disparaging way, it just brings her into the conversation, which I find kind of shitty. He brings her in like in a negative way, you know, in a negative way.
As Ethan also brought up Jeremy's Hitler tweet, he now reframes it as being a joke, though the joke is not entirely clear.
How the fuck are they so stuck on this? It was obviously a fucking joke. And like they
this is the thing on Twitter. They said, was it what did you say again?
I said
it was really obvious.
Yeah, of course it was. It was like another Hollywood person said Hitler bad, and I was like, ooh, stunning and brave. And like, and then everyone's like, oh, he's pro-Hitler.
Jeremy's co-host would join in on mocking Jeremy.
Don't do me like this. Don't do me like this.
Brie Larson, set to last 24 hours. Oh, good. There's one. Right,
Yeah.
okay. I'm just gonna put the little stopwatch on my screen. I'm gonna hit go, and then I'll talk for 10 minutes. As soon as that hits that 10-minute marker, is it? Oh, it's 8 now. All right, okay. As soon as that hits 8 minutes, I'm just gonna hit stop. Because anyway, there's so much that I would want to talk about in regards to Brie Larson. Ding, 8 minutes. But we can get into that another time. Thanks very much, guys. Like and subscribe. Goodbye.
Another clip coming up next. I'll see you in a few minutes.
To add to Jeremy's stress, though he was uploading more, his viewership was no longer increasing relative to how often he was uploading.
Because you upload like fucking 4 videos a day.
Yeah, 7 to 10 usually every day. Because I usually do like 2
That's
to 3
crazy.
on
That's
Midwesley
crazy
too.
amount
I'm getting
of videos.
fatter, and like my heart can't be in great shape, you know, because I'm spending so much time sitting at my desk, and like.
All you need to do, Jeremy, is stop eating carbs and sugar. Trendle, and you made it to Portland. Congratulations. All you need to do, Jeremy, is stop eating carbs and sugar. That's it. You're going to have to stop drinking too, because that doesn't help, but just stop eating carbs and sugar, Jeremy. You'll lose weight. I promise you. I know this is true. How do you think I did this?
But fuck, man, when it's like you get on that fucking heroin drip of
Carbs and sugar.
AdSense revenue every single day, it's like fuck, it's really hard to get off it unless
Or
someone
about
forces
sense,
you
I guess.
off.
I don't know.
Like
I
you're
never
cold
really had
turkey,
that,
like getting
so.
demonetized or something, you know?
Though Jeremy sought endless growth, the more traction his videos got, the more opposition he received. Just a day after the content core was uploaded, the Quartering is a Nazi subreddit was created, a small but growing group of Redditors who greatly disliked Jeremy. Conversely, by the end of 2020, the Quartering surpassed 1 million subscribers. Rather than focus entirely on covering articles, Jeremy continued to make videos giving attention to his critics.
I got hammered on a Twitch stream once and peed in the drain in the unfinished part of my basement. Like, I don't even care about that, but these people are obsessed with it. It's hilarious. Like, look, when you have no mortgage on your beautiful home, you can pee in it wherever you want. And the fact that they think this is some kind of own is weird. It's never something I denied.
Jeremy, on the Incredible Solvemine,
I
would
never
admit
denied
to
pissing on my
urinating
own
in
floor.
or on
Yeah.
several more places.
He calls me one night at like 1 a.m. I happen to have people, I'm just fucking obliterated. And it's Mark, so I'm like, I got to answer it. It's the first time he's ever called me. And so I go out in the garage and I'm smoking a cigarette while I'm talking to him. He can hear me smoking. He's like, oh, you smoke? I'm like, oh, I felt judged a little bit. And then I had to piss so bad, but there was like music and everything else going on in the house. So I just start pissing in a bucket. Like there's a 5-gallon bucket in my garage. I start pissing in a bucket and a dude comes out. My buddy comes out. He's like, what the fuck? You're pissing in the garage? All I hear is like a 10-second silence from Mark. Mark's like, do you need me to call you? Do you want to call me back? Like, no, he's just joking. He's just joking. I'm not really pissing in my garage.
Why do you keep pissing in random parts of your fucking house, man?
My wife, like, sometimes, like, I get home late on, like, dart night. It's like, I usually get home at, like, 1 a.m. And I've been drinking since, like, 5 or 6. And then I take the dogs out when I get home so then I could sleep in a little bit longer. And then, like, oftentimes I'll be standing out there with the dog who's peeing, and then I'm also peeing. And then she, like, got up one night and saw me out there taking a leak next to the dog who was also taking a leak. She's like, gross, why don't you just come inside? I was like, what do you mean? I'm right next to the dog who's pissing in the lawn. What's the difference? Sometimes I'll take my dog out. He's still got to be on a leash. And, like, I got to piss too. So I'm like, I'm just, I'm going to piss. And then he's like, he's pissing. I'm pissing. And, like, if he gets done first, he's like, what's going on over here? I'm, like, trying to hold him off while I'm pissing so I don't piss on him. I'm like, God damn it. Yeah. Anyway, yes, I have pissed on my dog too.
Jeremy, facing undue stress, released a video in February because his channel performed poorly the day before.
Every year, seems to be 2 to 3 times a year, there is this algorithmic reset or a shadow banning. It goes by very different names, but if you've been around, you know that this channel has talked about it several times. My channel being affected very negatively by this most recent one, cutting views by as much as 50%. Now, a lot of people might say, oh, people just are getting sick of your stuff, or I didn't really like it. No. I have a big enough subscriber base that to lose 50% of your video or views in a day is way bigger than just a few boring topics. And I put out a tweet about it this morning, and more than a dozen other creators reached out to me confirming the exact same problems. It is super stressful. When this stuff happens, I pace around my house wondering about how to change my
Hey, Jeremy, you know what you should have done then, bro? You know what you should have done then? Because, Jeremy, I've never had the audience that you have. I've never had tens of millions of views a month on my YouTube channel in the history of my fucking YouTube channel. You know what you should have done, Jeremy? You should have cultivated a high IQ, high disposable income audience that is willing to send you in super chats and channel memberships or go subscribe on other websites just because they like your content. How about you figure out a way to fund what you're doing without relying on advertiser revenue? That's it. That's all you had to figure out. You had to figure out, how do I fund this without, like, relying on YouTube advertising revenue is fucking stupid. It fluctuates. You never know, like if the news cycle is going to be your way. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You have to, if you're going to create content, you have to create a revenue model where you have people who are willing to donate on a monthly or annual basis to support your work. That's it. And this is why I make significantly more money doing this than Jeremy does. And he has 2 million subscribers on his YouTube channel. He has had a Rumble contract, I guess. He has supposedly has a much bigger audience than me. And yet I'm successfully able to make more money in a single stream than he can bring in super chats and channel memberships in a week.
Financial decisions, etc. And my employees wonder, and they see this type of thing. Mental stress that YouTubing, and look, yes, I know being a coal miner is more difficult. Being over-the-road truck driver is difficult too. I understand. Okay, I'm not complaining about. I'm not saying YouTube is the most difficult job ever. But what I am saying is the mental toll that YouTube places on content creators like myself and others with lack of communication and transparency is unlike almost any other job.
As with the many other times Jeremy released a video on his channel's viewership, Social Blade shows no viewership variation for the month of February 2021. And despite it being the shortest month of the year, February outperformed the previous 6 individual months. Though it is also possible that Jeremy's videos were getting demonetized at a higher rate, or his earnings were simply just not satisfactory. Come March, Jeremy used a tried and tested method of inducing financial support. It begins with Zombie Kills, a controversial Twitch streamer that Jeremy made multiple videos covering. She was allegedly being harassed and Jeremy was being blamed for it. This Twitter user claimed that she was swatted, naming and blaming Jeremy for the event, and asking for his sponsors to abandon him, all while failing to provide evidence he did such a thing. Various creators came out in support of Jeremy while denouncing the Twitter user. Jeremy covered this situation on his channel and the Twitter user deleted her tweet. Jeremy then released a video recapping the situation, emphasizing that he needed financial support during this time.
For myself and my staff. A lot of people forget, just for this YouTube channel, there's 4 full-time employees.
Jeremy would transition this into promoting his Subscribe Star, a Patreon alternative.
But we are now 47% of the way to essentially securing all of their jobs.
Yo, we got a rant over on Rumble from Spartan. Jeremy talks about politics, but is not clear on genocide in Gaza and illegal war in Iran. He is not a total Trump cultist, but fence sitting from him still goes anal. I want peace for all. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, he's trying to appeal to the largest possible audience because, again, he has convinced himself that appealing to the largest possible audience is the only way to make advertising revenue. He hasn't figured out how to build a loyal fan base that is willing to just fund his stuff directly. And so he can't take positions that are as controversial. He has to be on the so-called right side of things. So he can't take controversial positions because that will turn off his audience. Listen, every time I say fuck Israel, I'm going to turn off people in my audience that are like, no, Israel is awesome and they're our greatest ally and Jews are the chosen people and shit like that. Every time I say I am not a Christian and I'm not going to become one, so please don't proselytize to me, but you can do whatever you want, I'm going to turn off people in my chat because they think that they should be able to proselytize to me endlessly, even though I don't want to practice their religion. And I've been very clear about that. And they can do whatever the fuck they want, but they're not going to force that shit on me. If I say stuff like that, I'm going to lose people in my audience. People are going to unsubscribe. They're going to get angry. They're going to call me names. They're going to do all this. So if you're trying to appeal to the largest possible audience, you can't take controversial positions on anything because you're just going to piss people off.
These fools get my sponsors removed or something bad like that.
Jeremy also makes it clear that this was financial support for his business. Fundraising for litigation against anyone slandering him would be a separate fund if he decided to go that route. This is a screenshot of Jeremy's Subscribe Star from February 24th, 2021. There are 3 goals on the right-hand side, all relating to support of his staff members or funding the Recording website. While there is a percentage attached to them, there is no clear number attached to the goals. It is not possible to quantify how much Jeremy was earning, but it is possible to...
Thanks so much for the super chat. Kind of new on YouTube, but is there a way to quick reply to people directly without typing the whole handle? I don't know. I think I mean, you can always just reply to people. I don't know. You don't have to, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, Cheeks, and I've been on YouTube for a while. I don't know, bro. Maybe someone in the chat can help you. Appreciate the super chat.
Quantify support if only through how many likes and comments his post received. This post, published February 22nd, 2021, has 16 likes and 5 comments. On March 5th, after making the video requesting support, the same post has significantly more interactions, up now to 68 comments and 161 likes. Optimally, Jeremy's goals could also be tracked by how much the percentage of the goals has increased. But this is not possible because he removed or edited the old goals. The new ones highlighting protecting himself from the cancel culture mob. Jeremy's finances would be a topic of a podcast he attended later in the month, spurred on by conversation of his wife's planes.
She went to it. She's selling her existing plane. We don't have like Tim Pool money, so we have to sell the plane she has now before she can get something else.
Wait, she has a plane?
Yeah,
though
she has Zenith 750. It's
like
a Bush plane. Yeah,
that's a if you got a plane, that's
What the fuck is Adam even doing these days? What is Adam Krigler even doing these days? Is he still on YouTube? Can we just take a detour for like a moment here? Adam Krigler. What the fuck is he even doing these days? Let's see. Is he still live streaming? 1 month ago to 1,100 views. Oh no, it looks like Adam Krigler has totally fallen off. Oh no, Adam Krigler has fallen off entirely. Oh no. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. I outlasted the Abercrombie model after he participated in smearing me publicly after I went on his show and I was quite frankly more popular than he was. It's just really too bad, Adam. It's just really too bad that it looks like I outlasted even you, bro. I outlasted even you. That's wild.
It's not a jet.
I don't have Tim Pool,
It's not a jet.
but we're deciding which plane to buy after we sell
Don't worry
the
about it if
plane.
you know.
Every time I say that, I'm like, yeah, please keep super chatting me. But
Normally, financial growth or growth in subscribers is enough to sate Jeremy, enough to keep him motivated to grow. But something was different this time. The wealth he was incurring, the support he was receiving, was diminishing in its effect as he began taking more time off and was forced to face his life outside of work. Jeremy did not like what little purpose he found. He explores these feelings in a video uploaded in April titled, "I've Been Kind of Depressed."
Getting older, thinking about like, man, I don't have any kids, and all these things that pop in your head. I guess it's like a midlife crisis, so to speak, but not like a crisis. I didn't go out and buy a Harley or anything like that. But like,
no, you just bought a bunch of Rolexes.
Freaking grinding on YouTube for basically the last 3 years. Daily videos on 1 or 2 channels. Multiple daily videos. This is really what kind of was like an epiphany for me. A bunch of people backed me on Subscribestar, which is like a free speech alternative to Patreon. Reality is, because people chose to back me there, I could afford to maybe not do 5 videos a day, 5 days a week. And that kind of started me thinking about like, okay, like maybe you don't have to work so much. So in terms of like mental health, I have this thing that is not unique, where I feel alone all the time, even though I'm not. It makes it really, really difficult to relate to anybody. I wouldn't say that I have any close friends.
That's sad.
Like they may think we're close, but like I don't view them in that way. And I don't mean to be mean. I'm also a workaholic. So it makes it difficult to, garner friendships or even relationships. I mean, in my whole life, it's certainly affected my marriage, of course. If I have a great day, let's say I upload 4 or 5 videos that I'll get at least 100,000 views each, and they're all monetized, that is a massive dopamine hit. That's big money. I go a day and a bunch of my videos get demonetized. It's like the exact opposite. You feel like you lost out. I feel incapable of taking a day off.
This was a video of lucidity. While the evidence in his history already pointed to it, Jeremy works for no other purpose than to grow his channel, to appease his anxiety, to distract himself from himself. He was pushing himself to find purpose outside of work, even if it pained him, to address what he considers an unsatisfying personal life. Evidently, this was too much to bear, because 3 months later, he was already back to uploading over 10 videos a day.
By the way, if you don't know, I have a political channel where I do 3 videos a day, 3 to 4 videos a day. It's called Midwestly. I do 5 to 7 videos a day on the quartering, and I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, so
But
maybe more than just a couple Rolexes.
I have a really difficult time relaxing, allowing myself to relax. I was lucky enough to get a PlayStation 4, 5, and an Xbox Series X at launch. Haven't even turned them on still. I've been wanting to get back into Final Fantasy 14. I've been wanting to play New World, but I've never allowed myself to play the games, just play them, because I could always be making content. Now, I've worked on this mentality to try and overcome it, be able to enjoy something, but I'm incapable.
With Jeremy's continued instigation, the latter half of 2022 was full of ridicule. Creator Phil DeFranco in response.
So basically, Jeremy was making content about how it was so stressful to make content, and he just wanted to play video games, but he felt he had to make content out of playing the video games, and so he was complaining about how stressful it is to make content in a video about how he can't stop making content. It's like, Jeremy, you can literally just make different decisions, bro. Being an adult is about realizing that you have fucking choices, and sometimes neither of those choices are perfect. Sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do. Sometimes you have to force yourself to take a break. Sometimes you have to force yourself to take a fucking vacation. Sometimes you need to get better at managing your own fucking time. If you want to play video games, shut off the fucking internet. Well, I guess you needed the internet to connect to the video game. Shut off fucking Twitter. Stop making fucking YouTube videos. And just play fucking video games. Just go do it. It's not hard, bro. Hook up your fucking PlayStation. Go play some fucking video games. But like whining it like, woe is me. I cannot even open my PlayStation and play games on my brand new PlayStation. It's like, shut the fuck up. How fucking ungrateful is he? How utterly fucking ungrateful is he that he has all these brand new gaming systems? He has an entire fucking audience of gamers, and he's like, I can't even open my new PlayStation. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. Literally. Spartan over on Rumble says, politics today is oil fields being blown up globally. Jeremy's talking about video games. Gaming streamers should stay the fuck away from politics. Yeah, I agree with that. This is not normal times. We need serious people. Well, listen, gaming streamers can be very smart. Gaming streamers can do accurate analysis. I really do believe that. There are some people out there that maybe they're playing video games because they like solving puzzles, and there are other puzzles they can solve too. I'm not saying that gaming streamers can't be smart, but if you are not smart about politics, literally shut the fuck up about politics. And I say that as someone who, I acknowledge that in 2020, when I was doing my whole political transition, I didn't know shit about politics. I didn't know shit. When I first started doing politics publicly, I thought I knew things. I didn't know shit. I've now been in this for 6 fucking years. And so now I can say, yeah, maybe I should have just shut the fuck up about politics back then, and maybe I should have just focused on my own personal journey, because I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about.
To Jeremy calling Megan Fox a walking sex doll, called Jeremy gross in return. The H3 podcast did yet another segment covering Jeremy in October with the highlight video titled, The Quartering 1 pooped his pants, 2 pees in his basement, 3 has crotch rot. Then again, November.
Yeah, so he was doing a live stream and this turned up. Ela, what do you think? Reddit forced cream pie.
Well, I didn't even understand what that means.
Yeah, I had to do some investigating.
Jeremy responded to this with 2 tweets. The second one reads, quote, "So weird of the tolerant left thinks this is an own. Real tolerant," unquote. Jeremy was even mocked by his wife for something entirely different.
Well, now, like, I used to like point it out on TV all the time. Like there's 10 members of this cast and 6 of them are gay. Curious, I'd say, you know. My wife's a bit of a normie and she's like kind of sick of it. she's like, she'll be like, "Oh, is that cringe, Jeremy? Is that cringe?" And I'm like, when you say it, I don't want. That's why I stopped saying cringe. She started saying it.
There was more to come before the end of the year. On Kiwi Forums, a user archived Jeremy's recent rant about his loss of hair and the amount he works. At the end of October, Jeremy released another video claiming he was the target of YouTube's demonetization. Finally, in December, he made a video bringing attention to those mocking him and his IBS.
You know what the most important thing is? I lost weight. True story. True story.
Jeremy then closed the year by announcing his New Year's resolution to find a work-life balance, to not smoke, and to lose weight. While it is possible he did stop smoking, it is certain he failed with the other 2 resolutions. By 2022, it had been 3 years since Jeremy initially told the Walmart story, yet it was still in circulation. Now evolving to where creators were breaking down his choices in depth with diagrams to prove the inefficiency in his choices. In April, there was yet another Twitter rant on the topic of balding and soiling himself. In the midst of this mockery, Jeremy was making plans to create something that could sustain him outside of YouTube. With a history of failed websites, he was investing into something material. He was investing into the coffee brand Coffee, a title of his own creation. Coffee Brand Coffee was formally announced in a video titled "My Coffee Company is under attack." Jeremy clarifies in the video that the title was clickbait and a marketing ploy to bring attention to his newest project. Jeremy would heavily promote this coffee, to the point that there are, at this moment, approximately 1,000 videos on his channel talking about or mentioning Coffee Brand Coffee by name. On June 8th,
there's 1,000 fucking videos in which he's promoting that coffee company? Holy shit.
Infamous political commenter Tim Pool was swatted. Jeremy viewed this as an opportunity for promotion. He spent $100 in chat tying the high stress of his swatting to one of the stress-relieving teas or cocos he offers. Jeremy was also swatted later that night. As for the donation, on Twitter, Pimp Master Yoda 1 made a comment in jest, asking if Jeremy gave the officers free coffee. Jeremy was none too pleased, citing the aggression and or lack of critical thinking of the police officers. As for the coffee brand Coffee, Jeremy wanted something uncomplicated, which is why he named the coffee brand Coffee. Coffee Brand Coffee was being sold as apolitical, though he constantly advertised it on his political commentary channel. He saw this as a necessary boost to then hopefully detach it from his brand, and perhaps see it on store shelves. There was an issue with this. Not only with Jeremy's brand inherently tied to his coffee business, but also the possibility of it being tied to the roasters. On July 17th, 2022, Kiwi Farms user Cat Attack compiled several images from Jeremy's visit to his roasters, and from a suspiciously similar-looking roaster. Cat Attack highlighted the red trim. While more saturated in the commercial, it was still apparent. Most damning was image 5 in the set. In both Jeremy's commercial and Mill Creek's Instagram page, there appears to be coffee beans being poured out of some sort of mixer. Though these roasting devices are seemingly mass-produced, there is one very odd pattern that they both share, one that, for no reason, should be the same. It is the paint. Right below the hatch, the paint is chipped, a design flaw that undoubtedly mixed paint chips with coffee beans. The pattern in the chipped paint is the exact same. If Jeremy is indeed sourcing his coffee from Mill Creek Roasters, then it also means it is attached to their politics, which are opposed to Jeremy's perceived politics. But the rabbit hole goes deeper, as this Reddit post points out. It appears both Jeremy's brand and Player One Coffee, owned by the CEO of Meta PCs, shared a registration address, and the address is in the same state as the roasters. Located just outside the city they are located in. To this, Jeremy admitted to sharing a fulfillment center.
Like, this is not an own. It's like the same mentality of like, you peed in your basement. Like, you have a coffee operation that has shipped 30,000 units in the last 3 months. Gotcha. You used a fulfillment center to ship. Name a single business that doesn't. I don't even understand. I don't understand these people.
As for Mill Creek,
oh, it's just rebranded. It's just rebranded this or rebranded that. It's absolutely not.
It is.
If anyone understands anything about business, yeah, you have distributors. It's not like I went out and bought like $1 million in machinery to roast my own beans. That's not how any of this works. But like any idiot knows that. And like these clowns, there's like 15 clowns, and then now Rick, who are like, ooh, exposed a facility that does fulfillment for him occasionally on a certain roast is associated with him, and ooh, we got him. It's like they'd handle one tiny part of the business, but because they hate me, they've been harassing them, calling them, emailing them, and it's really pathetic.
And this was hardly the last controversy attached to Jeremy's coffee. In August of 2022, Jeremy promoted his coffee by placing money in random orders.
So let's get that guy some money. Man, this recession sucks. Well, let's give you guys some stimulus. We're gonna throw some. Ooh, we got some 50s in here, so.
By the third video, the comments completely turned on Jeremy. Quote, I like to drink my coffee brand coffee while playing Raid Shadow Legends sitting on my 1 square foot of land in Scotland that I am a lord of. Awesome! A video dedicated to a product he talks about 4 times a day. I love this new channel dedicated to coffee brand coffee and how it mixes in other stories too. Very similar to The Quartering if anyone remembers that channel. Unquote. Jeremy stopped utilizing this marketing ploy and accidentally revealed his monthly earnings on YouTube. From late July to August 22nd, Jeremy earned $46,000 solely from his YouTube channel.
That's crazy.
Not included is profit from donations on live streams or revenue from sponsors. Even on the day of this leak, Jeremy was not swayed from promoting his subscribe star or coffee using fear as a motivator.
I promote people until like backing me as a member or using my subscribe star. There is a funnel there. It just needs to get better. And that's why I continue to support alt tech, because stuff like this, if it can happen to Joe Rogan, it's certainly happening to the rest of us little guys and gals.
I do get like weird messages from people saying, oh, we really want to work with you and sponsor your content. And it's like the weirdest one I got lately was like an app about like learning a foreign language. And I was like, what does that have to do with what I do? They're like, oh, we just think it's a good fit. I'm like, I don't think that that's a good fit, but okay. So yeah, I mean, I get like really random shit, but like every single time I've gotten a message from a sponsor, or someone who like wants to be a sponsor, like whatever, it's just been like so obvious they had no idea what I even do, and so I just don't even bother responding to them, honestly. I don't want to do that stuff. I want to be only beholden to you guys. I don't want to have to do ad reads. I never want to have to promote something that I don't personally believe in. Like I have a merch store and I sell t-shirts I actually fucking wear. I sell t-shirts I design. I sell t-shirts I wear. I sell t-shirts I like and other stuff too. But like the designs are mine. Like it's not like I'm promoting some other thing. Like this is something I actually think is cool. And so no sponsors unless it absolutely makes sense to do so.
The following month, Jeremy, likely seeing the backlash from his previous marketing campaigns, tried marketing the coffee with transparency. The only issue was, compared to the hundreds of thousands his videos typically get, this video only received 8,000 views. And Jeremy was petitioning more and more for donations. Even in October, he was directing his viewers to yet another alternative subscription platform, fear-mongering with a potential ban. Just as was with the dip in views, or nearly every other threat against him, this was no different. There was no ban, no dip in viewership. His channel was not under attack. But something was off kilter. Jeremy was on the precipice of another breakdown, potentially sourced from this channel. In March of 2021, Trillium was doxxed and deleted her small channel, but made a new one. She contacted Jeremy, and Jeremy, as a target of doxing, supported her. Yeah. She made a video thanking him, and so on. However, Jeremy specifically notes
a channel that she admits she uses to overcome a bit of her social anxiety issues. She admits that she, lives basically in kind of her own personal bubble. She makes videos about seeds and video games.
Aside from gardening, Jeremy has described himself as all of these things. In a follow-up video that opens with hearts, Jeremy or his editor added on screen, Trillian expresses her gratitude towards Jeremy and his viewers for growing her new channel. This then leads to Jeremy admitting to watching nearly all of her videos and offers his assistance in case she ever wanted to stream.
almost knocked my computer off of my
Trillium, I'll
desk right
be
then.
keeping an eye on you.
That would have been an emergency.
You can always email
That would
me.
have been an emergency.
Keep
All right,
things,
say it.
private. If you
No
have
one worry.
questions or whatever, you don't.
This next video is from Jeremy's own stream after.
I'm trying to find more fulfillment, because like YouTube won't last forever,
Turn
right?
my fan on. It's getting hot in here.
And I realized that the Trillium thing made me feel really good. For me, I thought maybe the closest I've come to feeling that way was helping Trillium. Trillium, for $5, I'll make a video. Well, look, I don't want to put any pressure on you. All right. But I just want to say that it ruined my day when I didn't have a new video from you today. I'm just kidding.
In August, Jeremy received custom leashes for his dogs and a card from Trillium. Jeremy would send support to another similarly small channel known as Melanie Mac.
Just like with Trillium, just like with Melanie, just like with MXR Plays, or whatever the case may be, Ishra Gaming, don't just do it because I told you to. Watch a video or two and see if you want to support her.
Melanie Mac is someone Jeremy would take interest in, but that would have to wait. In March of 2022, rather than mention Trillium offhandedly, he made an entire video dedicated to her.
Something's been weighing on my mind over the past 3 or so weeks, really the last month or so, and that's really the disappearance of Trillium, a YouTuber that I have a strong I don't know, like I feel protective. Like if you go to Trill's channel, like I watch all of her videos, all of them. I mean, if they're not read on here, then that means I watched them on a different account. Okay. This is an important part of my day. There used to be daily or every other day videos, but now I feel like, and I don't want to put pressure on her because I know that's how she's going to be, how she's going to perceive this, but that's not what I mean. It's just her content is important to me. Her success is important to me, and her safety and happiness are important to me. And she had disappeared for about, I don't know, a month or something like that. Came back and kind of let everyone know that, hey, my mom isn't doing well. But they had seemed like they had got together a plan. Kind of 1 week went by, 2 weeks went by. I sent her an email, gave her my number. I was like, hey, if you need anything, you need us to crowdfund something or whatever. People think this job is easy, and maybe it is, but it requires you be plugged in like 24/7, like waking up in the middle of the night, checking your phone, see what's trending. There's some big thing happen. And then I'd watch her videos about like taking yucca leaves and making just twine out of them. And they're an important grounding factor for me.
Trillium did return in June, stating that her mother's illness was a reason for her absence, which is when Jeremy released this video.
I don't have any way to really get in touch with you privately. And obviously not that I would expect that. But so as long as, as you're on YouTube, I'll be keeping an eye out for you, keep an eye on you. I did message you a few times, checking in on you, because we missed you and we were worried.
Trillium would post sporadically, then disappear entirely in the upcoming months. This takes us back to Jeremy aggressively petitioning for more donations in late 2022. The absence of Trillium, or the multiple uploads a day with the addition of a new company, was stressing Jeremy. He was nearing his breaking point on November 29th, 2022. This day, Elon Musk on Twitter made a post about free speech, which Jeremy replied to, requesting clarity, and asking for a 10-minute Zoom interview, mentioning his 1.4 million subscribers and his fight for free speech. Elon Musk declined by stating that he had been very specific. Jeremy responded one more time, but it does not appear that Elon replied to him. On December 18th, Elon made a poll, asking if he should step down from Twitter. The quartering, in response to Elon Musk unable to find a suitable CEO for Twitter, stated, quote, "Elon, I want to do it, and I can keep it alive. Not only that, grow it far beyond what it is now. I have a complex understanding of all tech, what Twitter needs."
I mean, Okay, listen. Has anyone ever had a boss? Okay, let me know if this is true for you. One in the chat, if you have ever had a boss that had no business being in a managerial position, that didn't understand what they were doing at all, and you're like, how the fuck did this person get put in charge? One in the chat if that's ever happened to you. Two in the chat if you've never had that glorious experience yet. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about? Some of you have had a boss that didn't know what the fuck they were doing and there was no reason that they should. Some of you have had that experience, yeah. Do you want to know why that happens? Because businesses hire people who apply for the job. If the job is not getting qualified applicants, then the business is going to hire the most qualified person they can find. And that doesn't necessarily mean that person's going to be qualified. It means they're going to hire the most qualified person they can find. And sometimes the qualification might be the owner of the company really likes them. And that might actually be the real qualification, no matter what the job description says. My point is this. The reason people like Jeremy end up in high-powered positions is they put themselves forward for those positions and they say, hey, I'm a go-getter. I can do this. Here's how I can do this. And then the really smart people, they see the quartering replying to Elon Musk and they're like, this fucking clown can't run Twitter. But just because you think that and just because that's probably true, you're not saying anything publicly about it. You're just laughing at it in your head. You're not putting yourself forward. You're not saying, hey, I think I'm smarter than this and I think I can run Twitter better. So it's kind of like the people who promote themselves, the people who put themselves forward, the people who have no fucking shame and no fucking self-awareness to know that they don't. This is the Dunning-Kruger effect in action, people. It's the people who think they are experts in something when in fact they know nothing, that will always be the ones speaking up and talking as if they're experts, while the people who do know what the fuck they're talking about know how much they don't know. And so oftentimes they're a little bit less likely to present themselves as the know-it-all, because it's like even if they know a lot, they know how much they don't know because they're actually like an expert in something. They're like, I know a lot of shit and I know my stuff, but I don't know everything. Whereas people with the Dunning-Kruger effect, they don't know how much they don't know. They really think that they know everything in the fucking world. And so that's why they put themselves out there like that. I don't think I know everything about the far left, guys, but I act like I do. Do you want to know why I act like I do? Not because I don't think there's stuff for me to learn, not because I don't think there's things that other people can teach me, but because I know way fuck off more than most people. And in order to get my content out there, I have to play the role. Because playing the role of getting your content out there and saying, I am the fucking best at what I do. There is no one fucking better at this than me. There is no one who understands this topic like I do. That is what works in the real world. And so people, this is like, I'm trying to give sage advice for people who are really smart, because I think a lot of my audience is really smart, but we think our way out of doing things. Like, you have to fake it till you make it sometimes. You always have to like put yourself out there with that confidence, because if you don't put yourself out there with confidence, then other people are not going to have confidence in you. So.
And what creators need. I also have a dozen years running a marketing agency that represented Fortune 500 companies. Even if you laugh out loud at this, I am 100% certain I could at the very least help immensely with prioritizing product rollouts that will maximize growth in the shortest time frame, and I would be happy to do it for free, unquote. 4 hours later, Jeremy warned that the culture war is coming down to the next 12 hours. Quote, I am going to sacrifice everything tomorrow and try to implore people to vote no on his poll, unquote. Jeremy, 3 minutes later, blamed left leftists for voting yes. Then 9 minutes later, tagged 11 different influential friends. Then again, 3 and 9 minutes later, begged Elon to extend his poll, stating that he is even leaving his bed to make a video. Jeremy continued to tweet. A Twitter user commented on how frustrated Jeremy was over this, calling it Jeremy's personal 9/11. Jeremy responded, quote, "Yes, Twitter is the public square. Losing freedom of speech in that square is more important than 9/11. Does that make you feel uncomfortable? It makes me feel like shit to say it, but it's also true." Unquote.
Yeah, I'm
Other
enjoying
creators.
Are you guys enjoying this? We still have almost 2 hours left to go, or at least an hour and a half. Is everyone enjoying this? Is everyone having a good time? One in the chat if you're enjoying this little watch party with the Quarterings video. 2 in the chat if you think this is dumb and stupid. We still have a good bit of the ways to go.
Like Mr. Beast, were not as appreciative of Elon as Jeremy was, though he did try to change his mind. By the 10th tweet, Jeremy had released his video and tagged Elon Musk, asking if he could get just 3 minutes on the phone with him.
I literally got out of bed to make this video.
Oh, yeah,
my
Jeremy.
most important video that
Most
I've literally
important
ever
video
made on this channel.
Ever.
Jeremy in
the
this video
history of
asked his
videos.
viewers to vote on Elon's poll, and if they didn't have an account, he requested they make one. Then he attempts to rally his contemporaries.
I'm calling my fellow content creators, Sydney Watson, Count Dankula,
Yo,
Baron,
one mouse red death. Thank you.
Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin. If they let this window pass without throwing their hat in the ring, without getting out of bed to fight for freedom of speech, I will forever remember it. But if you don't get out of bed as a fellow content creator, if you don't wake up and fight for this, I don't ever want to hear your freaking opinion ever again.
Oh, yeah?
How about freedom of speech? I need you to remember this moment when all of my fellow free speech content creators were in bed, okay? Why they weren't paying attention to the most important decision in free speech online in history. Look, I'm 40. I'm tired. I'm sweaty. I'm fat. I'm overweight. I'm not long for this planet. Is the culture war. Twitter is the public square, and we must keep Elon in charge.
Jeremy's video was not being well received, nor were his comments stating that Elon potentially stepping down is worse than 9/11. Creator Nicholas DeOrio was one of many antagonizing Jeremy, enough so that Jeremy challenged him to a boxing match, to where DeOrio referenced Jeremy's Gen Con assault as evidence that he was already on a losing streak. After a long night of tweeting, Jeremy was going to bed. So I had a mental breakdown. This video was posted December 21st. Jeremy explains the tweets were the results of stress from his coffee company, from startling dishes not working, from helping other creators, and coping with alcohol. Jeremy again expresses his desire to achieve an acceptable work-life balance.
It's crazy when like things are going good on YouTube and like you're just uploading videos and everyone's a banger and everything's going good and you're earning good money and you know the channel is adding all these new subscribers, which I'm very thankful for. But it's addicting. And I have clearly an addictive personality. So
Jeremy will not begin 2023 strong because he was banned on Twitter for sharing a photo of Eliza Blue, a photo that could be found in a music video. This ban was reversed, but not before he alluded to her connections with Tim Pool and how little he was doing to support him.
I posted a publicly available screenshot for a video that is still currently live on YouTube of a particular public figure who is currently known as Eliza Blue, but has been known under at least 4 other names that
I maintain to this day what these assholes did to Eliza Blue was disgusting. It was disgusting what they did to her. And yes, I do believe her. And I'm not friends with her or anything. I mean, I know her, but like we're never close or anything. But I listened to her story. I dissected her story. I also dissected everything everyone else was saying at the time because it was interesting content. I believe her. I believed her the entire time. There was nothing that ever deviated from that. I do not believe she was lying about what happened to her. And the way that these fuckers treated her was fucking disgusting. And this is one of the things that totally turned me off from basically this entire side of the internet. The dog pile that woman endured was horrific. And it was so fucking just insane. And it was because people were jealous of her because she was getting attention from Elon Musk. Because that is what these assholes do, guys. And I really want people to be able to recognize this. Like, listen, you don't have to like Eliza Blue. You really fucking don't. You don't have to like her. You can think that she's done some crazy shit in her past. We have literally all done crazy shit in our past. Like, if you have not done crazy shit at some point in your life, then you have not had a life worth living, and you should go do some crazy shit, and you should remove the stick from your ass and actually try to enjoy this experience while you still can. But I want people to understand, if you understand that Jeremy is a lying grifter who will take advantage of any situation to make money, who will tell any lie to make money, who will defame people openly to make money, as he has done many times, then can't you see through what's happening here? You don't have to like Eliza Blue. You don't have to be on her side to know that it is the same fucking people doing this shit over and over and over again. Every single fucking time there is a toxic dog pile of someone on the internet, it is the same fucking people driving it. So can we all start to question that maybe these people are not telling the whole and complete truth? And maybe even if you don't like her, maybe you can also say that Jeremy was not having noble intentions here. He was riding on an internet fucking dog pile that was actively trying to destroy someone's life. And by the way, put her in people were making physical fucking threats against this woman. Like, he is not the good guy in this situation.
I know of, none of which are her birth name, where her dad is a Republican politician. A lot of Republicans, Republican content creators, and I don't like bullying people or trying to guilt people into support. But there have been a lot of people very curiously quiet, people that platformed this woman for clicks on their podcasts or their YouTube videos.
The dispute between Tim and Jeremy was worse, and then he was letting on, going as far to tweet that there was no drama between them, but there are disagreements. By February 4th, Tim had blocked Jeremy on Twitter, a decision partly made due to Jeremy messaging him about Eliza Blue.
We booked him twice. He canceled on us twice.
Oh,
the second time he canceled on us at the exact last minute, and we didn't know. And we had to find someone else. Fortunately, we had Ned Strickland on, and he was great. Then,
obviously, that was
I'll let everybody who's a member know why I blocked him.
There's me.
Because he sent me a message at 2 in the morning, which came off as a veiled threat.
Look how much weight I've lost.
I will
Holy
try and
shit.
quote it verbatim what he said.
Holy
I know
shit.
our audiences want a war, but I don't. Please tell me your guy is taking her to task.
That's
it was not
wild,
soon after
bro.
that Jeremy
That's
had
wild.
another episode.
Bruh, you have done it. Drunk live many times. Oh, you have done it drunk live many times. Oh, of course.
I'm glad that's the only appearance I make
in
in this
drunk
stuff.
live streams, just not right now.
This episode did involve alcohol, but it was different from the rest because it was in the window of a 4-hour live stream where Jeremy would get
Let me
more
tell
and
you
more
guys something, though.
intoxicated. Culminating
I fucking loved having a shaved head. I fucking loved having a shaved head. It's like, for anyone who's ever shaved your head, you know that when your head gets shaved, and I always had hair on the top, but like when your head gets shaved, it feels so good. It feels so nice. It's so easy to take care of. And then I spent 2 years growing my hair out because my husband asked me to. My husband was like, Karlyn, I would like to see you with long hair. And I was like, okay, Victor, well, you know, you're half of this marriage too. And possibly I should do that. And I've had longer hair at other points in my life. I've gone back and forth between long hair and short hair my entire life. So I guess it was a long hair time again, but I like it right now.
and guests joining him at peak intoxication.
If Anna or Brittany, they both have my cell phone number. So if they want to come on, I'll send them the link. I must have a female. Wait, let me get some boobs on here. Allie?
Yo, we got a super chat from Old Sub. If anyone is interested in purchasing the latest sticker, please follow the link. Oh, awesome. If you guys want to get Plague Doctor stickers, get in touch with Old Sub. The link is in the chat, and I'll put this over on Rumble as well, Old Sub. The stickers are fucking awesome. I've got a whole pile of them. Hang on. Right here. They're awesome. And basically what's happening is Old Sub is making these stickers and has a really fair price for you guys too. So if you want to pick that up, that's actually a great price if you want to get some stickers from him. And the whole idea is to just sticker these around where you are so that we have our little cult icon with the Plague Doctor. And so definitely go follow that link if that's something you're interested in. I appreciate you doing that, old sub.
All right, I'll get you in here, Allie. Allie Drummond, okay? I'm going to require a cam on for her. There's thousands of people in this chat have never seen me without a hat on. I'm not drunk at all, Mad Age. Ready?
Ah! Oh, no. Oh, no. See, at least I still have all my hair.
Sure.
Remember,
gone
guys.
from a forehead.
Remember, never forget, weight can be lost. Bald is forever. It's very sad.
To a 5 head, but I'm not bald. I need a vagine in this chat so I can go pee. I got to pee so bad, but one of these girls better show up. Welcome to the stream. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm killing it.
Yeah, I didn't think that anybody would be into pregnant chicks, but hey, I guess the internet's a big place, so maybe they are.
She also has an OnlyFans where she sells breast milk pictures, stuff like that. So, Allie, I mean, we've only ever exchanged nudes online. So, what's it? I appreciate you joining me.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. My husband actually likes your content, and I didn't even know that you had reacted to my content before. I didn't even think you looked at my channel like that.
Well, it's obviously before you were pregnant. Now that I know you're pregnant, I've moved on. I'm diagnosed Asperger's, so I can say it.
Oh, what?
But
you seem like very normal. What?
Hello.
Oh my Lord.
I love how much women hate her just because she's so beautiful.
I was pretty ugly before I learned how to do my hair and my eyebrows.
Oh yeah, and you were blessed with gigantic boobs. But the
came in later.
Are you live right now?
Yeah.
Are you live right now? Yeah. So if you want, I'm not going to be offended. Brittany said she's going to pop a nip later. Maybe when I say later, we don't really know when that means. Astro Boy says, Jeremy's not for the night. You're hurting your brand. What do you mean? My brand is what I am.
Jeremy deleted the stream, and the following months, he made his first video of the year claiming YouTube was targeting his channel, deeming the survival of his channel and others were important to fight the culture war. The last section of this video is dedicated to persuading viewers to join his mailing list or join his locals page, where he states financial support is optional. To add to Jeremy's list of projects and responsibilities that include his coffee, his main channel, his Rumble live streams, his constant advertising that has him tweeting on average 20 times a day.
I just heard my dog let out a high-pitched wail, which means my husband is home and the dog is really excited about it. Yup, door just opened.
Was now the Publica, his magnum opus, a news website like Exclusively Games that was meant to deliver more neutral and honest stories, co-founded by Sydney Watson, someone who Jeremy also had a podcast with. Jeremy and the rest of his audience will later find out Sydney did not have a high opinion of him. This clip could possibly explain why.
Have you ever peed in a trough where there's like dongs on the left of you and to the right? You can see them both.
You
and
don't
you're
have
peeing
to look
in an
at
open
them.
river.
You don't have to look at them. It's
You
not
have
like
to look. It's a respect thing.
I guess I can only speak of,
what?
To my experience. If there's a guy who is like supremely hung, you would like rib him about it. You know what I mean? Versus like be jealous. Most of our conversations are you saying, man, I really want to put a bunch of work into things. And I'm like, Sid, whore yourself out.
Sometimes you even just text me tits.
Maybe this is something that guys and girls can come together on.
Yeah.
So when I know, like, let's say I go to like a fair, a festival or something like that, right? I take Imodium before I go.
What's that?
It's like for diarrhea. So it like.
Oh, you do not, dude. What is happening?
Why is he talking about
this?
No one needs to know
not
this.
information that I need.
Literally, no one.
It's called the life hack, Sydney.
Know this.
Okay,
it just confirms for me that men are revolting.
The importance of the success of the Publica to Jeremy was the same as his coffee. He chased it as an out to increase his income while lessening the time he worked on YouTube, as any dip in revenue would increase stress. To that end, he was discontent with the direction of YouTube, now angry that they were pushing YouTube channel promotions, asserting how insulting the proposition was to have to pay YouTube to promote his videos while his subscribers were not receiving notifications. Even so, this service would be on the back of Jeremy's mind. For now, compared to 2022, 2023 seemed like a better year for Jeremy. His life was beginning to see some stability, but then in August, his father passed away. In this video, he reflects on the shortness of life, the importance of spending it with loved ones, and the importance of making peace with others while there is still time. In November, after 6 years of not posting on it, Jeremy resurrected his RC channel, a decision he made to relieve stress. This is a channel he'd post most frequently to in 2024, a year that pushed Jeremy towards the quartering and away from his failing external projects. Still, a ghost of a former project would come back to haunt him in a somewhat ironic way.
When you are living off other people's work exclusively, I think that's the definition of parasitic. You can make the same argument. Look, I cover other people's news too, right? I try to say, hey, this is where it's come from. Try to give,
Jeremy was irritated that his former employee, Ian Miles Chung, had posted on Twitter one of the Publica's headlines without giving credit to the website. After Chung got into an argument with Jeremy on Twitter, Chung posted the infamous 2008 video of Jeremy.
Here's the creep advising peds on how to clean up their messes. His response was to take a video from 20 years ago where I am simply describing to people that when they take their computers in to get fixed, oftentimes techs will look at the files. It obviously had nothing to do with advising predators, okay?
Jeremy is misremembering or lying. It was not just a video informing viewers that techs look at impertinent information when doing repairs. It was also a video giving the specific advice to rename or delete sensitive folders. Advice given after he told a story about how a predator had insufficiently hid their files. Regardless, Jeremy threatened to sue Chung for libel, and that's as far as the disagreement went. In April of 2024, Jeremy instead had his eyes on two different creators, Styx Hexenhammer 666 and Melanie Mac. Jeremy started two podcasts with them independent of one another. Styx Hexenhammer has a reciprocal energetic feeding or a sort of pact with Stolas, a non-Judeo-Christian demon that takes a form of an owl and visited him first when he was a child. In simple terms, he worships a demon owl. Melanie Mac is a Christian self-proclaimed libertarian who states she does not hate homosexuals but does hate their actions. And Jeremy Hambley is the owner of The Quartering, a channel that had the goal to push the conversation, not further tensions. He is the owner of two businesses that, while he desperately wants them to remain apolitical, on the same channel that he advertises his businesses is now selling Trump cooked books, Trump tailgate stickers, and Never Kamala stickers. And by late September 2024, Jeremy was down to running one major business outside of his YouTube because the Publica was no more.
And I didn't have the time to promote paid memberships there that would have helped. Sponsors really aren't out there for a news site that, dunks on, trans weirdos and Indian people and stuff like that. There just wasn't anything out there. So, I guess I didn't get any mysterious billionaire donors either.
Jeremy appeared to have remained cordial with his former employees, but not Sydney Watson, his former business partner.
Are the Quartering and Sydney Watson not cool no more? No, 100% not cool, Sydney Watson. She talked massive amounts of shit about me.
He's been going on Adam's show quite a bit. So if you go watch Adam Green. He was just on the. I was so mad at Adam Green and Amalek today. They ruined Aliens. Fucking Adam Green and fucking Amalek ruined Aliens. And in fact, I think I may have lost my schoolgirl crush on both of them because they fucked up Aliens for us. They fucked it up for everyone. We can't have nice things. We can't have alien disclosure because people got to come along and fucking ruin it. And Adam and Amalek did today on the stream, and I was very upset about it.
Feminist DM groups. And one day I'll expose it all. One day I'll share, because all of her woman friends, by the way, turned against her and shared all of her DMs with me. All of her so-called feminist confidants immediately sold her out to me. She said heinous shit about me after I paid for everything with the Publica. And it made me want to sue her because she never paid a single fucking penny for anything at that company.
How dare they?
I lost $100,000 or more. Jeremy confirmed doormat. Yeah.
With the failure of the Publica, Jeremy would have to rely more on his YouTube channel, a channel that had its best year ever. In June, he broke his record for monthly viewership at 71 million views. This could also have been a fluke. 2024 was an election year, and Jeremy's channel afterwards could as easily see a decline that would come at the worst time possible, as he had attracted the attention of two persistent adversaries. The Quartering has made a career by selling outrage, and uses the same strategy to dismiss his critics.
Yeah, Albin says, Does Sticks know you crapped yourself in a store?
What?
I know that that Albin's not doing this, but sometimes like leftoids are like use that to try to make fun of me. I'm like, I told that story on a podcast. Like you have to also understand that a significant following is going to bring a significant unfollowing. A group of people that hate you, especially if you talk about some divisive stuff. But you have to understand who's on the other side of that stuff. It's like that person's life sucks. It's terrible.
Over the last 8 years, Jeremy's pleas for support have become more underhanded and more absurd. It began with his initial understanding at the end of his MTG days that having purpose and a defined enemy sells better than anything else he's tried. He has thrown himself in one of the most divisive spaces and has done well for himself, perhaps too well. On several occasions, he has leaked his earnings, flaunted his wealth, and returned for more. Whether he is pressured by anxiety to earn more as a distraction from his life or is truly terrible with finances, Jeremy has constantly advertised his financial support platforms, businesses, business ventures, even employee salaries as necessities to fight the quote-unquote culture war. As this pattern has become noticeable, the reality of the wealth he has accumulated and the reality he sells that he's always nearing financial ruination does not meld well. This is why 2025 would be the worst year for him. It would be the year that his views, apart from when he started his channel, would be the worst they've ever been. His earnings, while still likely in the tens of thousands per month, will not be going up, incentivizing Jeremy to petition for more money and further fictionalize his opposition that is infinitely powerful.
We are not a dropship outlet. We're a real coffee company. And I made that investment with the plan of having something that could grow. Well, we've never been at our most vulnerable. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund this stuff. And it's because I believe in the things that I'm doing. But now we hit a roadblock that I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help. I can't confirm this for sure. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups and some of the procedures around that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back.
The title of this video is Woke Leftist. It just screwed me over and all my staff. Jeremy says he is selling his Neo Geo and Nintendo collection. These are retro gaming consoles and games that Jeremy has a large collection of. As for the core of the video, according to Jeremy, he only assumes the order was cancelled because of his politics. Furthermore, he bought an $80,000 machine to make coffee K-Cups and allegedly took out an $80,000 loan through his credit card to pay for it. That is not even the extent of his debt.
I've got $300,000 almost floating right now in debt. I'm just being dead serious.
Some of the comments on this video read, quote, imagine
there are so many fucking ways that you can get $80,000 in cash if you actually need it for something that have nothing to do with taking it out on your credit card. That is fucking sane. W. Cynthia, thank you so much for the 10 gifted channel memberships. Welcome to all the new channel members. Welcome to the cult, guys. We appreciate everyone being here. Yeah, there are a lot of new people here. There are definitely a lot of new people. Thank you, Cynthia. I appreciate that. Up to 129 channel memberships given out for the day. Awesome.
Being financially irresponsible as this and blaming leftists for your own incompetence. Couldn't have happened to a better person. Can't take any responsibility and got ruined in a free market doing what 10,000 other YouTubers have done. $300,000 in debt. It's almost like woke ain't the only ones going broke. Unquote. That video was released in March, which appears to be the same month of this livestream where the mutual frustration Jeremy and his viewers had clashed.
Jeremy, your show is not worth all of your BS promotions I have to listen to. I'm done. Okay, 757 driver, I'm gonna ban you from chat and you can suck my fucking ass, dude.
Ooh.
I have been live streaming on a fucking Sunday for 3 fucking hours. Instead of spending time with my wife and relaxing, I've been streaming for 3 fucking hours. Sorry. Okay? Sorry if I'm trying to make a living. You can go fuck yourself. Okay? Fuck you. I don't have any time for that. You fuck off. I don't want you to watch my videos. I hate you. You know how hard I work on my coffee company? I'm not like these other losers that just do dropship coffee.
Yo!
We have 15 people's jobs that depend
Welcome,
on this.
Landmark!
So I'm sorry.
Or land,
if in
Landmark,
3 fucking hours of live streaming, I talked about it 3 times. I'm sorry.
In April, Jeremy released a video titled "Woke Psychos Try Destroying Local Business for Being Conservative and It Backfires, Hopefully."
You know, it's kind of become a meme on this channel of like, I'm under attack. Like, I get that.
This near 14-minute video is about Jeremy being disgruntled that he got a 1-star review. This is a 1-star review out of 36 reviews. The other 35 are all 5 stars. The review in question shows no indication that it was motivated by Jeremy's politics because the user is very specific with their criticism, citing the high price of $100 for 6 items in the package. These are 3 snacks of dubious quality, 2 small bags of coffee, and a reusable K-cup. As evidence that this user was politically motivated, he fed the response to Grok, Twitter's AI, and asked it if it was politically motivated. Jeremy then admitted he reported the review to Amazon. The comments on this video are vastly different than the last. They are still in the same spirit, but are cryptic with their messaging. Quote, "The casino sends its regards, quarter pounder. Bro, rule number 1 of the internet. Never feed the trolls. The house always wins." Unquote.
You're asking them to do super chats. You're asking them to get channel memberships. You're asking them to do membership.
How come I never debate people? No one has the balls to debate me. And because, okay, so first of all, the only topic that I would debate anyone on is the topic I actually cover, which is the far left in America. There is not a single fucking person on the internet who will debate me on this. Andrew Wilson backed out like a massive pussy. Andrew Wilson basically put on this big fucking pretension show of, oh, yeah, we can debate. And then he even asked me for topics and stuff like that. I gave him several options, and then he backed out like a massive pussy because Andrew Wilson can only debate stupid college girls on the whatever podcast who don't know anything. Who wants to debate me when it comes to the far left? Can you make me a list? Can you make me a list? I will debate anyone on the far left. I would debate James Lindsay on the far left. I would debate Brett Weinstein on the far left. I would debate Peter Boghossian on the far left. I would debate literally anyone who talks. I would debate Sargon of Akkad on the far left, even though he's in UK, not America. If he wants to talk about the far left in America, I would debate him. I would debate Andrew Wilson on the far left. I would debate Tim Pool on the far left. I would debate literally fucking anyone. Andy No, no problem. I would fucking smoke Andy No so easily, and it wouldn't even be hard. I would debate Andrew's wife on the far left, even though she doesn't know fucking shit. So that one would be really, really easy. Make me a list of people who would debate me on the topic that I care about. I'm not going to debate about shit I don't care about. I cover the far left. So if anyone wants to make me a list... No, honey, I'm about as far right fascist as you can fucking get.
At thequartering.com, Rumblecast, watch the videos, watch the ads, and then they also have to buy the coffee? How much more do you need?
Content creators PPP and Andy Morsky have been online for a very long time. They are internet jesters, and together they are the Kino Casino. Unlike Jeremy's prior opposition, their motivation for choosing their targets is not influenced by politics. They don't take themselves or their critiques all too seriously. They do accentuate the absurdity of infamous figures, covering their antics on their live streams spread across months, maybe even years. In Jeremy's case, they are the worst enemy to have because the Kino Casino does what Jeremy does, only infinitely better.
Wait, are you one of the Quarterings fans and you really believe the only people attacking the Quartering right now are on the far left? Wait, hang on a second. First of all, we need to do a little level set with you. The far left doesn't give a fuck about the Quartering. I have never heard the far left talk about the Quartering. I've gone undercover with Antifa more than anyone. I listen to as many far left meetings as I can find. We go inside their private meetings. The far left doesn't give a flying fuck about the Quartering. The people who are attacking the Quartering right now are on the right. They're not on the left.
Jeremy draws online stalemates by sheer attrition or manipulation. He uploads so many videos against his targets and selectively edits them that accurately responding to them all is unfeasible. Such was the case with Tulare Community College and the H3 podcast. He can maintain his ironically skeptic audience with his deception, knowing that they will only ever watch his video on the matter. The Kino Casino, however, just like Jeremy, weaves narratives about creators they cover, where Jeremy is reliant on a handful of pejoratives that he uses indiscriminately. The Kino Casino is far more crude, specific, and unconcerned with their insults, as Jeremy would later find. At first, their coverage of Jeremy began in 2024. It was mostly through stories he was tangential to. If anything, they were following Styx Hexenhammer more. Interest in Jeremy grew when Styx failed to show up to his live show. This is when Jeremy found out live that his co-host had been arrested for domestic violence. Jeremy then spent the rest of the stream attempting to bail him out, even asking if any audience members lived near.
They don't. They don't. The far left hates liberals and Democrats far more than they hate people on the right. The only people that I've heard them, well, they do whine and complain about me. They do entire presentations whining and complaining about me. We've watched them on the channel, so they don't like me at all. They don't like Nick Shirley at all. They don't like Nick Sorter at all. Trump, obviously, they whine and complain about all the time. There really are not many people on the right that the left pays attention to. The left, again, is like far more concerned with liberals and Democrats because they view liberals and Democrats to be like their most immediate enemy. They don't give a flying fuck about Cam Higbee. They talk about Nick Sorter way more than they talk about Cam Higbee.
Styx to walk over the documentation needed for bail. It was not until around April 2025 that the Kino Casino had an invested interest in the quartering. Again, partly because of Styx, who admitted to be working for Jeremy basically for free, likely to pay off his bail, and on a live show fell asleep.
It's not happy right now.
Everyone's in a bubble.
And Styx is just in a blissful dream state on drugs. He's like, what do we do with this guy?
This can't.
Look at quartering, bro. He's very displeased right now.
Oh, no.
Jeremy fired Styx because of this blunder. The Kino Casino proceeded to cover Jeremy as one of their main targets. Initially, their coverage was on Jeremy's business-related videos, particularly the ones where Jeremy attributes political beliefs to anyone that negatively affected his business. Jeremy was now dealing with a truly declining channel, a possibly failing business, and the Kino Casino. This is likely why he uploaded this video on May 20th.
No, listen, no, Cam Higbee can kiss my fucking ass. And if you wonder why, look up a video I did explaining this recently. Cam Higbee was blatantly lying about me on Twitter. And so I went through our entire DM history to prove that Cam Higbee was blatantly lying about me on Twitter. You can find it probably by searching on my channel, Cam Higbee lied. I present in it like incontrovertible evidence in the form of going through our entire DM history to say, Cam, these tweets that you posted about me are not true at all in any way, based on your own fucking words and actions.
This year has been the most stressful, most difficult year of content creation that I've ever had.
Yeah.
Naturally, to counter the stress, Jeremy was tweeting about expanding his RC collection, teasing at more RC videos. On stream and his podcast with Melanie Mack, and now Hannah Claire, a former employee of Tim Pool, Jeremy would speak of buying watches for around $10,000. On separate occasions, he would talk about the customized Cybertruck.
I always spoke well of Cam until Cam started lying about me on Twitter, and if he wants to play that fucking game, I will play that fucking game. Anyway, guys, let's focus back on the quartering. Cam Higbee doesn't fucking matter. Cam Higbee's running around debating college students as though that's a newer, interesting idea. Let's focus on the quartering's downfall here. And I agree with this. There are good things Cam has done. I don't think that everything Cam has ever said or done are bad, but the minute you start fucking lying about me is the minute that you are on my fucking shit list. Can Cam Higbee have a redemption arc? Sure. I hope he does someday. That redemption arc for me is going to start with, Karlyn, I'm really sorry about those tweets I sent. That was really stupid of me. And I'm going to say, okay, Cam, that's all good. Can we just go back to like covering the far left? Because I think his on the ground coverage of the protests and stuff was good. I will never take that away from him. but now he's wasting his time debating college students like fucking content whore, and it is what it is. So let's focus on the downfall of the quartering.
He owns
Got
and
another
how
hour
he's
of
thinking of selling it. On Twitter, users pointed out how Jeremy was flaunting his wealth and weaponizing outrage even more for money. He simply responded with, "Stop being poor, F slur." As to only dig himself a deeper hole, he responded to the Kino Casino covering him, calling PPP the only guy fatter than him on the internet, and Andy Worski a burnt-out cokehead. Also adding, quote, "By the way, I'm happy to join these clowns any night on a stream," unquote. The Kino Casino, a live stream and clip channel much smaller than Jeremy, had successfully gotten his attention. Now that they have evidence that Jeremy is aware of their insults, they are motivated to cover him even more. Especially now that in June, he was continuing to flaunt his wealth by purchasing a massive saltwater fish tank.
so
Only
stupid.
19 days later, Jeremy uploaded a video titled, "I'm destroying my channel." In the video, Jeremy talks about having terrible anxiety, spending nearly every night thinking about how he's going to save his channel, while reminding his audience that his channel needs to succeed for the sake of his employees.
No, we don't like
But I'll
Ben
rely
Shapiro. Don't worry
on
about
YouTube,
it.
which has
We
been
don't really like
extremely
much of anyone,
consistent
honestly.
for me over the past 5 years. For the first time in 3 or 4 years,
Who do we
I have
like?
started-
We like, well, okay, I will speak for myself. People can have their own opinions in the chat. Fuck Israel, fuck Ben Shapiro, fuck the Daily Wire, fuck Chris Rufo, fuck the Manhattan Institute, fuck James Lindsay, fuck the Babylon Bee. I like Owen Schroyer. I like Harrison Smith. I like Adam Green. There may be some others as well, but usually we focus on the left, honestly.
losing a lot of subscribers, hundreds, thousands a day. I couldn't figure it out. I can't figure it out.
Jeremy pleads to his audience, claiming he is reducing the amount of ad reads to 1 a day. As for his content,
don't like
Jeremy
Candace,
wants
but I'll
to
watch
create
her anyway.
in-depth videos and be wrong less.
I think the market has shifted and it's no longer
Yes.
okay.
How the fuck did I forget Nick? Yeah, I fucking love Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is like a little fucking pain in the ass brother. Like, I love that kid. I totally support that kid. Yeah, 100. Yes, we like Nick Fuentes. I will watch Candace's content when it's entertaining. I do want to do a Candace catch up at some point. I will, because Candace does make entertaining content. Candace is also a narcissistic bitch. So if you like her, fine. If you don't, that's fine too.
Hey, just to have to, just to read an article
No, I
and
don't
give
like
my,
James O'Keefe.
whoa,
He's a
that's
narcissist.
crazy. I need to be better. And to avoid having my wife sell her feet pictures, I have hired a researcher full time.
Oh, yeah?
I was having near daily anxiety. You see me squirming around, doing this, touching myself, like it's a weird tick, like touching my heart.
Jeremy was agitated, anxious, and one of the casino's prime targets on their July 4th stream. Here, they covered the previous month's happenings, even Jeremy's new, inferior Rumble contract.
So now what he has to do, because of his Rumble deal being
Look at the
he has to
costume.
show the Rumble subs, and he only gets half of that, honey.
Let's just say we took a pretty huge pay cut at the end of our Rumble contract. And
I wonder why.
Let's go to his most recent video and see if anything
That's
has changed.
what I was gonna do.
By the way, what's the title of this video?
Video?
Flight forced to emergency land for insane reasons. So it sounds really clickbaity to me. Okay, at least it didn't start with a coffee mug.
What's the thumbnail? Hang on, let's see the thumbnail. Let's see. I'm done.
I'm done flying forever. So it's just full on clickbait bullshit.
By the way, one of the last chances to get your hands on a
There it is! Immediately he's shilling the coffee. How long did it take for him to shill the coffee?
35 seconds.
35 seconds. So we get literally no content before the shill.
We click the first video.
On a Kiwi forums, while much of Jeremy's board devolves into speculation, user Return of the Mac and Cheese, while still joining in on the speculation, would often upload clips from Jeremy's Rumble live streams, making sure to prioritize the release of new information, like Jeremy's bout with gout, his worries with YouTube demonetizing low-effort content, and detailed information on his coffee sales. The Kino Casino would credit and utilize Return of the Mac and Cheese research, making these segments more frequent and more popular.
The following will not be eligible for monetization: reused or repurposed videos, copied content, that seems the same to me, low effort uploads,
He goes, oh!
By August, it was clear that Jeremy did not improve the quality of his content. Instead of addressing its flaws, he once again turned the blame on YouTube, blaming the company for selectively lowering his channel's viewership. This is why he made the new channel, Quartering Live.
Used to have Quarter Cast, and there was like 70,000 subscribers on there, but YouTube shadow banned it, which has also been giving me immense stress.
Okay, no, shadow ban, the stress of the shadow bans. This is what every fucking political grifter says till the end of fucking time. I've been shadow banned. They're suppressing me in the algorithm.
Jeremy's Quartering Live channel has considerably less viewership than the Quartering. These uploads often get less than 1,000 views a video. With these tests effectively proving the shadow banning of his main channel was false, he was now claiming that the majority of internet traffic is fake.
My videos have basically remained the same quality for 12 years.
Oh my God.
Well, that might be the problem. That's the problem, Jeremy. That's the problem.
So you're saying, Kyle, that what worked in 2013 should work exactly the same in 2025? That's delusional, buddy.
I just think that there's something weird going on. Like, everybody collectively has had enough of the internet.
I'm going to be real.
No!
I love the internet rules. Okay, guys?
There's dead internet theory, which I do subscribe to, which basically, if I'm oversimplifying it, is that the majority of internet traffic is fake.
Jeremy was using all that he learned in the past 2 decades to attempt to resuscitate his channel, even using his oldest trick.
Have you ever thought to yourself, hey, somebody should be paying me to watch these videos? Well, I've heard you loud and clear, and that's exactly what this week's going to be.
Hey, Quartering, you dumbass. You're supposed to be a businessman that understands this. You know they're supposed to pay you for the streams? That's how you make money. You're not supposed to be paying them. It's another vanity project for you. Look at all the viewers we have that I paid for.
Yeah.
Jeremy was attempting to fall back on giveaways. Only YouTube had long reduced the influence subscribers have on creators. The Kino Casino covered this and were following Jeremy's financial decisions. Come late August, they also began covering Jeremy's many stories of involuntary bowel movements.
Only keep people for an hour, and I was totally off my game because I have anxiety diarrhea from you.
He has anxiety diarrhea.
Oh,
he has
man.
Anxiety diarrhea.
I was trying to poop for an hour straight before the show, and then once
was it
started,
the 15 beers? For an hour straight. He's on the porcelain throne. The porcelain Punisher is right.
I mean, I had diarrhea for like 5 straight months.
5 straight
wow.
months. These are the diarrhea files.
When I'm trying to really work on my gut biome, as my well-documented nonstop diarrhea.
In September, the Kino Casino rediscovered the pinnacle of Jeremy's diarrhea-related stories. They uncovered the Walmart story.
The trail of smears?
This is the trail of smears. No, it really is the trail of smears.
They made a diagram?
It's amazing when we get to this.
To Jeremy, this was a step too far. The Kino Casino early September had both covered the Walmart story and dominated the search term Jeremy Hambly. So he renamed his podcast channel.
So if you search for Jeremy Hambly on YouTube, you'll see here that pretty much every single result is now for Kino Casino clip. We have completely taken over this guy's name. Now, we weren't intentionally doing this. This wasn't a plan by ours at all. Jeremy goes, yeah, when you search my name, it's literally only snark and bullshit. It's apparently now required. So Jeremy has rebranded the Quartercast to being Jeremy Hambly, the Jeremy Hambly show.
Help me take back the search results. Basically, people that want to spread like terrible misinformation about.
What?
Okay.
What misinformation?
What is the misinformation?
It's all people who used to watch me, and that's fine. Again, you're allowed to make all the content you want on me. You're just not gonna. You're not gonna outrank me.
Jeremy was not only acknowledging the Kino Casino, but also reading their viewers' donations, emboldening them to join in.
Casino one.
What's everybody got going on this weekend? Have your daily diarrhea dump.
Look how salted he is. He knows.
A week later, with the Kino Casino still competing with the search term Jeremy Hambly, Jeremy was now using his main channel to outrank them. On September 17th, Jeremy on Twitter claimed that he has never even heard of the Kino Casino, while at the same time directly replying to their tweet asking to get on their show. When this did not work, he tagged both PPP and Andy Worski. Unable to take out his frustration on them, he instead settled for his employees.
Oh, wait. The White House. Did the White House actually post this?
There's a lot of deep fakes around, so who knows?
But they have the White House at the end.
Yeah, but
anyone could cut that, right?
Yeah.
Shut up, bitch.
But what if this is the thing? Like, and you saw this with like everything Gavin Newsom's doing right now. Like, there's so much push to get better at social media. I mean, I sent Jeremy a post.
She just kept on going with the, I called you a bitch, and you just ignored it completely.
What?
In late October, the Kino Casino grew even more aggressive with their coverage of Jeremy. Their fans did their part.
Jeremy's a Ukraine supporter. No. I do like your username, though. The Porcelain Punisher.
All of this attention towards Jeremy was going to pay off, especially as he continued to post information related to his earnings. Like in mid-October when he showed his previous 30 days of earnings on Rumble, amounting to 26,000. That's not all. He also got 6 million viewers and 195,000 hours viewed by those viewers. Though Jeremy streams 4 hours on end, these stats meant that a viewer, on average, watched only 1 minute and 47 seconds of his content. Something is not quite right about these stats. Noel, the owner of Kiwi Farms, then posted his stats as a direct comparison. Quote, both of us are showing you the last 30 days. Let's do a quick comparison. Jeremy gets approximately 48 times more views, but only 5.6 times as much money. Jeremy gets approximately 48 times more views, but only 2.75 times the watch hours. What is driving me crazy is the last part, 2.75 times the watch hours. Unquote. Regardless of Jeremy's peculiar stats, he has now shown that through one revenue source, he has made $26,000, spending more than half of that in November on an RC track.
What kind of dirt did we use? Well, we used what they call baseball mix, like what they use for baseball diamonds. How much? Well, it was about $10,000 to do this.
That's crazy.
If you do it yourself, probably going to be $4,000 to $5,000. That shipping container was like $5,000 or $6,000, and I installed vents and solar lighting on the top, and inside I've run power, but I'm not going to include that. That's like a luxury.
He's not even going to get to use it even one time. I don't know if it's going to survive the winter.
Think about it. 10,000 for the track, 4,000 for the shipping container, 14,000. How much is he asking for the
he said
GoFundMe?
14 grand.
Jeremy was indeed fundraising that amount of money for an upcoming trip.
I bought the equipment so that we could do our show live. I want to be able to interview like Russell Brand, Jack Posobiec.
He just this is where the TPUSA stuff says. No, I will not. No, I will not be helping Hannah Claire. You want to know why? Because I find Hannah Claire to be intellectually dishonest on a good day. So no, Hannah Claire is on her own. Best of luck.
Do this, I would be eternally thankful. And then we would also have all the equipment to do more live events.
But you already bought
the equipment.
Yeah. You already bought the equipment. You just told us you bought the equipment. What the fuck is this?
This is fucking a scam, bro. Okay, here we go.
You guys can help us out with something because it cost about $14,000 for me to pay for the crew
can liberate
and buy the
herself.
equipment.
Exactly.
To go out there.
No, for us.
All the equipment's here and paid for.
Okay, so
and
all the equipment's here and paid for, so why do you need our money again?
Even though Jeremy mentioned he already bought all of the equipment, he would still include it in the fundraising costs. Perhaps Jeremy was reluctant to spend more money because of the failure of the Publica and the downturn in coffee sales. His yearly Advent coffee calendar sold 3,500 units in 2024. He does not think he will surpass 500 sales for it in 2025. Lucky for Jeremy, 2 donators made up the cost for the trip. Jeremy was going to AmericaFest, or AmFest for short, an annual convention hosted by Turning Point USA, and the Kino Casino was going to cover clips of it, analyzing 30 minutes of footage through 3 hours of live streaming. They covered the awkwardness of attendees walking up and interrupting the quartering's crew to get free bags of coffee.
When I buy luxury stuff, I'm talking about doing it on the resale market. I'm not talking about going out and spending $10,000 on something. I'm talking about buying a bag that for a couple $100s on the resale market. And then I say, hey guys, isn't this bag cool? And do you know where I got this bag? If you want a bag like this, you can go find it here and you can get a really good deal on it. It's like, I'm not showing off a $55,000 saltwater tank. I'm showing off, like, if it's not from the resale market, it's a high-end knockoff from China. It's like, hey, can you believe how good this fucking high-end knockoff Chanel bag is? This is fucking rad. I got this for like a couple $100. How fucking cool is this? $10,000 bag at the store. It's like, it's an investment. It's an investment. It's also fun. And it's also like, I pay for that stuff from my Twitter earnings and my Rumble earnings. Like, I pay for that stuff with play money. I'm not defrauding my fucking audience by saying, guys, I'm really running out of money and I need you to, everyone get a Substack subscription and everyone, donate 10 channel memberships and everyone do this, that, and the other thing. Like, my audience takes care of me. I'm really not worried about it. But like, I also am not coming out here being like, I'm financially destitute and then going and buying like luxury shit. When I buy luxury shit, it's like I'm showing you what I'm getting and I'm saying, here's how cheap I got it and isn't capitalism fucking awesome? And if people don't like it, you know what? Whatever. It is what it is. I have a hobby. Everyone has a hobby. I like to collect things. Other people like to collect things too. People have golf clubs and fishing poles and knife collections and RC car collections and Lego collections and video game collections and stuff like that. Everyone has stuff that they like. I am sharing with you guys stuff that I like. If people don't like what I spend money on, like whatever, man. Like, who cares?
That were laid out in front of their set. They also covered how Jeremy's setup was a fire hazard that he had to address. The Kino Casino also noted how little leeway Jeremy was getting, believing him to be a very unimportant attendee.
Too.
Jeremy brought on guests, spoke of the convention, and fumbled much, to the extent that he misnamed his guest from the organization Gays Against Groomers as Gays for Groomers.
So we've got someone from Gays for Groomers coming up.
Gays for Groomers.
Oh no, it's the same one. That's the same one.
Context.
You're like a new viewer, and you don't know that he mumbles and mush mouths, and you go, "He's having who on?"
And then there was this interaction.
Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and
Cynthia spends money on me.
Like, what the fuck? I haven't been invited to this football game.
Maybe going somewhere family orientated.
I can't watch football with you guys.
You can.
Wow.
Ooh, no,
But
Mel
look
goes, yeah, come, please.
Is that what it is?
And Hannah Claire will probably be going.
Yeah, thanks, average person, for the super chat. Appreciate it. You're so Asian in the sense that white people show off how much money they spent, whereas Asian people show off how much money they didn't spend. Yeah, like that's, you know what? But that's why I fucking love the high-end knockoff shit from China, because once you go down that rabbit hole, we're not talking like Canal Street shit. We're not talking like DH Gate shit. We're not talking about cheap knockoffs. We're talking about very, very high-end knockoffs. And I think I'm just so blown away. Like, they have, I bow down to the greatness of the Chinese. They have made replicating high-end luxury goods down to the same materials, down to the same construction, down to the same hardware, down to like every single fucking detail, every little piece. Like, it's just like what they have done is so impressive. I am in awe of how much money I can save and literally get exactly the same shit as you would pay $10,000 for in the store here. It is disgusting how much money the luxury brands charge when really it doesn't cost them that much to produce this stuff. And China is simply taking advantage of it. And I, quite frankly, for as much as China is accused of being communist, which, by the way, no, the left doesn't think they're communist, I think it's a very capitalist thing to tell the luxury brands to fuck off, that they don't care about your intellectual property. They're just going to remake all your shit and they're going to sell it at a much, 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 much lower markup than the luxury brands are. And we have access to all that. And it's beautiful. And I love that it's a middle finger to the luxury brands while simultaneously giving me really nice stuff that I like and enjoy.
Family.
Look at his
That was a plea. Bring it back.
Yeah,
Did
$50
she
for
actually
being a suit. How
help me
fucking
to
cool.
her? Like it almost seemed like it, bro.
Oh my god! Wait, hang on.
No, she did.
Wait,
I
I'll be
don't
watching
think
the
she
football
might
game
have.
tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going.
What
No, did she help me? Is that real?
Yo,
She did.
Somewhere family orientated.
I can't watch football with you guys.
You can.
Wow.
I would. The art is in the savings.
Her saying
Yes.
you're welcome in female speech. Watch this.
Oh yeah, that was.
Whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, she fucking said some shit back.
She's like-
She mouthed it.
And then last micro.
I can't watch football
this.
with you guys.
You can.
Wow.
I would love that.
Oh
Now watch his face here.
yeah, that would be.
Wow, thanks, Melanie.
On Kiwi Farms, this interaction was exhaustively analyzed. The Kiwi Farms Twitter account even posted the interaction on Twitter, triggering a response from Jeremy. Jeremy calling it the gayest controversy ever, and tweeting at the owner of Kiwi Farms that this is normal behavior for adults in real life. Jeremy deleted these tweets, but not this one of an AI rendition of the three at Amfist. Jeremy is portrayed slovenly, next to a fearful Melanie Mack as Hannah Claire looks on with concern. The Kino Casino also covered day 2 and day 3 of the Amfest
It was
streams. Afterwards, they took a
It
short
was
break for the holidays and came back to cover
painful.
Jeremy's declining channel.
His video business, his YouTube channel, has declined to its lowest level in over 5 years, down 66%.
2026 was a different year
I
for Jeremy,
appreciate you so
where he
much,
would
old
normally
snob.
make
I
a New
do
Year's
too.
resolution to stop
And it will.
drinking, to lose
We're gonna
weight,
have a
to
great
work
time.
less. It appears he has resigned himself to stay the same. An unprovoked monologue from a January stream captures this.
A lot of people, you like have to make the choice of what your mindset is going to be and follow through. And I think for
Yeah.
some people, it just gets, it's like you get into a mode and
You're in the
always
rut.
looking for the negative. Yeah.
I would tell guys this all the time at the bar. You know, the bar I hang out at, it's a dive bar. Okay. There has not been an attractive single chick that walked in that bar in 20 years. There is some truth to the fact that people, what is the saying? Like, people are living the exact life that they want to live. And that does play out. But I feel like compelled to always try and be like, yeah, but do you want to, like, is this fun? Like, there was a point in my life when I was kind of depressed and feeling in a rut, and I would be at that bar 4 nights a week. But like, I had a wife at home, which was even less of an excuse. But like, I saw the same fucking people there every night, the same 10 people every night. And it's like, man, no, like, this is a rut so deep, you're never going to get out of it. Somebody who drank probably 4 to 5 nights a week and has now gone to maybe once every 2 weeks.
Once every 2 weeks, Jeremy.
There's a book I read.
Okay.
That is just, it's a really easy read.
Does anyone believe that? Does anyone believe that? Does anyone believe that Jeremy's gone from drinking every night to once every couple of weeks? One in the chat if you believe that, 2 in the chat if you think that was a lie. Alcoholics always lie. It is one of the most heartbreaking things about knowing alcoholics because they just lie. They just do.
And I'm not telling anyone, hey, you got to quit drinking forever, because I don't think I ever will. My plan is probably never to quit, but it made it way easier to not drink on a weeknight. You know, it went from like 1 to 2 times a week to like, wait, I drank like 6 days in a row. Like, what the fuck?
In those clips, Jeremy claims he drank 4 times a week, but then it was 6 times a week. The important bit was that he was making peace with his addiction, aiming to drink less rather than not at all. There was a similar approach to his YouTube channel as the Kino Casino were noticing.
Yes.
He got, on January 19th, 20,000 subs. On a day, he got
Right.
87,000 views. Okay.
Everyone's like, he bought subscribers. I'm like, no, I was running YouTube ads because things were leveling off. I wanted to see if I could re-engage. The views on that video, 80,000 of them were from my own channel. You get like 2,000 paid views, and it costs you about $2 to find a new subscriber.
Jeremy was now utilizing what he previously called one of the most insulting services YouTube has ever offered him. As a comparison, the quartering in January got 10 million views and gained 50,000 subscribers. His peak month in June 2024 was 74 million views and 60,000 subscribers. This is around 7 times the views, yet just 1/5 more subscribers. This is how inordinate Jeremy's subscriber growth was. If 40,000 of those subscribers were paid, then that means Jeremy paid around $80,000 to YouTube in just January. Even stranger, Jeremy had long known how useless subscribers were through YouTube prioritizing their algorithm. But there is the possibility that this same learned behavior from 2008 is still present within him, where subgrowth directly translates to dopamine, creating a strange loop where Jeremy is endlessly working to escape his life, is burning himself out and exhausting his money to artificially grow his channel, all done to feel better. What's more, exposing that he does this exposes that he has much more money that he's let on. $80,000 is how much he mentioned the K-Cup machine costs. It still does not stop there because Jeremy was reviving unsleeved media also at a cost.
In fact, I have about $10,000 in product to open up to celebrate coming back.
Jeremy claims he was unbanned by Wizards of the Coast. As for the packs, he was phenomenally unlucky with the cards he received, obtaining many inexpensive, rare duplicates. The pinned and loved comment on this video reads, quote, "Thanks for the heads up. Forgot about this channel. Unsubbed immediately. I would prefer an actual rectal prolapse than having to suffer through any content from Jeremy, the walking prolapse." Unquote.
So he live streamed this on the Quartering Live, and it has a grand total in a day of 1,500 views.
Live viewers?
Not live viewers.
Oh no!
Just replay views.
No! Wait, is this sweater inside out?
It might be inside out, but it looks like it's like a poop thing.
Wait, I don't know, maybe it's just a style. I'm being like a little. Now I'm being
it's
like.
Inside
extra.
out!
It's inside out!
The Kino Casino reacted to this lengthy stream, and where Jeremy admits to forgetting to go live at the very beginning, which means he was opening packs to no one, and is wearing his sweater inside out. The most shocking event did not even happen in this stream, but a different one.
Ash, emergency.
What's going on?
Quartering just got caught looking at cock porn?
No!
It's on Kiwi Farms?
That's why I can't scroll
Oh
Twitter.
no!
That's why I'm out. Like if I'm ever hosting, I'm not logged in because that way it won't.
Yeah.
It limits what you can see because I don't
Oh,
want
There
to.
we go.
Why?
sensitivity. Yeah, I guess I could probably do it.
Why?
On
Why?
Twitter, Jeremy claims
Why?
that tweet suddenly popped up, furious
yeah.
that it did so, even tagging Elon Musk in the process.
Oh.
This tweet received a community note, explaining that Jeremy has in the past been exposed for searching Reddit for forced cream pie, going as far to assume, quote, "It is easy to assume they search porn frequently." And
Fucking way. He got a community note about his porn searches on fucking Reddit. No fucking Oh no, thank God I hate porn. Thank God I hate porn and there's no porn on my computer and there's no porn searches anywhere on my computer because I fucking hate porn. Oh no.
get recommended porn in their feed, unquote. Jeremy deleted this tweet. The antagonization of Jeremy had increased sharply, his antagonist now not only utilizing his sexual blunders to expose previous sexual blunders, but also now commenting on his finances and failing channel. Previously, Jeremy spoke about his watches, RC track, and saltwater fish tank. This time, he leaked his Rumble dashboard, presumably on purpose, showing a balance of $904,000. Much of this dashboard does not make sense and works against improving the image of Jeremy. To start, the center notification states that he has been rejected from the Rumble Creator Program. His balance from the last 30 days is $2,594 from 6.6 million views, a tremendously low pay rate, and with the views he has 158,000 hours viewed. This is even less than last time he leaked his dashboard. Now it averages to 86 seconds of watch time per viewer. Jeremy soon after admitted that the balance of $900,000 is false.
This is the super chat that makes him seethe and crash out here. Jeremy, if you have 900K in a Rumble account, why are you asking people for 14K to go to AmFest? And why couldn't you donate the 6K to Toys for Tots?
It's a good question.
He crashes out about this, and this is the moment where he admits the 900K isn't real.
And I recommend, as a man, as I'm sure you are, you don't worry about other men's money. The idea that I'm not sure what you're talking about with the Rumble money, but I get paid from Rumble monthly, and
okay,
it's not what people think. You know, it shows a bunch of money in there, but that money doesn't really exist.
So there it is. That's him admitting that the 900K isn't real.
There was a new revelation. It turns out Jeremy did not sell his Neo Geo or even Nintendo collection.
Thought you were selling them off. No.
So he's looking over at his wife. Oh, so he's denying he ever sold them off.
She's like, what the hell?
I sold my Neo Geo stuff
Now
a
he's
long
looking
time
at his
ago,
watch.
but my NES stuff is still around. I still have a good amount of Neo Geo stuff.
This is a fucking lie.
You can only really. Jeremy, on 2 occasions, claimed that he sold his Neo Geo collection. Once in this tweet to focus on his Nintendo collection, and again when he was pleading to his audience to assist him with the purchase of an $80,000 K-Cup machine. Jeremy in the stream also touched on him promoting his videos, claiming he was spending around $20,000 a month, a large difference from the presumed $80,000. He arrived at the $20,000 figure because he doesn't find it strange to reinvest 20% of his earnings back into his channel, alluding to now earning $100,000 a month. Lastly, he clarifies that he has $20,000 to throw away each month.
If I didn't have 20 to 30 grand a month to advertise my own videos,
30.
do you think I would be doing it?
With this revelation, Jeremy's fundraising for events like AmFest seemed even less necessary than before. Regardless, Jeremy in March claimed he is not wealthy.
Isn't Jeremy rich? Why be concerned about finances? Well, I'm not rich. Only the rich can own a shipping container, according to fat retards from Canada. Yeah, if only fat retards from Canada were actual people. On Rumble, I've never paid for bots. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, bullshit.
I have a contract with Rumble that does not care about my minimum viewership, does not care about any of that.
You are
None
so
of
full
that.
of shit, bro.
Multi-million-dollar contract with
Never
Rumble.
paid for
Multi-million.
bots.
And they have never had minimum viewerships or anything like that. So again, wait, so you aren't rich but willing to risk 100K? Yep, I am. If you can prove that I've ever bought bots for my live streams, I will give you 100,000 USD or even in Bitcoin if that's what you want. Just because you're begging us to buy your charity coffee at the same time you're trying to flex your finances. I'm not begging anyone to buy my coffee. You're living in a fucking loser mindset. Do you have any idea? Like, I sell $150,000 of coffee a month, every month. You think I'm fucking poor? I'm saying I make well over $1 million a year just on coffee. You think I'm poor. So I'm done addressing you unless you put your money where your mouth.
Hey guys, I got news for you. People for years have been talking about how I'm gonna go broke because reason X, Y, B, and Z, and I just never acknowledged it. like, I mean, it was just like it's like you don't have to. People are always going to try to get in your head if you're on the internet. People are always going to try to get it. He should know how this works. People are always going to try to get in your head. They're always going to try to silence you if they don't like you. This is going to happen to every single person who is on the internet. And if you really weren't having financial trouble, do you know how many posts people make about me to this day? Karlyn's going to go broke buying all these luxury bags. As though I couldn't control myself not to spend a couple $100 on a fucking bag if I really fucking needed to. It's like these people have nothing to do with their sympathetic lives. What I'm saying is the fact that he needs to answer to every single, he's going broke is an indication to me that he probably is going broke. Because if it's not true, then who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Let them think you're not making money. Let them think that. People underestimate people who aren't making money. So let them think you're not making money.
The mouth is.
That last video is where this video was meant to end, and this post by Return of the Mac and Cheese, posted March 24th, was only a footnote. Now, it is the reason this video had to be rewritten to include a new chapter.
Too much.
Quote,
Exactly,
yep, I got
Cynthia.
an anonymous
Exactly
tip
my
from someone who
point.
claims to know people who know of
Exactly
Jer IRL
my
that
point.
Quartering's best friend is a legit wife-busting bull. I looked into it and can 100% confirm this is real, and dude and his wife swing through the Hambley house to get blackout drunk and hang out in the hot tub and use your
Wow.
imagination, what else? Unquote. Jeremy's friend has stated publicly on Twitter that they are friends. He is also part of the Quartering's Discord server, even given the unique role of Quartering legend. Mac and Cheese then shows Jeremy's friend's Discord ID is GrapeJelly817. There is a Reddit account with this exact same username. The problem was that this post and commentary was hidden, but a bug allowed Mac and Cheese to somehow view the hidden comments. Several comments were made on r/Midwest Hotwives, a subreddit dedicated to lewd photos and swinging, and also the Wisconsin Bulls subreddit. This is specifically dedicated to seeking out a quote-unquote bull, a third party to join in intercourse with a couple, sometimes as one partner observes rather than joining in. And Jeremy's friend, with his real name on Twitter, can be seen petitioning women for sex. This all
so
proving that
crazy.
Jeremy's friend is an active swinger. The rest of the post is full of clips or photos meant to convince readers that Jeremy and or his wife is involved with his friend and or his friend's wife. First of note is this clip considered to be a Freudian slip.
Right? Like he's got some STD or clearly he's taking a part in that lifestyle. You know, in my experience, I've never taken part in this lifestyle. But I know I have friends who have, and then obviously I've covered people who have, you know, swingers. Instead of cucking now, they call it hot wifing, which is literally just letting your wife bone other dudes. Yeah.
This post also includes Jeremy's belief that Nick Rekieta, a different controversial creator receiving oral sex from a woman who is not his wife on stream, is not a quote-unquote own. Jeremy's previously leaked search of Reddit for cream pies, the specific type of pornography that appeared on his Twitter timeline when he streamed, a time that Jeremy allegedly posted cuck porn to his Twitter, a fantasy he explained while showcasing an interview with Gina Carano, where he is a loyal friend who sits on the sidelines while Gina would be sleeping with various other individuals before gravitating to Jeremy, Jeremy inviting his friend and his friend's wife over to join him in his hot tub, while also commenting on his friend's wife's big old boobs, various other mentions of Jeremy's friend's wife visiting his house sometimes to clean, other mentions of Jeremy acting inappropriately towards women who are not his wife, and finally is this part of Mac and Cheese's closing statement. Quote, obviously nothing here is stone cold proof, but perhaps there is something to the long-term speculation in this thread. Let's just focus on the objective facts. Jer is a pervert and creep. Jeremy's best friend is a bull and swinger. Redacted appears to be wealthy and owns a $1.25 million 6-bedroom, 5-bath home, according to public record, yet his wife goes to Quartering's house alone to quote-unquote clean regularly. Jeremy makes comments about his friend's wife's fat tits and how bad wants her in his hot tub while drunk on stream. Jeremy has cuckold and cuckold-adjacent fetishes, which he publicly exposed. Jeremy openly talks about having sex with women who are not his wife or simps for women and spends massive amounts of money on them with seemingly no fear of being exposed despite having many enemies online and admitting his family and friends follow his online presence. Until recently, Jer and his wife were admitted atheists, and Jer's very obvious hedonistic lifestyle of constant drug and alcohol addictions was tolerated. Unquote. This post has received even more likes and rewards than even the first post on this thread. It is possibly even the most awarded post on Jeremy's thread. As such, the Kino Casino dedicated 5 hours of their 7-hour stream into covering this post and Jeremy in detail, not censoring Jeremy's friend's face or name, and promoting the belief that Jeremy is unfaithful to his wife, while also periodically mentioning that this is speculation and their opinion.
Jeremy Hambley is a cock! Jeremy Hambley is a cuckold confirmed! His best friend Adam is a fucking bull that comes over to his house every fucking week and is plowing his wife! It turns out that Skyrone was a vanilla gorilla!
A vanilla gorilla!
Over the coming days, the coverage of Mac and Cheese's post was reaching Jeremy and bringing even more interest towards him and his shortcomings. Mac and Cheese and the casino were celebrating with a victory lap. Jeremy was none too pleased with what was going on, nor with the Kino Casino.
PPP or Andy Worski, either one of you guys are welcome on my show anytime.
Oh,
they should
anytime.
do it.
They would
Hey,
rather
Ted!
insinuate that my wife of
thank you,
15
bro.
years is having an
Appreciate
affair
you.
with somebody else and put that shit out on the internet like it's a fact based on nothing, then you know, I've reached out to both of them, and guess what? Neither one of them have replied. I wonder why that is.
On March 30th, Jeremy tweeted to address the ongoing drama, denying that he has an open marriage, and while he's fine with people making fun of him, he claims the harassment has people mailing things to his house and making his wife feel unsafe. Mac and Cheese was twisting the knife, noting how March was Jeremy's worst month ever, yet it has 18 million views. However, this is explained by Jeremy's strategy of uploading YouTube Shorts, short-form videos that get hundreds of thousands of views yet pay very little. His regular videos this month amounted to around 7.5 million views. Jeremy's channel, at least for his regular content, is declining steeply.
Yep.
To make matters worse for
Real
Jeremy and
true,
those around
Donnie,
him,
real and
a
true.
detailed docs of Jeremy's friend was posted on QB Farms, alongside a separate post detailing Jeremy's friend's criminal history that includes domestic abuse. On April 3rd, Jeremy again tweeted at the Kino Casino, requesting to have a debate/conversation. He also posted the messages he sent to PPP, and the considerably lengthier and far more numerous messages sent to Worski, likely because of their history covering similar topics in 2018. He'd even petitioned Noel to host a possible debate. Noel responded by clarifying that PPP is after Jeremy's financial information, likely circumventing the debate by mentioning how inconsistent Jeremy is with the status of his finances. Jeremy goes on to claim that he is willing to go on Caleb Hammer's Financial Audit podcast, a request previously made by the Kino Casino. On their stream, they celebrated this development, perhaps too soon.
He's scared of what's being revealed about the bull. He doesn't want anyone digging any deeper into the situation with his bull, into the Nexium cult, and all of this. So he's prepared to agree to fucking anything. Honestly. And we could probably get a lot more out of Jeremy because we hold all the cards. We have all the leverage in this situation. And I told you guys, the house always wins.
Just one day later, PPP on Twitter shared a screenshot of a community strike the Kino Cathedral promo channel received, not to be confused with their main channel, Kino Casino Clips. The Kino Cathedral received a strike for harassment and bullying, PPP claiming it was Jeremy who reported the video and is responsible for the strike. Jeremy on Twitter stated, quote, PPP, a random Canadian, only considered stop spreading slanderous lies about my wife, my friend, and family if I gave him 7 years worth of tax forms. Again, a random fucking nobody demanded my tax forms in order to even consider stopping harassing my family and friends.
Oh,
Fuck him,
no,
unquote.
Jeremy.
was not going forward with the Caleb Hammer
Someone
podcast
jail.
or any debate for that matter. Later that night, PPP posted again. Another video had been taken down, this time on the Kino Casino's main channel, for violating YouTube's policy on personally identifiable information. PPP will later confirm that it was filed by Jeremy's friend. The way the YouTube strike system works is that after a warning and 3 community guideline strikes, the channel is banned. This means that if just 2 more videos are taken down for a community guideline strike, so would the entire Kino Casino clip channel. Worski reported that Jeremy had shown the Quartering YouTube channel was not the source of the initial report. Worski also believing that while it may not have been the Quartering, Jeremy still has countless other channels. So the possibility of Jeremy being the source of the reports still remains. On the morning of April 5th, Worski stated that their strikes were appealed as to have them overturned, and their videos were restored. The looming threat of a ban was seemingly gone. Jeremy, still being blamed for the initial reports, was claiming that if he wanted to get them banned, he could, claiming either Worski or PPP is a ban evader and that their YouTube channel is a walking terms of service violation. Worski retorted by believing this was an admission that Jeremy was behind the reports and also posted his YouTube channel as to show he is not ban evading. Even so, Jeremy continued to tweet, now more menacingly. Quote, if these clowns keep going after my friends and family just because they don't like me.
You know, someday I want to write a book about essentially about all of this bullshit that goes on the internet. I originally conceived of this book by what happened to Nick Fuentes. I was calling it Nick and I originally. I may still I have actually a bunch of content written for that but I did this all a couple of years ago. I started it thinking about how Nick Fuentes was canceled and how everything about Nick was twisted once it got to the real world and stuff like that. And including the Kino Casino. Like it's like all the different patterns that someone goes through and during cancellation, and like comparing it to what happened to me, because all the same things that happened to Nick happened to me on a much smaller scale. And I like the idea of like identifying the patterns of like, here is how this works on the internet. The quartering is a fascinating example of this, because the quartering has done all of the things to all the other people. The quartering for years made so much money by doing the same shit to other people that's now being done to him. And it's like kind of like, I'm kind of glad I kind of like put pause on that book that I was writing on that topic, because I feel like there's so much like more juicy content to work into it now. I still do think like Nick Fuentes is one of the all-time best examples of just what this whole space does to people in terms of like, if you don't follow the narrative talking points, if you are doing your own thing, if you can't be controlled by them, they are going to do everything they can to destroy you. And I think that Nick is a great example of that, because not only has he endured that, he's also come through on the other side, and now no one can fucking touch him. So I think he's kind of like the best example. I, of course, want to talk about what happened to me, but I also think just like every time this stuff happens, it's the same fucking pattern. Every single fucking time.
Fine, I will in fact take everything they have and never apologize for it. Psycho weirdos are messaging my wife, calling her phone, people are harassing my friends. Roast me, fine.
But I will say, I do not mind watching the people who did this to me having it inflicted on them. I don't mind watching it at all. And maybe a couple years ago, I wouldn't have had that perspective to say that. Maybe a couple years ago, I would have been like, no, I think it's wrong when it happens to anyone, because it was still very fresh for me back then. But like now, I'm like, oh, cancel those motherfuckers, and then cancel them again, and then cancel them again after that. Like, you inflict this bullshit on others, you absolutely deserve to get it inflicted on you.
There used to be a line, I don't give a fuck what you say about me. But these psychos are harassing my family, my wife, and my friends. They have no rules, and starting today, neither do I. You guys have spread disgusting, vile lies about my wife. You literally retweeted a Photoshop picture of her, someone who is not on the internet. I strongly dislike you, but will never dream of bringing your family into anything. I don't think it's crazy to expect two other grown men to understand that my wife, who is not an online person, to be left out of things. The more they push it, the more I want to become the villain they already accuse me of. Unquote. This was viewed as yet another empty threat, one that brought on even more ridicule. New to the mix was Jeremy's often uttered inane question, how was your weekend? A question Jeremy poses before going on what are viewed as excessive discussions of mundane activities, all in an effort to fill time on his podcast. Jeremy was not being taken seriously. So again, still on April 5th, he reconfirmed his threat. Quote, first will be your YouTube, which is in violation of ban evasion. Easy takedown. And next will be your kick. I literally begged you two to be reasonable. I tried everything. You chose this. All I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me.
Jeremy.
Unquote. PPP responded by stating that Jeremy is shameless, has no power anywhere, and is a cuckold. Jeremy then reached out to Null again as a medium to relay a message. He is demanding that the Kino Casino take down their videos attacking his marriage, or he will bury them, and that he can burn it all down with his 5 years guaranteed salary at Rumble. In this screenshot, Jeremy claims he has a non-racial slur YouTube representative, and all it would take is one phone call. The medium of communication would become exceedingly important in the coming days. As for Jeremy's threats, PPP posted this message and refused Jeremy's offer, calling it a Mafia Don extortion tactic. That was the final straw. In the early morning of April 6th, Jeremy promised scorched earth. More mockery came as a response to Jeremy's newest threat. Kiwi Farms celebrated both Jeremy's rage and how well-fed PPP from the Kino Casino would be in monetizing Jeremy. As many hours had gone by and Jeremy had failed to make good on his threats, his Twitter replies had become so filled with comments mocking him that even the ones he purposely hid were so numerous they possibly outnumbered the unhidden replies. Even Null commented on Jeremy's inaction. Finally, Jeremy began streaming, and many viewers anticipating the stream both joined and were banned likely for their comments. Noel also commented on the stream as Jeremy was not even talking about the Kino Casino, rather returning to his standard programming. The scope of mockery was increasing. More creators were jumping in to denounce Jeremy, often in support of the Kino Casino.
We're still here, Jeremy Hambley of Wisconsin.
It turned out that this was not the first time a threat of the sort came from Jeremy. In 2018, creator Mr. Medicare was fighting with Sargon of Akkad and had the possibility of getting his channel struck or perhaps even banned just by the act of a viewer donating a racist message. The quartering threatened to do such a thing, going as far as to demand to confront him, but only on Medicare's live stream as to send a racist message to possibly get his channel banned. When Medicare failed to agree to Jeremy's terms, Jeremy himself began streaming and accepted a call from Keemstar. It was then that Keemstar added Medicare to the call, assuring the confrontation would happen, just not on Medicare's channel as Jeremy demanded.
You basically said, I can't wait to fucking super chat you 1488. Wink, wink, Jim. Oh my God, are you scared of the audience? You scared of what happened to Ralph? I'm going to super chat you 1488. Wink, wink. Fuck you.
No, that's not
Fuck
what I said.
You're obvious. Fuck you.
That's not what I said.
That was what Jeremy, in essence, said.
You just told me you didn't say it though, but you
Yeah,
did. You
but
did.
come
Like
on,
you
Jim.
said, you said, you know.
What a fucking bum. Oh, come on, Jim. Let me get you
Oh,
flagged.
come on, Jim. Let me run gay ops and deplatform you. It's been a long time.
You don't have a reputation that precedes you. You're just some fucking guy on YouTube like everybody else.
Why do you assume I
True.
would flag your shit?
He kind of does have a reputation. Like pretty much everybody hates him, and now
Star from the top.
This 2018 stream had one more standout comment from Jeremy.
Your content isn't even art, Jim. Your content isn't even artistic.
Neither is yours, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean,
your content isn't artistic.
I know.
Oh,
All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go.
All right, be
drink. some-
good. But
You're not artistic.
As for the Kino Casino stream, it opened with a
Yo,
particularly
what's up?
passionate
We love
and
you.
directed
What's up,
monologue by
W's? What's up?
PPP,
Thank you.
both challenging
We love
Jeremy to
you.
act and emphasizing
You
PPP's
guys are
resolve.
You
guys are so generous today. I wasn't even going to be like asking for channel memberships today. We got 140 new channel memberships. You guys are the best. I have the best community on YouTube. I will die on that hill. Appreciate all of you. We're rounding this out. It's only taken us 5 hours. So we're almost there, guys.
They'll ever stop fucking with you, bitch. Send the fucking papers,
This is
cock.
great.
Fucking do it. You'll never do fucking shit.
Do it, Jer.
Take down this platform right now.
Call Addy
You
right
said.
now.
You said that you had the connections. You said to Josh Moon in DMs that you were talking to Eddie from Kick and we would never stream again. Well, I'm still fucking here, bitch. What do you fucking think about that?
I love that
You're
kid.
gonna have to drag me out of this motherfucker with a crane because I'm fat as fuck and I've had it with you.
As to continue to undermine
so
Jeremy and
good.
highlight his failure, the casino compared themselves to Jeremy's recent humiliating Kick debut.
Here's Jer's Kick debut.
Yeah, this is
And I-
this is my channel in a nutshell. I've never botted viewers. I've never bought subscribers. I don't even really try to get people to watch my channel, and yet I still get more channel memberships than Jeremy from the Quartering. Well, we can save some for tomorrow, old sub. We can save some for tomorrow too. It's all good, bro.
Hour and 25 minutes into his stream today, he had the lofty and grand total of 6 viewers on this site. Right
Sick.
now, we have 10,681.
Wow.
In the early morning of April 9th, and regardless of his inaction, Jeremy tweeted again, stating how easy it would be to get their channel banned, citing PPP, not Andy
I do
Worski,
too.
as the band evader.
Yeah.
Jeremy, in another
I do
deleted
too.
tweet, even alluded to getting their Kick channel banned. Just when it appeared that Jeremy was going to take the Kino Casino down, he posted this multi-paragraph tweet, now saying that he should have never implied anything about taking their channel down, and that it was him getting emotional. Even though he is displeased with the rumors they've spread, he also understands the error in oversharing information and how it has become weaponized against him. His new strategy is to write it out. This was not so easily accepted as creators and viewers alike had hardly forgotten about the gravity of Jeremy's previous threats. Jeremy on his gaming stream was getting harassed like never before. This was meant to be the pinnacle of the scandal, the pinnacle of outrage directed at Jeremy. In reality, it was just the beginning. On April 10th, the Kino Casino's biggest channel, their Clip channel, was banned for violating YouTube's terms of service. On Twitter, PPP stated on the matter, quote, "Well, sure to his word, Quartering flagged down our entire Clip channel for quote-unquote ban evasion. He really is the most pathetic worm you could possibly imagine.
Yep.
Free speech warrior my ass, our channel is under attack. Unquote. Hundreds of creators and Twitter users were quote tweeting in support of the Kino Casino. Andy Warski reconfirmed the reason the channel was taken down was for ban evasion, just like Jeremy threatened. Even Andy Warski's main channel was banned just minutes afterward. Jeremy shared this photo and message about receiving a gift from his wife, mentioning that his birthday weekend was kicking off
and I
right.
love you
The
for
gift
it.
was
Thank
a
you.
box of sorts that included decorated playing cards, a die, and even casino chips. This was thought to be a direct reference to the Kino Casino and their banning. Just 1 hour later, the Quarterings weekend took a dark turn. Quote, in the last 5 hours, people have shown up at my house. Caller ID
Where's
block
the
numbers have
receipts,
called both
Jeremy?
mine and my wife's phones. My channel has received multiple reports. I assume this is because I made fun of Israel deranged people? This stuff is
Yeah, it's
insane.
all- yeah,
Unquote.
that's it, Jeremy,
As
that's
evidence
it. You made
that
fun
he
of
was not the
Israel
source
deranged
of the
people.
banning,
You
Jeremy
figured
posted
it
his
out.
flagging history for the Jeremy Hambly channel and his Quartering
Wow,
live channel. Both
what
report
an
histories were empty,
asshole.
even going as far to say that the
What
Kino
an
Casino were
asshole.
wrongfully banned and that they should 100%
Yo, old sub will not be denied. No matter how much I tell old sub, save some for tomorrow. He's like, no, Karlyn, no, I'm not going to save them for tomorrow. I'm going to do it right now. Old sub, massive W's, bro. Love you. Appreciate you. Very humbled by you, my friend. Thank you for everything you do.
be restored. Warski, however, was attempting to contact the owner of Rumble, claiming that Jeremy got the Kino Casino banned.
Hambly really fucked up today. Like, he's done like the worst possible thing that he could have possibly done.
While there was
I agree with this. He needs to stop drinking and he needs to just go sell like his shit on Whatnot. I maintain this position. He should just go sell shit on Whatnot. He can talk about his cards. He can talk about his fucking video games. He can find other people who like the cards and the video games. He can get people to literally fund him doing these pack opening things. Like, because that's like Whatnot is. It's all about people who want to shop and buy this shit as they're watching other people talk about it. It's like he could make so much fucking money on Whatnot. He can have a redemption arc. You know, everyone can have a redemption arc if they really want to. Of course, he's not going to do that because he's not going to be thinking like creatively like that because he's a fucking drunk. But he should do that. He'd make a lot of money. He'd just go sell his shit on there.
no definitive evidence that Jeremy was responsible for the ban. The ban reason was irregular because it was for posting previously removed content that violates terms of service and posting from creators who have channel restrictions or have been terminated. Neither should have applied
Brand
to the
new
Kino
platform,
Casino Clip
exactly.
channel. While Warski's main channel was banned alongside the Clip channel, allegedly neither had a strike. And the Clip channel itself is allegedly owned by their editor, not Warski.
Posting content from creators with a current channel restriction or creators who have been terminated under our terms. Now, we're not banned from YouTube. And it's not our channel. He's not actually attacked our livelihood. We didn't make any money from that channel. We never took a penny from that channel. All of the money from that channel went to our editor Flaked because he has a family.
While deplatforming has become somewhat standard in the online space, Jeremy's contemporaries, as frequent targets of deplatforming, view this action as a sin. Tales of such are remembered even a decade later.
Parallels with Matt Jarbo are really crazy, aren't they? Matt Jarbo got famous for being flagged down by Zoe Quinn. That's how he blew up. That's how he reached the heights that he reached on YouTube. And it all came crashing down when it was revealed that the same thing that he made himself a victim out of, he was doing to others. And here we have Jeremy Hambly doing the exact same thing.
Can I just add this? On entertainment worldwide, on X, we are the most posted about thing on Twitter right now. Above MAGA influencers split over Israel and US foreign policy. That's right. This story is above what the political news is right now. Jer.
The news of the Kino Casino's banning had grown alongside disdain for Jeremy, so much so that the casino's ongoing stream was featured on the front page of Kick. Even more creators were coming out to speak against Jeremy. While the Kino Casino covered many of the messages of support and other commentary, the amount of support was too great to where they were forced to present only the most prominent creators, like Brittany Venti, one of the creators that Jeremy.
We can't have you go broke, bro, but you do so much and you're so generous, and we so appreciate you. We really, really do. We can't do without you, old sub.
Made direct sexual comments about during his most infamous drunken stream,
That'd be awesome.
and a newly resurfaced different drunken stream.
Let me tell you this about Venti.
As much as the host do either.
I would give everything I had to have babies with that girl.
Venti, after the clips resurfaced of Jeremy being a creep, a pervert, talking about how he would give up everything that he has in this world, including his wife, his mansion, his YouTube channels, just for a chance to impregnate Brittany Venti, okay? And also clips of him directly being drunk and creepy with her on live stream. She said that she was going to go scorched earth, that she was going to do a stream on Jeremy Hambly exposing him. Well, Jer didn't want this to happen because he's desperate to control the narrative, and that's how we end up where we end up now. So he starts DMing her saying he's acting a little female coded lately. No doubt, buddy. No doubt, buddy.
To add to Jeremy's comments, it was now being alleged that he attempted to cheat with a porn star.
Why the fuck does she have this? Well, Ralph and her have now come out to say that Jeremy tried to cheat on his wife with Scarlett Hampton. By the way, Scarlett is based in the Milwaukee area, not very far from Jer's home. In his home
forget about this? Did I bury
Jeremy in a
this
stream
information?
played the video game Crimson Desert while noticeably becoming more intoxicated and more belligerent at everything that was coming out. The Kino Casino made sure to cover it.
Hey, maiden,
May I be of assistance?
Yeah, can I put a baby in your belly?
Oh, buddy!
This is nothing yet, by the way,
Creeper
folks.
alert!
Watch
Is she holding out for a hero? Gonna force a cream pie in her.
First
There we
Oh,
go.
he's owning the cream pie meme, folks.
Her Jew bull cuck husband left her here for me. No panic diarrheas. Sorry, you'll have to spend your Thursday night somewhere else.
The Walmart janitor asked if he's having panic diarrhea.
Oh no.
Jeremy was being brigaded by detractors so fiercely that even several newly promoted chat moderators could not keep up with the constant stream of detractors. This was just on YouTube, as Jeremy was multi-streaming on Kick as well, where his chat ran rampant, until he was notified of it and set it to subscriber chat only. After he did so, not a single chat message could be seen, implying his Kick chat was entirely made up of detractors. Opposition against Jeremy was innumerable, and support for Jeremy came down to a handful of creators like Melanie Mack, who released a video this day. She refutes the accusation that Jeremy has ever made her uncomfortable, and the accusations that she is constrained to the podcast due to her finances. She also believes that the hate towards Jeremy is manufactured as a topic of the week, and also believes this is Satan's doing, as Jeremy has recently come to Christ.
I'm truly convinced that it's because
Jeremy's
that
a Christian,
at the
guys.
root
He's
of
a
it, it's because he came to
Christian.
Melanie's video was not well received, to the point that she turned the comments off. Jeremy took a similar strategy on his Twitter, only allowing what appears to be accounts he follows the ability to reply to his posts. His YouTube channel remained uncensored, now brimming with references to the Kino Casino and Bulls. And then the following day, on April 12th, there were two major developments. First, a different channel known as Alyssa Clips that hosted a video of Noel discussing the courting's recent scandal was hit with a community guideline strike under harassment and cyberbullying. As for the second development, a discovery was made. Just 2 days prior, during Jeremy's stream, he pasted a link to Gmail as a way to access it. Briefly, below the address bar were various different links to emails that Jeremy had received. Two of these email headers read, YouTube support and thanks for your report to YouTube. As this was under the NTQ headquarters Gmail, an email tied to various accounts, including his Unsleep Media account formerly known as MTG headquarters, this was taken as strong evidence that Jeremy was the source of the reports. It did not help that he had failed to show the report history for Unsleep Media. Jeremy, not even an hour later, refuted this, claiming that at least one of the emails were related to his Unsleep Media account being demonetized. Jeremy's statement was not so easily believed, as the email lacked the header, meaning it cannot be cross-referenced to the links seen in the clip. It also mentions nothing about a report being received, as the subject of the email was an appeal. Two far different, distinct types of emails from YouTube support. When asked why he hasn't shown the report history for Unsleeved Media, Jeremy responded only by calling the person asking the question desperate. And when asked about why the subject of the email was not tied to the previously seen address bar suggestions, Jeremy outright ignored the question. As another piece of evidence against Jeremy, this creator claims to have reported their own channel with a separate channel they own. What they found is the subject of the email they received is word for word what appeared in Jeremy's address bar suggestion. Additionally, a stream from a smaller creator covering the situation was taken down. Jeremy's email scandal, along with many other developments, would be covered in the Kino Casino's 11-hour April 13th stream. It opens with the newer theory that the Quartering was able to get the Kino Casino banned not through email, but through a phone call.
Quartering made a phone call. He has a contact at YouTube that's high up behind the scenes. God only knows how the fuck he got this contact, but it's a complete cloak and dagger conspiracy with this fellow.
Yeah.
It's so insidious the way that this was done. It was done 30 minutes before the close of business hours in California. The reason it was done like that is so that nobody could contact their YouTube rep until Monday. So we weren't even able to contact our own YouTube representative until noon today Eastern time to begin the process of reversing this. In his DMs with Josh Moon, he says he doesn't even have to flag. He says, I'm not going to flag. All I have to do is make one phone call. That's what he says.
The Kino Casino claims to now have influential creators, such as H3H3, reaching out to YouTube on their behalf. And not only did the Kino Casino claim other large creators backed up their phone call theory, creator Yellow Flash publicly stated it was the case.
Just for your own peace of mind, I pinged one of our guys last night about the Quartering drama. His estimation based on the back end is that the casino was taken down from a personal request, you see, exactly like Hambly said it would go down in the DMs with Josh, because all the user reports were deemed nonsense by the automated system all week, except a privacy claim that also failed to hold up to manual review. He's on the security side, but did say this is almost certainly an off-platform point of contact. Call, text, email.
Jeremy refuted this theory. His dismissal of it was hardly satisfactory.
This crazy theory, you mean what you told us yourself, Jeremy? What we showed earlier in this presentation, when you told Josh Moon that all you had to do was make one phone call to take our channel down? This crazy theory from some unknown source. You mean you? The unknown source is literally your own DMs and your own words.
Kino Casino then shifted to covering a long history of Jeremy's hypocrisy involving harassment and how demanding he was for others to show proof of harassment when now he himself was failing to do such a thing. The Kino Casino also covered more of Jeremy's recently uncovered exploits.
When I was in my teens, I had one threesome. It was two guys, and it was.
He's participating in sexual.
Wait. Breaking news. Breaking news. This is deeply important. There is a world symposium against anti-Zionism coming up on May 17th. Look who's speaking. James Lindsay at the World Symposium Against Anti-Zionism. I don't even recognize, Gad Sad, I recognize him, but like Emily Austin, I don't know most of these people. I have no idea who most of these people fucking are. That's fucking hilarious. Well, guys, the world is saved from anti-Zionism. Oy vey. Hope you are enjoying those Israeli checks, James. Hope it was worth it.
Relax with other men.
Wait, two guys.
No, I'm not watching that shit. I'm not watching that. Fuck that.
It was two guys and a girl. And like,
wait, Why is he acting like he was watching a threesome with two guys
Do you
and a girl?
know?
Like the way he's saying it?
What's actually happening here, Jeremy?
It's like third person.
The Kino Casino's banning had triggered a fierce Streisand effect. Normally, these tales of Jeremy only reached the dedicated viewers of their clip channel or live stream. The clip channel's videos rarely surpassed 100,000 viewers. Now, even just this VOD on Kick was more than double that. What's more, the Kino Casino stream had a segment where they shouted out very...
He really does. James looks like he's been possessed by an evil, morbidly obese snot monster, and now it's wearing his body like a skin suit. I completely fucking agree with you. Completely fucking agree.
Various creators who had tweeted or made videos in support of them. This amounted to 78 creators with hundreds to millions of subscribers. Within were some former and even current friends of Jeremy. Even enemies of the casino were reaching out in support. Never has Jeremy faced such large-scale opposition. And the worst part of it all was that he could not rely on his typical tactics of dismissing the criticism or manipulating the narrative to support him. Even if there was truth to what Jeremy spoke and he had no hand in the casino's banning, the hate towards him was too great and melded with rhetoric from the enemies he's collected from the past 10 years. This is to say that even outside the Kino Casino, Jeremy had made so many enemies that ostensibly, the collective attack on Jeremy was partly the result of years of pent-up frustration. Years of hiding behind the status of his allies and politics. Years of manipulating narratives to benefit him or dismiss criticism. The day was finally here where Jeremy could no longer hide. He was now entirely unequipped to face these consequences, and entirely exposed to the derogation of the Kino Casino that even previously he was unable to rival. Just typing weekend in Jeremy's live chat will result in a ban. His paranoia had grown so great that his regular viewers were not only being exposed to Jeremy's antics through constant brigading of detractors, but also being caught in the crossfire.
I've been a fan of Jeremy since 2017. Why was my other account just banned for asking why there are so many comments getting deleted? This is wild. I'm 63. This is wild. I'm 63 years old and never have I seen this before. When he's banning his boomer audience. Weekend discusser.
No, Victor
the
is slacking
was
on
just
the
banned.
new car. I'm going to
Just
ask you about it.
Weekend
though.
discusser. Wait, his name was Weekend.
I will open up. Don't worry. I don't really drive all that much.
That
So it's
may
okay.
may not be real.
My old car works just fine.
The walls were closing in, allies were scarce, viewers were menacing, and this was not even the pinnacle of what Jeremy had to face.
I think he's totally fucked up, if you want me to be honest. I think he's totally fucked up, and I think it was a massive mistake to try to deplatform Kino Casino. Yeah, I mean, he kind of is. I mean, I would say it's something like that. And he's felt he's a cuck. He's finished. Maybe. I don't know.
Asmongold, a top Twitch streamer and creator Jeremy favors, but scantily covered, was not only opposed to him, but also his chat was full of Kino Casino references. Even Melanie Mack was someone who talked favorably of Asmongold just as recent as a week ago, but this screenshot serves more than to just prove that. It is also relevant because she removed nearly her entire catalog of videos on her commentary channel. The videos on screen are all that remain. But as things were heating up, PPP on Twitter, and on the most recent Kino Casino stream, announced that he had a non-refundable family vacation booked. The show would have to return 8 days later on the 22nd. Other creators and the Kino Casino's viewers would have to do for the meantime. On Jeremy's Kick, a lone viewer subscribed to spam the chat full of Kino Casino emotes. The most frequently used is an image exemplifying Jeremy's balding. And on Kiwi Farms, it was discovered that Jeremy has the Kino Casino followed on his Kick account. And on the 15th, yet another video was taken down covering Jeremy. Even still, this hardly did anything to slow down the many new videos being made on him. Videos that were outperforming Jeremy's own videos in the YouTube search. Another reason Jeremy's videos are being outperformed by those covering him is that the comment sections are now made up of detractors. These people click on a video for the singular purpose of commenting. Because they only watch a second or two before pausing and leaving, it kills Jeremy's average view duration and makes YouTube promote his videos less and less. That was not the case with Jeremy's YouTube Shorts. These videos have been far outperforming his standard videos. Upon viewing any of these, the reason is rather clear. Jeremy takes a viral video, adds 3 seconds of introductory commentary, and that is his entire contribution. This is a compilation a Twitter user made of such a thing.
Check this out. Check this out. You should. And this looks like Let me know what you think in the comments.
What do you think?
Check this out. Again, check this out.
Jeremy was not pleased with the criticism directed at his YouTube shorts.
All right, well, that is the show for today. I've got to do a bunch of low effort
I'm back.
Short slop that everyone's really mad about. I've got to do that, even though everyone does it. And,
Everyone
instead of
relax.
complaining about it, you could just do it yourself.
Jeremy's main channel content was far underperforming. His shorts were being criticized for lacking critical commentary needed to satisfy fair use. Yet he still had Rumble. He is both looking forward to a massive year on the platform, who claims to always have his back. On one of the tweets, creator Nicholas Diorio commented, quote, "Didn't you just..."
What? Old sub, holy shit. Bro. Oh, man. Old sub. Yo, yeah, everyone, we need everyone to do a massive W in the chat for Old Sub, because this is his second 50 channel membership gift on this stream. That's Old Sub, man. Like, love you, bro. Appreciate you. I just like there's just nothing else to say. There's just nothing else to say. He's the king. He's the legend. He's the big swinging dick of the chat. Everyone knows it. Like, appreciate you so much, my friend, and everything you do. You're fucking awesome. And I can't thank you enough. Wow. The Old Sub was like, we need to get to 200 channel memberships. And Old Sub's like, okay, I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it. Okay. Awesome, bro. Awesome. You rock so bad. Or so good. Either way.
Streamed to 82 people there the other day, unquote. Jeremy did not respond. Separately, Jeremy advertised how easy it is to get a Rumble deal. Yet, Jeremy's chuffed attitude quickly failed to reveal his penetrating rage. It was here that he sarcastically and furiously claimed that everything that has been flagged ever was him. He also doubled down on not taking a break on account of the harassment of his staff. This led into yet another, presumably drunken tirade. Another sign of Jeremy being undone, as he had claimed to have quit alcohol cold turkey just a few days prior. Perhaps this was the reason Jeremy was lashing out even more heavily. On April 17th, Chris Pavlovsky stated that no creator has a 5-year deal with Rumble or even close to it. Jeremy's 5-year $1 million contract with Rumble was a sham. As if this day could not get any worse for Jeremy, the H3 podcast dedicated yet another episode to him, covering his old and recent scandals, even recontextualizing the basement peeing event.
He's angry that his wife went for pizza without him. And I'll give credit to Diorio for this, and it makes a lot of sense. He was like, I wonder if that's code for fooling around with other people.
H3H3 even commended PPP for his dedication, deeming him to be one of, if not the most dedicated, passionate, and entertaining troll. Jeremy had set everyone against him, but he appeared unrelenting when on the 18th, yet another video was taken down. This time it was a video by Luther Morgan, the author that wrote a book on lolcows that Jeremy unwittingly promoted. Luther, in his removed video, reinforces the notion that Jeremy does not roast his coffee. In a separate event, and even though Jeremy had made it a point that his wife is not at all in the public space, he posted this image of his wife. This image is sourced from Jeremy's lengthy YouTube community post. In said post, he denies the cuck allegations, states they've been doxxed, and have people showing up to his house, etc. While Jeremy's claims could be true, he has failed to show evidence of these happenings. Furthermore, he's using the exact same strategy to deflect criticism from him that he used in 2020 when H3H3 made their content court on him. Though the Kino Casino and the return of the mac and cheese allegations are far more offensive, Jeremy has invited speculation on his marriage, not just from various clips of him talking about his wife, such as in the basement peeing clip. He has also made countless sexual comments towards various women, live with little remorse. It is an undeniable fact that Jeremy is a persistent sexual harasser who frequently expresses interest in other women. And it is also possible that Jeremy, in continuing to post images of his wife, is inviting even more harassment. The internet sees him as the target, and the more he discusses the harassment those close to him are receiving without evidence, the more it appears he is using them as a shield, which makes those against him even more aggressive. Even the comments on this post are asking for receipts or any evidence, such as a Ring doorbell recording. This tweet also expresses some of these grievances. Quote, "Stop looking at it, sharing, and commenting about the photo of my wife that I, the quartering, posted publicly on an account with 2 million subscribers. She's a private person who is terrified over harassment of what I post online. I just want you to leave my wife alone." Unquote. With each post, tweet, and livestream, Jeremy, even with the absence of the casino, was unable to escape the near-endless mockery, and the casino was set to return in just 4 days.
Oh,
as the days passed,
I promise you she's aware. I promise you she's aware. Listen, my husband is not on social media at all, really. Like, he doesn't like it. He doesn't use it. But when I was being gang stalked, they were finding, like, accounts that he had and, like, sending him shit. So, and of course it was all bullshit because they were trying to get him to divorce me. And so I promise you, like, there's a whole army of people right now that are trying to completely fuck up Jeremy's life. And I promise you they found his wife, and I promise you they know how to contact his wife, and I promise you they've made her very well aware of every single thing that's going on, and they've probably made her friends aware, and then her friends are asking about it, and it's going to be incredibly embarrassing for her. But, like, you know, I mean, if I'm being honest about it, like, I kind of feel sorry for her, but I also kind of don't. I kind of feel sorry for her, but I also kind of don't, because she did, like, my husband has never really put himself out there on social media. My husband has been on one stream in the history of my YouTube channel, and it was after the war in Ukraine started because he's Ukrainian and his family lives over there, you know? And so it's like, she has put herself out there many, many times. Jeremy has put her out there many, many times. The only time I really put my husband out there is, like, when he became a U.S. citizen. On our anniversary, I'll post a picture, stuff like that. And you know, she's kind of put herself in this position, and probably she has benefited for a long, long, long time with what Jeremy's doing. And if they really do have an open marriage, like, she should have told him to be a little bit more fucking discreet. Because that shit was always gonna come out eventually. So part of me really does feel for her, because I bet you she's hearing a lot of communication, and it must be incredibly embarrassing. It must be incredibly embarrassing. But part of me doesn't feel sorry for her at all, because she put herself in this situation. And that's the way it goes. And Jeremy's been on the internet long enough to know better. And Jeremy should have done a better job of protecting his wife. Like, it was Jeremy's responsibility to protect his wife from the shame and embarrassment that she is now experiencing. You can't account for all things, but there's a lot of very simple things he could have done differently to prevent this entire affair.
Jeremy's anxiety grew. On the 21st, the day before the casino was meant to return, Jeremy on Twitter announced that for the first time in 3 years, his live stream with Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire would be going on break and would be returning May 4th. Jeremy claims this was a decision that was spurred on by burnout. As a result, PPP extended his own vacation by 2 days, calling Jeremy's reasoning bullshit, cowardly, and lazy. PPP adding that the delay would be better for it. This was a prophetic tweet. As if this stream was not delayed, these tweets likely wouldn't have been included or perhaps even posted. Tweets of Jeremy, yet again, announcing mutually assured destruction, claiming the receipts are on his side, and calling creators Yellow Flash, starting Craig, Brittany Venti, and Geeks and Gamers losers. As Jeremy continued to tweet, he reminds everyone that he cut his teeth in the most ruthless time that ever existed on YouTube. Jeremy was using his ace in the hole. He was leaking his private messages with starting Craig, threatening to leak their grander chat history. right after Jeremy streamed for 2 hours, visibly drinking while remarkably struggling with simple
But
tasks such as
the good news is the vast majority of my content is free for everyone. So you're welcome to come and hang out. And when you can buy a channel membership, that'd be great. But like we try to gift out channel memberships like pretty much every day. So the chances I think of you getting a channel membership increase if you just hang out in the chat. So come hang out in the chat.
as moving 3 sacks within a camp or raising a banner, tasks that took him about 30 minutes and 10 minutes respectively. Stuttering Craig on his Side Scrollers channel preemptively leaked the private messages between him and Jeremy. The question was, what was so damning within these messages that was Jeremy's ace in the hole? The answer was nothing. Their chat history shows a mild-mannered Craig periodically reaching out to Jeremy, sometimes to invite him on his show, to ask if Jeremy would have him on his show, inquiries about rumored projects, and other forms of business-related talk, none of it explosive. With the bombshell revealed to be nothing more than a dud, Jeremy was now stating that the last 5 hours was simply done to kick the hornet's nest. A rather strange motivation, considering how he has been alleging that unwanted attention has brought on terrible harassment to those close to him. Now, even Bering, Jeremy's friend and co-host of The Incredible Salt Mine, made a video on him, asking Jeremy to quit drinking, while also emphasizing how his threats towards the casino were indefensible. And now Mudahar, a creator with 3.8 million subscribers, made a video on Jeremy, exposing him to a wider audience and covering things like his YouTube shorts. Ridicule of which had, in a very short time span, evolved to where several creators were tagging their intros, leading up to Jeremy's intro of his own short.
In today's totally transformative content, there's a whole lot of people that are wondering what the heck these oranges are for. Let me know in the comments.
So there's a reacception happening around a fat guy who steals people's content. Tell me what you think in the comments.
Guys, this is crazy. I just saw this video about these oranges and I'm still trying to figure out what they're for.
The Quartering's been busted for stealing shorts. This guy literally steals other people's videos, adds an intro to it, and then uploads it as his own. What do you think of that?
But what are the oranges for? Well, I bet it tasted good. Let me know what you think.
There's the oranges.
What are
now we know the fucking
for?
oranges.
Presumably, their acidity is meant to tenderize the meat. The point is, Jeremy will not answer this question because it is an inane comment that hardly does anything to transform the video. But it provided Jeremy's detractor base with yet another quotable line. This is why orange emojis, or the mention of oranges, can be seen spread across Jeremy's content. H3H3 was one of the creators jumping on this recent shorts trend.
How drunk do you have to be to do this? Check this out.
Here's a milk. And we got, oh boy, we got a thick girl right there, boys.
Wow.
Oh, here's another one. If I did see a girl in a chainmail bikini, you know we would have got her on camera. This is in Bristol, Wisconsin. Ooh, her cup overflows. She's a little bit old, but she overflows. MILF, yeah. She's keeping it tight. You know she DTF. She got kids.
The clip H3 sourced was one sourced from a recently uncovered livestream of Jeremy at a Renaissance fair, and that clip was only the tip of the iceberg. User Reardon Steele uploaded several choice clips on the QB farms.
I know, I'm gonna put some babies in some bellies here, huh? Like, hey, baby. There's a couple hundred people watching right now. You want me to put a baby in your belly? Can you point me to the brothel?
I would never know where such a thing is, my lord, I'm afraid.
Well,
as I'm a very happily married man.
Gotcha. I'll keep walking.
On the night of the 24th, this and more was uncovered on the Keno Casino's highly anticipated return show.
Had he just let us continue doing what we were doing, he probably would have been fine. but instead, he pissed off the entire fucking internet. Everyone. And what I mean by the entire internet, I really mean the entire internet.
Among the updates to the casino moving to Rumble and the belief that their clip channel, while still being appealed, is gone forever, the casino showed many clips from Jeremy's Renaissance Fair stream. This one in particular stands out.
This is one of the saddest clips I've ever seen.
Disgusting.
It's such a telling clip where he says not only he doesn't love his wife, he doesn't even care about his wife.
It's weird, but I don't really connect with people in real life. Like even my wife, I don't really care.
Even
weird.
his
Even
wife.
this pissed me off when I heard it.
Even his wife, he doesn't even care.
I would never
It's
talk
fucked up.
about my
It's probably
husband
not
like
normal.
that. It would never
It's not
happen.
normal.
But I crave companionship of.
What? You're married. You crave companionship.
Listen to what he says.
But I crave companionship of anonymous people online. I feel like so often I just leave it all behind and go get like a 2-bedroom apartment. Really
He wants
nice
to
one.
leave it all behind.
It's not sad. Don't be sad. It's not sad.
It is really sad. It's one of the saddest clips I've ever seen.
The casino will go on to show
settle
many
down.
more comments
Jesus
Jeremy has
Christ,
made
Tommy.
expressing his interest in other women. Among the videos showcased was Luther Morgan's second video covering Jeremy, provoked by the takedown
Don't
of his
scare
first video.
people away,
The second
Tommy.
one goes into even more depth, not only on the mysteriousness
I'm
behind
the only
Jeremy's
one allowed
undeclared
to scare
roasters,
people
but
away.
also the various infractions involving the coffee's packaging.
I wasted 40 of my own dollars to get coffee brand coffee.
Luther Morgan, in his video, explained how Jeremy, with his coffee brand coffee, is breaking Amazon's rules, not following FDA labeling guides, and breaking FDA code by not labeling the manufacturer or distributor, the flavor additives, the expiration date, nor the added caffeine content on any of the bags Luther purchased. As another blow to Jeremy's business, it was found that the trademark for coffee brand coffee was abandoned. And with that, the last of Jeremy's hope to escape his endless grind narrows. Just as was with the Publica, Exclusively Games, Game Finder, RCNightmare.com, and many more failed or failing projects, Jeremy in the past 2 decades has left a trail of failure, as failure is an unceasing force that leads him. Such is the fate of a man with no talent, no principles, and no ambition. The only driving force Jeremy has is to earn money, and the reason he earns it is to quell his anxiety. But the more he suppresses it in this manner, the stronger it becomes, and the stronger it becomes, the more reliant he is on it. And finally, the house of cards have come crashing down, and Jeremy has a significant toll to pay. Years of escaping his issues with the growth of his channel and the money earned through his grift are no longer areas he can escape into. His new strategy of uploading an absurd amount of YouTube shorts is an expected, desperate strategy taking low effort, meaningless content to its maximum, as the only variable Jeremy can control to grow his channel is content frequency. This is his channel's swan song. At the end of it, he faces not only a growing list of eager enemies and a tattered reputation, but also a deep lack of personal connection and everything else he has been avoiding. It is ironic that a man that has built a career in sowing division, in spreading misinformation, and in eroding trust has unified so many, even if only as opposition against him.
That's it. That's it, guys. We made it through. We made it through the entire 3.5 hour documentary. I will say, listen, I enjoyed that. I thought that was really interesting. I didn't know a lot of the stuff in that documentary. Hey, Jump the Shark. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. W's to you, good sir. We appreciate it. I didn't know a lot of stuff in that. It's nice to have a little walk down memory lane. Let's see. How many views does that have? 450,000. That's got to be really fun for Jeremy. Wow. Hey, don't ignore Tommy, okay? Tommy is Scottish. Sometimes Tommy gets out of hand, and you just have to, don't, you're fine, bro. I decide who is blocked. The Scottish alcoholic does not decide who's blocked. I decide who's blocked. So, I don't know, man. My position on the entire thing remains, really, which is Jeremy's an asshole. I'm glad he's getting canceled. I think this is all really entertaining. And I really enjoyed that. Did you guys enjoy that? Did you guys enjoy our documentary watch party? Now, tomorrow, of course, we will be returning to serious socialism content. We will be doing Socialism Saturday tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you want to come and watch The Real Far Left with us, we will show you some of the craziest shit on the internet. You didn't even know what was happening. I'm the only person that covers a lot of this content. So if you want to come and join us for Socialism Saturday, that is at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll be doing that tomorrow. But I want to thank everyone who donated super chats today. I want to thank everyone who donated 201 channel memberships. Special shout out to Old Sub, who donated at least half of those, more than half of those memberships himself. And of course, a shout out to everyone else who donated channel memberships as well. You guys are awesome. I am 100% funded by people just like you. I can't do it without you. I so appreciate all the support for my work. You guys make it a lot easier to try to stay ahead of everyone else when it comes to the far left. And so I really appreciate it, guys. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. Where the fuck did the night go? We've been streaming for almost 6 fucking hours. Holy shit. All right. Well, I'm going to take off. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.